The bee king, seeing its cocoons had been stolen, became frenzied. Like a gold beam of light, it cut its way into the horde of flies. These streaks of gold light fired across the sky multiple times, and each time, countless dismembered fly corpses dropped to the ground. Despite the bee king's power, however, the green flies were not afraid and did not relent. Free of fear, they pushed on to retrieve the cocoons. Fortunately for them, the bee king lacked AoE attacks, and as a result, many cocoons were carried away. Han Sen's heart jumped. He followed a fly that was holding a cocoon, keen to see what they were going to do with it. The flies were bringing the cocoons past the flower-painted meadows. They were only sacred blood creatures at the most, and thus, Han Sen was able to follow them with relative ease. After following them for 20 miles, he was brought to the edge of the ocean of flowers. What came after, however, was a wretched bog. It was a veritable domain of thick, stinking mud and lifeless trees and flowers. But still, Han Sen continued to tail the flies without hesitation. Before long, he came across a green spider that was the size of a basketball. The flies approached the spider, and when they did, they threw the cocoons over to it. The spider then gobbled them up vilely. Flies were no strangers to swamps, but their allegiance to the spider was most queer. It seemed as if they had been hypnotized by the lone arachnid, allowing themselves and a legion of others to be slaughtered while retrieving the bee's cocoons at the spider's behest. This was quite the revelation, and so Han Sen quickly used his Dongxian aura to study the spider he had come across. It was a super creature, yes, but again it was a first-generation one. Is this long-legged fellow producing babies? Is that why it's eating? Han Sen felt strange. He had come to notice that the super creatures in the second God Sanctuary bred a lot more than they did in the first God Sanctuary. It looks like all these creatures are keen to evolve. But how powerful must one become to be like the Holy Rhino, and leave and ascend to the third God's Sanctuary? Han Sen thought it unlikely, or at least very difficult, for a second-generation super creature to reach such a level. The green flies were now bringing many cocoons to the spider, and one by one, the spider ate them all. A while later, another spider emerged from a nearby cave. It looked similar to the green spider, just smaller. It was around the size of a baseball. His body was like green jade, and it was a lot better looking than the other one. Second generation. Han Sen was super excited. He cast his aura again, but was befuddled. It possessed a strange life force he had not seen before. Although it was not as strong as the silver fox, it was much stronger than a sacred blood creature. It had to be a second-generation super creature. Yes, Han Sen bounded with excitement, and without hesitation, sicked his little angel on the big spider. Then he summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded it up with Z-steel bolts. He stood by and waited. The big spider was bringing its baby forward, getting it to feed. But when it caught sight of the little angel approaching in a flash, it spat a white net to web her greatsword. The little angel's greatsword was able to slice through the entangling web, but its force coming down was much weaker. Climbing quickly, the spider continued to fire its webs at the little angel. This caused her a lot of trouble, and as they added up, the webs were becoming increasingly sturdy and sticky. Although she could cut her way through, much of it remained on her body and soared to slow her down. The smaller spider was hyped up, making screeches and waving its claws at the intruder. It then followed its parent and produced webs to spit out. They were extremely small, but they were concentrated and of a higher power. They were thicker and stickier than the bigger spider's webs. As this was occurring, Han Sen raised his peacock crossbow to take aim. He thought to himself, "It's survival of the fittest, baby. There's always a bigger fish. You eat the cocoons, I eat you. It's simple." As he took his careful aim, he also employed his Dongxian aura to memorize the little spider's energy flow. While the little spider happily spat out webs like its parent, Han Sen pulled the trigger and rapidly fired multiple bolts towards it. Squelch! As it spat out its last web, multiple white flashes cut through its body. The body of a young super creature could not compete with the body of an adult super creature, but the chitin of a spider was known to be extremely sturdy. Even Han Sen was surprised to see his bolts pierce right through it. Pat, pat, pat. Another 3 bolts found their way into the spider's body, all from varying angles. He tried to struggle and remain upright, but by now the spider was more like a hedgehog. It stopped squirming. Super creature Devil Eye Spider Baby killed. Beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the Devil Eye Spider Baby to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen almost jumped when he heard that. He never expected to kill the spider so easily and obtain its beast soul. He managed to earn so much from a single, effortless kill. When the mama spider saw its child brutally murdered, it became furious. It skittered towards Han Sen in hysteria, with an insatiable bloodthirst for the person who had just slain its baby. Han Sen did not run, however. He now knew that compared to other super creatures, the Devil Eye Spider was relatively weak. He cast his Sonic Thunder Punch, ready to strike once it got close enough. The thunder and bell power brewed inside him as a frightening mixture, and as soon as the spider was close, Han Sen would unleash it on the unsuspecting fiend. He hoped to stun it, but Han Sen, upon looking into the spider's blue eyes, felt a strange murky fog mask the clarity of his mind. He lost hold of the energy that was gathering inside him, canceling his proposed Sonic Thunder Punch. A second later, Han Sen was back to normal. The spider was right in front of him, raising its legs to claw his face off. At the last second, Han Sen quickly cast a skill to dodge. In his heart, he thought to himself, "That was close. The spider can actually control the mind of a human being with its hypnotic eyes. It is fortunate my will was mutated following my trip to the crystallizer ruins and became stronger than ordinary people's. If I hadn't recovered in that quick second, I might have been killed right there." The little angel rushed over to inhibit the spider's pursuit of Han Senator in haste. Han Sen closed his eyes and retreated to gain some distance. He used his Dongxian aura to observe the spider's next move and prepared another bolt with the arachnid's name on it. As he had thought, as long as he avoided eye contact with the spider, his mind maintained its clarity. And then, with his aim raised, he relentlessly fired a number of bolts towards the creature. With the aid of Han Sen's bolts, Little Angel finally managed to land a strike on the Devil Eye Spider. When the sword was driven through the spider's body, green blood squirted from the orifice. It took another 2 strikes with the Little Angel's greatsword for her to finish it off. Super creature Devil Eye Spider killed. No beast soul gained. You may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. What a shame. Han Sen sighed at his inability to obtain another beast soul. The Devil Eye Spider's body decomposed in a jiffy, leaving behind a life geno essence in its stead. This was unlike the little spider he had previously killed, whose disfigured, bolt-ridden body was still stuck in the mud. Han Sen walked close to the little spider and picked up the Z-Steel bolts from its body. He had 14 Z-Steel bolts, the ones he had requested from the Wang family. It was the most they could craft for him. Raw Z-Steel was too rare, and for the amount necessary to craft bolts, doubly so. Han Sen had received a life geno essence from the little spider's body, but while Han Sen wasn't looking, the silver fox quickly ran over to gobble its corpse up. "You little prick. I was going to use that to feed a pet beast soul." It was too late for Han Sen to retrieve the body, but he was just bluffing. He wanted the silver fox to grow, and he hoped the meal might help accelerate its painfully slow growth. Compared to the fairy who never listened, the silver fox was far more appreciated and all-around useful. Han Sen held the little spider's life geno essence in his hand. He simulated its energy flow and refined it within him. The crystal in his hand was quickly absorbed. Devil Eye Spider Baby consumed. 1 super geno point gained. The announcement continued to echo inside Han Sen's head as a cooling sensation entered his body, blending with his cells. His eyes felt especially invigorated. When the cooling sensation became one with his cells, his eyes felt light and refreshed. When the announcements came to an end, the number had settled on 8 super geno points. This brought his total tally of super geno points up to 44. Almost halfway, Han Sen was pumped. When Han Sen looked into the distance, he felt as if his vision had improved. When he brought out his mirror to look at his eyes, the pupils seemed darker. And it also seemed as if a halo resided deep within. The eyes were not unlike obsidian, and they were infinitely charming. The devil eye spider's power must be in its eyes. It's a shame I never got to see it in action, by one hit killing the thing. Although he thought this, he was still feeling good. Thinking of the little angel, not being afraid of the devil eye spider's power, he grew even fonder of her. Although she did not possess any special abilities, the little angel was tough and able to withstand everything thrown at her thus far. She was a remarkable pet to have. I wonder, if she went to the third god's sanctuary, what powers might she achieve upon evolving once more? Han Sen wanted to wait for the little angel to evolve again, but he imagined it would next happen in the third god's sanctuary. After the silver fox gobbled up the spider's flesh, it looked a little tired. It returned to Han Sen's shoulder but did not move. It closed its eyes as if it were sleeping. Han Sen could sense that inside the silver fox's body, its life force was in a little bit of turmoil as it tried to digest the flesh of the spider. After watching it for a while, the silver fox didn't seem to be in any dire trouble. So, Han Sen picked up the big devil eye spider's life geno essence. But holding the life geno essence, a new thought cropped up in Han Sen's mind. The big devil eye spider is still a devil eye spider. What if I am able to absorb the life geno essence by simulating the energy flow of its offspring? Han Sen believed it made sense, so he did as he thought. He simulated the baby devil eye spider's energy flow and tried to absorb the life geno essence. As he began casting the simulated energy flow, the green life geno essence began to rumble. Then, it was absorbed into his body and refined into his cells slowly. Han Sen's eyes felt even cooler now, and he felt as if they possessed a greater agility. Devil eye spider consumed. 1 super geno point gained. The familiar voice rung again in his head. With exuberant joy, he thought to himself, "It worked! This will save me a lot of time further down the road. If I can kill the whole family of snow turtles, heaven knows how many super geno points I'll increase all at once." But Han Sen quickly hit a snag. The announcement rung twice, which meant he had only managed to obtain 2 super geno points. It was much less than the small devil eye spider's life geno essence. Strange. If there was an immunity build-up for obtaining super geno points from the same breed of creature, I shouldn't have reached the limit so quickly. Han Sen frowned as he thought of this possibility. The first-generation super creature life geno essence was very limited in the increases in power it bestowed. Couldn't compare to if he was in the third god's sanctuary. Right now, he needed a second-generation life geno essence. Well, 2 points are better than none, I suppose. Han Sen was overall quite content with the result. But if his theory was indeed correct, it swayed Han Sen's resolve somewhat. If he went to the third god's sanctuary, he would have to slay third-generation creatures to quickly increase his geno points. This would, of course, be something he'd have to deal with a long time from now. And Han Sen decided to cross that bridge when he came to it, as he was too lazy to deeply contemplate whatever lay far ahead. Focusing on being the best in the present right now was the best choice. Han Sen noticed the fairy emerge from the scallop shell, and it appeared as if she had just woken up. Han Sen was getting rather annoyed by her company, as all she did was eat valuable consumables and be lazy. Aside from acting cute, she didn't do anything. She'd wait until battles were over before coming out, and she didn't at all treat him as if he were her real master. If he wanted to get rid of the fairy, Han Sen was concerned he'd have to do it the hard way. But he was unsure whether or not he could beat her. But then, Han Sen suddenly thought of the devil eye spider's power he had just been bestowed. Han Sen tried to simulate the devil eye spider's energy flow, and he felt different. A cold air exuded from his eyes. "Little baby, come. Come and look here." Han Sen smiled, opened his hands flat and called upon the fairy to come. The fairy casually landed where she was bid to. When she looked upon him, she began to rub her eyes. Han Sen's eyes looked strange all of a sudden. He stared at the fairy, and when she looked into them, she appeared confused. Even her own eyes now looked strange, appearing empty. "Haha, little fairy. Now, let's see how I intend to get rid of you." Han Sen was laughing in his heart, and as he did so, he raised his devilish hand above the fairy. Han Sen's hand hadn't come down on the fairy yet, but suddenly, the little fairy blew frosty air towards his face. Ice and frost accumulated on his eyebrows, and he shivered from the sudden cold. The fairy stuck her tongue out at Han Sen and laughed. "Gah! How dare you trick me?" Han Sen tried to grab the fairy, but she quickly returned to the safety of her scallop shell. From inside its transparent casing, she gave him a mocking face. There was nothing he could do now except return the scallop shell to his pocket. It doesn't seem as if this skill works on fairies. Han Sen felt fairly bad, but he resolved to test out the skill on someone else when he left this place. For the time being, however, Han Sen decided to examine the Devil Eye Spider Beast Soul. Devil Eye Spider, Mask-type Beast Soul. Han Sen was surprised. Mask-type Beast Souls were remarkably rare, and not particularly useful either. Ordinarily, Mask Beast Souls could increase your face's defense, and that was it. But this was a Mask Soul that belonged to a super creature, and he wondered whether or not it might prove to be something rather useful. After all, the Devil Eye Spiders didn't seem to have much defense. Therefore, Han Sen did not think it was the type of Mask Beast Soul you might normally receive. Han Sen summoned the Devil Eye Spider's Beast Soul, and when he did, a strange blue mask appeared upon his face. It was strange and creepy, and it resembled a spider that had sprouted golden wings. The wings shielded the eyes, whereas the body of the spider covered the nose. Aside from that, the rest of his face was exposed. It didn't seem very defensive, and what's more, it obscured his vision. As Han Sen wore it, his vision was tinted blue. Whenever he saw a living creature, it appeared red. It was very much like a thermal imaging tool. It really isn't a defensive mask. What's it for, then? Han Sen took a look at the silver fox who was lying on his shoulder, and the little thing appeared red as if it was on fire. Looking into the distance to peer at the green-headed flies, he saw them as specks of red that were faint and difficult to make out. Han Sen used the mask for quite some time and got a fairly decent grasp on what the mask's benefits ultimately would be. With this mask, you could view the strength of a creature's life force. But you could only see the life force, and that was it. The Dongxian aura was still better because it could observe the energy flow as well. Still, it would prove fairly useful. Unlike the Dongxian aura, which was limited to its active radius, the mask adhered to the complete reach of his eyesight. This is a Devil Eye Spider Beast Soul, so I wonder if there might be any enhancements if I run the Devil Eye Spider energy flow alongside its usage? Han Sen then went on to simulate the Devil Eye Spider's energy flow. His eyes felt mesmerizingly cool, and he felt that coolness go towards his mask. His vision suddenly became much stronger, and the distance to which he could see had greatly improved. Furthermore, he could make out all manner of details for distant objects unlike ever before. Han Sen wanted to test the extent of its vision enhancements, and when he did, he was shocked. He was able to observe every single hair on a fly that was 1 kilometer away. Han Sen loved it. This thing is far greater than a pair of binoculars. It's just a shame that the vision is limited to blue and red, Han Sen thought to himself. Then he pulled the scallop shell out of his pocket. He looked at the fairy and cast the Devil Eye Spider's energy flow. The fairy, as soon as she saw Han Sen, stuck out her tongue at him once more. But upon looking him in the eye, her face suddenly became tinged with confusion. "Get out!" Han Sen used his willpower to command the fairy to exit the safety of her shell. And then the fairy slowly opened the shell. But she only opened it halfway before snapping out of her daze and closing it immediately. She looked at Han Sen with much shock, then turned around to avoid making eye contact with him. It works! Han Sen had grown really fond of the mask he received. If he could confuse a super creature such as the fairy, then it had to be remarkably powerful. But despite the grand reward he had managed to obtain, Han Sen was a greedy person. He returned to the beehive with a keen interest into what else he might claim on this outing. The flies seemed to have snapped out of their mind control following the spider's death. They no longer bothered the beehive, and instead made their way back to the swamp. Aside from the golden-winged bees and the green fly corpses that littered the ground, the hive seemed to have gone back to normal operation. When night fell, the bee king went back to its routine. It emerged from the beehive and collected the honey that oozed out from the Chinese rose. Han Sen could still not figure out what this activity was for. Still, he had come up with a plan. The following night, he would command the little angel to gather the honey on his behalf. After the next day came and went, Han Sen made his preparations and got into position. With the little angel ready to go, he saw the king bee make its routine exit. Strangely, however, the bee king looked different on this day. The claws of the bee king seemed to be in possession of something. It was an object that was shiny like gold, luminous jewelry. Han Sen took a closer look and noticed it was some sort of bee crystal. Weird. Why is the bee king carrying this bee crystal thing? Han Sen was now confused, and so he didn't summon the little angel as he had planned to. All he did was watch. The weather was nice that night. The moon was big and bright in the sky, in complete fullness. The bee king maintained its hold on the bee crystal as it began circling the top of the hill. Eventually, it placed the bee crystal down near the flower and returned to the hive. Not long later, the bee king came out again. In its wriggly hands, it was holding another bee crystal. It placed it down on the same spot it had placed the previous crystal. This occurred 5 times in total, and now 5 of those bee crystals were left exposed on the top of the hill. The bee king returned its hive after this and did not return. Han Sen thought it was a most curious sight, and he had no idea what the bee king was doing. He looked at the other golden-winged bees and noticed that they had all retreated to the beehive and showed no sign of returning to the outside, either. Amidst this confusion, Han Sen suddenly heard a strange noise coming from someplace in the sea of flowers. It seemed as if something was approaching. Han Sen turned around to take a look, and he managed to espy the presence of something crawling inside the bushes. Due to the obscuring leaves and relative darkness, he couldn't make out who or what it was, however. The flowers that populated the area grew close to the ground. If something was crawling around out of sight, it couldn't have been all that big. At the very most, Han Sen imagined, it would be a small snake or something. If it were any bigger, the flowers wouldn't aid in keeping it out of sight. Now, this intruder was making a beeline for the hill. And that was when Han Sen caught sight of what it truly was. A baby silkworm that was half-transparent. It was indeed fairly small, and its body was like a silver crystal. It climbed atop the hill and approached the flower there. The bees beneath the hill made no move to attack it. The silkworm baby proudly mounted the hill and wriggled around the flower in circles. It wasn't long before it took notice of the 5 bee crystals, and believing no one to be watching it, began nibbling them. It is difficult to be a bee in this place. First, they are attacked by an army of flies commanded by a spider, so that their cocoons are stolen. And now, they must give an offering of crystals to a bug. Insects may live a hard life, but this takes the cake. Their mistreatment is almost upsetting. Han Sen now understood that the bees had been working hard to produce an offering of edible crystals to an extortionist bug. Free lunch in trade for protection. If the bee king feared the bug, then it undoubtedly had to be something quite powerful. Han Sen used his new mask to take a look at it, and he was startled to see its body flaming hot. It was far more powerful than the silver fox, but not too far off the bee king. Han Sen didn't understand why it was so threatening to the bee king, though. How could that bug compel the bee king to work tirelessly to produce an offering of such crystals? It didn't look all that much stronger than the bee king, and with the backup of its bee army, the king shouldn't have had too much trouble in running the little bug off. But now, all the bees must have been cowering inside their hive, afraid of the bug outside munching on all the fruits of their labor. Is this guy really that powerful? Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan it. He witnessed the bug's body refine the crystals it ate. It's only a second-generation super creature. The little angel should be far stronger than that little thing. Han Sen was even more confused. Seeing this, he had no idea why this bug was some sort of mafia insect boss. Within the hour, the silkworm baby had managed to gobble up all 5 of the crystals. But after eating them, it did not leave. Instead, it remained atop the hill producing strange sounds. Not long after, the bee king flew out and looked at the bug with great trepidation. The bug made a few more noises, to which the bee king responded angrily. It flapped its wings faster than usual, as a display of this. Han-sen was not sure what to think of anymore, and no witty comments came to mind. He had been there for days watching bees live their lives, and now he was watching a bee king communicate with a worm. The bee king, despite its apparent anger, conceded to whatever demands had been made. After some sort of deal was struck, the bee king returned to the hive. Upon its return a little later, it was carrying another 3 of those crystals to the bug. But this did not satisfy the bug either, and it made wretched screeches in response. Arrogantly, it hopped on a rock and screamed even louder. It was like some gangster demanding a bigger drop. Han-sen thought the tether of the bee king's patience would finally snap, and a fight between the two would commence. But the bee king conceded to the demands once more, and brought out another 3 bee crystals. It dropped them off in front of the bug. The little bug now looked satisfied. It climbed down off the rock and went back to nibbling the bee crystals. The bee king looked disheartened. It looked so incredibly sad, submitting to the demands of its bully. Slowly it retreated to the beehive. Where does that little squirt come from? How can he get the bee king to behave like this? Does it have a bigger, badder daddy grub or something? Is that why it can do as it pleases? Han-sen's mind began to work. If the silkworm did indeed have friends, then he figured he could waste those one by one until only the elder remained. If it had the same energy flow, Han-sen figured he could absorb the life geno-essences of an entire family of creatures. The bug ate 4 more of the bee crystals before it felt full. His belly was round and puffed like a ball. Sick! The bug called out once more, and Han-sen believed it to be calling out the bee king. But it wasn't. Silk began to pour out of the bug's mouth. It built up until it had wholly cocooned itself. Is this thing a little baby? Is it now transforming into an adult? Han-sen's face looked puzzled. If he guessed it correctly, Han-sen knew why the bee king was so afraid of it. If it was already that powerful as a baby, heaven knew how powerful it would become once it had fully grown. That was why the bee king was so afraid of it and was willing to obey its every command. I have to kill this thing. Just when Han-sen decided to do this, he used his Dongxian aura to scan the cocoon. He stopped in his tracks. The energy flow inside the cocoon was changing. It was morphing into something different from what he recalled earlier, and it was an ongoing process. It was like there were 2 different energy flows inside the cocoon. That was why Han-sen pulled back and wasn't sure whether or not to advance just yet. If he killed the bug now, and the energy flow he had learnt would not work, he'd incur a great loss. Han-sen hesitated a little and did not strike. He continued to watch the energy flow change, learning every step as it went. The energy inside the cocoon had changed a lot, and overnight it had become something completely different. Han-sen wouldn't have believed a tale such as this to be true, had he not seen it with his own 2 eyes. 2 completely separate energy flows were now occupying the same super creature. What could this thing possibly be turning into? Han-sen had become incredibly curious. But as dawn broke the following morning, the energy finished its morph and it seemed as if the creature inside had finished evolving. When the sun rose in the east, the cocoon cracked open. Han-sen witnessed a silver-winged butterfly struggling to pry itself free from the thick hide of the cocoon. The cocoon was incredibly sturdy, and breaking it completely was sure to be a trying task. The silver butterfly could only poke its head through the opening, as its body and wings were still deep inside. Han-sen's heart jumped, and he quickly summoned the little angel. With his peacock crossbow, he repeatedly fired towards the silver butterfly. If he didn't kill it now, it'd be much harder once it fully exited the cocoon. This was sure to be the best chance he would get. The butterfly had only just finished evolving, and the creature wouldn't have adapted to its new body yet. And now, stuck inside the cocoon, There truly could not be a greater chance. Whoosh! A Z-steel bolt struck the silver butterfly's head. It only created a shallow mark, and it was already quite clear how much stronger this creature was than the devil-eye spider. But after that strike, the silver butterfly cried out in pain. It struggled to remove itself from the cocoon at a more hurried pace. But now the little angel had arrived before it, and she brought down her mighty greatsword on the creature's head. The silver butterfly was still stuck inside the cocoon, and it had not even managed to free one of its claws yet. It seemed to try to roll with the cocoon to dodge the incoming attack. But it couldn't do it in time, and the greatsword was brought down directly on its head. Blood squirted from the cleft. Although the little angel's greatsword was much stronger than Han Sen's crossbow and bolt, it didn't deal fatal damage. In fact, the total damage dealt was small and its head was nowhere close to being hewn off. Before the butterfly evolved, it was a self-asserted boss that extorted others. Never had it been humiliated as it was being now. It was visibly frustrated, fuming with anger, and it exerted far more effort in its attempt to squirm free from the hold of the cocoon. Dong! 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 The little angel struck the butterfly's head in the exact same spot another 3 times, which left behind a deep wound. But the silver butterfly was tough, and even that wasn't enough to kill it. Dong! The little angel slashed again, but by now, one of the butterfly's claws had managed to break free from the cocoon. It blocked the sword with the loud sound of clashing metals. Evidently, the sword could not deal damage to its claws. Han Sen rushed before the emerging butterfly with a fusion of sonic and thunder power growling within him. With a charged fist, he threw it down upon the butterfly's head. The lightning shone like a silver sun as it was driven into the butterfly's chrome dome. The energy flow inside the creature was grievously disturbed, and the lightning stunned it into a state of paralysis. The little angel took advantage of this window to get in a few more hits on the butterfly's head wound. From the wretched area of damage, much blood began to gush. It seemed as if half of its head had been carved away by now. But even in such a state, the silver butterfly was not willing to submit to the hold of death. With greater pushes, it seemed close to escaping the trapping of its cocoon. It looked up and screamed towards Han Sen and the little angel. Han Sen's eyes flashed, and a blue light activated on his devil-eye mask. Instantly, it stunned the raging butterfly. In that moment, little angel was granted the opportunity to throw in a few additional attacks. She managed to cleave another portion of the silver butterfly's head away and put it into a state that would eventually lead to its death. Without granting the silver butterfly any more wriggle room to escape the cocoon, the little angel hewed the remainder of its head to the ground. Super creature silver-winged holy butterfly killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was overjoyed. He wasted no further time and quickly summoned his little blue bell. He wanted it to absorb the butterfly's blood without letting any go to waste. After the death knell absorbed the silver-winged holy butterfly's blood, the symbols etched across its body were even clearer. It looked likely to evolve soon. Han Sen watched it intently, but when nothing happened, returned it. Han Sen dug a small silver crystal out of the butterfly's corpse. This was the life geno essence. Han Sen then picked up the whole corpse of the silver butterfly. Humans could not eat the bodies of super creatures, and there were no pets to feed it to. Therefore, he resolved to bring it back with him for the time being. Just as Han Sen decided to leave, he turned to see himself surrounded by a large army of bees, led by the Bee King himself. This soured his mood a little, and he thought to himself, "You bastards! That bug practically forced you into slavery, and it made you lose your nads. Do you think the guy who killed that butterfly is any weaker than it? And you want to come out and bully me? Huh? Is that it?" Just as he thought these things and prepared to command the little angel to battle the bees, he saw the Bee King holding a number of gold, shiny crystals in its hands. It then placed 5 bee crystals down in front of Han Sen before circling him with apparent glee. Han Sen may not have spoken the language of bees, but he could guess that the bee was looking to repay him for the service of protection he had unwittingly provided. Smart move. I was just about to destroy your hive. Such intelligence needs to be rewarded, and I'll allow you to remain alive on the account of the smarts you seem to possess. The next time I return, you better make sure to have some bee crystals ready-made for me. Okay? Han Sen took the bee crystals and thought to go, in no mood for any further fighting. Killing first-generation super creatures wasn't very beneficial, and the chance of obtaining a beast soul was far too low as it was anyway. Since he had been given such a handsome reward, he thought it would be best if he did not provoke the bees any further. There were too many of them anyway, and killing the king would have proved to be quite the challenge. Han Sen, crystals in hand, took his leave. During his travel, he made sure to absorb the butterfly's life geno-essence. But there appeared to be some sort of trouble with doing so. Despite simulating the silver butterfly's energy flow, he couldn't absorb it successfully. After switching to simulate the energy flow of the silkworm, he was able to make some sort of absorption progress. Strangely, he could only absorb half of it. Han Sen simulated the butterfly's energy flow once again to absorb the rest, and this worked. After it was fully absorbed, he was pleased to receive 9 super geno points in total. To get that many points from a single life geno essence was incredibly rare. That silver-winged butterfly is rather interesting. I wonder what the purpose of those 2 different energy flows really were. But Han Sen was in no place to commit to research right now, and neither did he want to spare the time. Onwards he went, to exit the Sea of Flowers. On his return trip, he didn't bump into Jing Jiwoo again. He wasn't sure where he might have gone to, but Han Sen really liked that man. Back in the shelter, while Han Sen thought about what he might do with the butterfly's body, Lin Beifong happily approached him. Here you are. I have this for you. Lin Beifong gave Han Sen a rectangular box. The box was just an ordinary platinum box by the looks of it, but when he opened it, he was delivered quite the shock. He turned his head to Lin Beifong and said, Z-Steel Raw Stone? Han Sen wasn't entirely sure if this truly was Z-Steel Raw Stone because of its massive size. It was rare to see a 1-foot-long raw stone, one which he could use to produce more bolts. But this one in the box was 2 feet long and 3 fingers wide. Although the shape was not entirely straight, it might have been enough to produce a dagger or even short sword. A Z-Steel raw stone such as that was the best gift he could receive. It was far greater than the Z-Steel bolts the Wang family had given him, for sure. You have a good eye. Few people can recognize something like this. I had prepared a speech of explanation and everything. I had no clue you knew all about it already. Lin Beifong let out a hearty chuckle, and then proceeded to say, Keep it. Consider this payment for the services you have provided me, and the 2 beast souls you gave me. But don't tell anyone you received this as a gift from me. If you do, I'll play dumb and won't admit a thing. Han Sen closed the box and pushed it back to Lin Beifong. With a serious voice he said, This thing is far too precious for you to give me. The beast souls I gave you are nowhere near as valuable as this. You should keep it. Han Sen knew the price a chunk of Z-Steel raw stone such as this could fetch. The weapons it could be used to create would not be any worse than superclass weaponry, either. If it was forged by a great blacksmith, that was. Han Sen actually felt as if he had taken too much of an advantage of Lin Beifong, and felt rather sorry. Trading such an item for 2 sacred blood beast souls was far too much. Lin Beifong did not take it back, however. He merely smiled and said, Where this came from was strange. I haven't dared use it, and I have been unable to find anyone willing to forge it into something on my behalf. It would be useless for me to hold on to it, so you might as well accept it. You'll put it to good use. If you still feel bad about such a trade, then how about you offer me another 2 sacred blood beast souls? What do you mean strange? Is there a problem with this? Han Sen did not push the box back any further, as he asked. I'll be honest with you. I dug it up myself. You can't ask me any more than that. Just find someone you trust to forge it into something you can use. Keep its origins a secret and don't tell anyone about my involvement with it. Lin Beifong once again made sure to remind Han Sen. Okay, I'll accept it. If you do want another beast's soul, just tell me and I will give it to you. Han-san was always fond of shorter weaponry, so this stone was of much value to him. You are welcome, but if you have a humanoid transformation beast soul, I would gladly receive one of those. Or perhaps even a powerful possession beast soul. Those would be great. Saliva drooled from the corners of Lin Beifeng's lips. Han-san gave a two-fingered salute to Lin Beifeng, as those were things he wanted as well. Han-san brought the raw stone back to the Alliance, and got in contact with the Wang family so they could forge something out of it. The ordinary tools he possessed would not be sufficient. After sorting things out there, he gave Ji Yanran a call. She was free this day, and that meant they could eat together. Han-sen's heart suddenly jumped, and with an evil smile he thought to himself, later, I can try this out on her. That night, after having dinner with Ji Yanran, Han-sen brought her over to the sofa. With great excitement he said, Dear, I have recently come into the possession of a superpower. It's pretty amazing. What superpower would that be? Ji Yanran looked at Han-sen with curiosity. In those days, it had become common for humans to achieve superpowers. But as for one that could make Han-sen this excited, she couldn't fathom how grand it might be. Earnestly, she wanted to know. Han-sen, acting all mystically, leaned over and whispered into her ear. Magnetism. When Ji Yanran heard this, she was surprised. She responded by saying, How do you do that? Can evolvers really do something like that? This power was not very rare amongst surpassers, but for evolvers, it was a nigh unbelievable power for one to achieve. After all, evolvers did not have the power to cast out metaphysical forces. Don't rush this. I'm not done. My magnetism is different than what you might be thinking of. Come, stand here. Han-sen pulled Ji Yanran to a wall adjacent to the sofa. Then he went to sit back down. What are you doing? Ji Yanran asked curiously. You stand there while I sit here. Do you believe I can reach out my hand and compel your panties to abandon your legs and join me? I can promise you that it won't hurt, and that the fabric won't break, either. Han-san said these words with a tone of strange seriousness. What twisted scheme have you gotten into your head this time? Ji Yanran did not believe a word he had said. And according to his description of the skill, it wouldn't exactly be defined as magnetism. To do what he was saying would be more akin to teleportation. This was a power few surpassers could manage to obtain. If Han-san was just an evolver, it'd be impossible for him to achieve something like that. I'm asking you if you believe me. Han-sen asked her again seriously. No. Ji Yanran lifted her lips and watched Han-sen with caution. She knew he was about to perform some sordid prank. Han-sen smiled and said, Well, how about we spice things up and have a bit of a wager going? Then, if I can do it, you can bite me. Why would I want to? Ji Yanran didn't even finish her sentence before starting to blush. When she regained her composure, she said, I am not falling into this trap you have set up. No. As soon as she said this, she began walking towards him. To this, Han-san smiled and said, That means you believe I can remove your panties from 3 meters away? No. God knows what trick you are trying to play on me. Ji Yanran was not a dumb woman, and she wouldn't believe in something she had yet to see proven possible. If you don't believe it, then take me up on the wager. That is, unless you lack confidence in your own judgment. Han-sen gave her a smirk and then went on to say, How can you be a captain if you lack confidence in yourself? Ji Yanran knew Han-sen was just trying to get under her skin and get her to go along with his planned jest. But she looked as if she really didn't want to partake. She nibbled her lips and said, Are you sure you won't come close? If my ass leaves the sofa, I lose, Han-sen replied immediately. And you aren't going to tear my clothing? Ji Yanran looked down at her body. She was wearing a white military uniform. White pants, white top, and white boots. It didn't seem possible for Han-sen to so simply remove her panties. I won't just plead to not tear your clothing. Even if I was to mess up one single hair on your pretty little head, I would lose, Han-san said with confidence. You aren't going to use tools, are you? Ji Yanran still believed Han Sen was planning to do something unethical. My good wife, I will sit here and not move an inch, and I will use my hand to remove your panties while you stand there, 3 meters away from me. If I succeed and you think I have done something bad, you may cancel the bet. Is that okay with you? Han Sen opened his empty hands as he said this. Okay, sit there and we'll see how you manage to grab my panties. Ji Yanran firmly disbelieved in Han Sen's ability to do something like this. Watch this. My Han family's sacred skill. Ultra Panty Raid. Han Sen looked so serious when he yelled this out, and as he spoke aloud, he threw out his empty and lecherous hands. Ji Yanran stared at Han Sen's hands without blinking. If he employed any tiny trick, she would be ready to expose him. As her vision moved, she looked him in the eye. Ultra Panty Raid. Han Sen shouted out at the top of his lungs, flailing his arms in a manner as if to pretend he was indeed grabbing them. As Ji Yanran looked Han Sen in the eyes, her own eyes began to look empty and confused. She opened them wide, standing where she was. Take off your panties and hand them to me. Han Sen giggled as he made the command from the comfort of the sofa. Ji Yanran complied with the order, and she began removing her white pants. Then, Han Sen was able to view her long, white, succulent legs and white panties. Seeing Ji Yanran remove them slowly, Han Sen couldn't help but gulp. Before tonight's happy hour, he had to restrain himself from any further thoughts down that lustful road. Fortunately, Ji Yanran's top was quite long, and it obscured what was below her waist. Ji Yanran then took off her panties and delivered them into Han Sen's lewd, grabby hands. And as she came over, he couldn't help but give her bubbly but a tight squeeze. Then, he commanded her to put her clothes back on. Ji Yanran listened and heeded the command at once. She returned to the wall, dressed up neatly again and stood there as she did earlier. Han Sen's eyes returned to normal, and when they did, the life in Ji Yanran's eyes returned, as well. Panties! Han Sen, panties in hand, blasted with his voice. And it was at that moment Ji Yanran snapped out of her daze. Ji Yanran had no idea she had been under Han Sen's control. She believed she had continued to stare at him without a single break, and yet despite that, she was now seeing panties in his hands. Her face changed at the sight. She reached to feel below, and despite her pants being on, the panties had disappeared. How did you do that? Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen as if she had seen a ghost. It does not matter how I did it. What matters is that you lost. Han Sen threw away the panties and stood up. Slowly, he walked in front of Ji Yanran. He picked her up and threw her on the sofa. No, you cheated. Ji Yanran's face was red, and she used her hands to prevent Han Sen from getting closer. I knew you would slander me. Don't take it out on me, and do not complain about what happens next. Han Sen's eyes were filled with a curious light, and he went back to controlling her. Oh yeah, how about this? Han Sen turned on a video to teach Ji Yanran how to strip dance. Then he told her, do what she does. Ji Yanran was normally quite shy and reserved. Whenever she had sex with Han Sen, she wouldn't even turn the light on. And if Han Sen turned it on, she would curl up in embarrassment and become utterly shy. There was no other possible circumstance that would lead to her doing what she was about to. And now, she was exactly like the lady in the video. She twirled and twisted around as she removed every garment. Yes. Han Sen's eyes were wide open. He was extremely excited right now. Ji Yanran's body was far better than the one in the video, and as he watched, his nose felt hot. He thought he'd be gushing blood any minute now. As Han Sen watched from his seat on the sofa, Ji Yanran danced towards him. Her white top had already been taken off by this point, revealing her slender waist and large breasts, cupped by the caress of her bra in a tantalizing tease. Ji Yanran twirled her sexy waist and twerked her spongy bubble butt. She leaned forward over Han Sen as she did this, her hands slowly beginning to unclip her bra and free her eager boobs. Take it off. Take it off. Han Sen's eyes were wide open. Seeing the woman before him with black hair, red lips, and skin that was pale as snow, Han Sen's eyes were tugged towards the plush warmth of her boobies. Ouch! Just as the bra was about to fall and divulge the complete spectacle of her chest, Han Sen was punched in the head. One of Ji Yenran's hands held her gravity-submitting bra, while the other hand clenched a fist. Big pervert! I knew you weren't nice. How dare you hypnotize me? If I could be put under such a spell, it wouldn't be one wrought by your weak mind. When Ji Yenran said that, she squeezed Han Sen's cheeks as hard as she could. This devil-eye spider ability is useless. Han Sen felt fairly bad, but when he looked at Ji Yenran's face, she looked extremely cocky at having bested him. Behaving more rudely and forthwith, he pulled her directly into his arms. He grabbed her bra and tore it away. Let me go, you pervert. Ji Yenran's eyes were ones of absolute confusion. Her face was red with the swelling blush, but it added to her charm. How dare you lie to me? I will teach you the Han family discipline. Han Sen could no longer hold his restraint, and so he leapt on top of her. No. Inside the room, a pleasurable few hours unfolded. The walls vibrated as the springs of the sofa were worked hard. At midnight, Han Sen was finally satisfied. Then he brought her to his bed. Surprisingly, Ji Yenran was quite cooperative, and the extent of their exercise had almost worn Han Sen out completely. Han Sen curiously asked why his attempt at hypnotizing her failed. Her response was that she had received training, ever since she was small, to resist falling prey to such tricks. She had also absorbed a crystal from the crystallizers to strengthen her mind. Ordinary attempts of hypnotization were useless on her. Now that Han Sen was aware of this, his plans for using the Devil-Eye Spider's energy flow to gain some sort of advantage in the alliance didn't seem as viable. Many of the priority figures of the big families must have undergone the same sort of training. Using this method to manipulate the wills and whims of others wouldn't be as effective as Han Sen had initially hoped. All he could do, at best, was confuse them for a few seconds. Absolute, prolonged control of their minds would be impossible. Your hypnotizing skill is already quite powerful. Even the Huangfu family, who are the most talented at this sort of thing, aren't much better. Ji Yenran had noticed Han Sen's sudden disappointment, so she issued a few words of comfort. Huangfu? Which Huangfu family? Han Sen asked with surprise. What are you talking about? Which other Huangfu family could it be? It's the Huangfu family. The one from the Ares Martial Hall, Ji Yenran said. They are proficient with hypnosis? I thought they only excelled with their heavenly go, Han Sen asked, as this revelation surprised him. He believed the Huangfu family were only in possession of powerful fighting abilities, not ones of deceit and distortion. How else do you think the Huangfu family can enlist as many students as they do? Do you think they convince others through a display of their power alone? They have a history of researching, learning, adopting, and using various mind tricks. They could very well be the best in the alliance at that sort of thing. Heavenly Go does not belong to them, and only 2 people know it anyway. The skill is not theirs, Ji Yenran explained. Han Sen then remembered the time that the Chun family had told him of their ownership of Heavenly Go. It was one half of a set that also included 7 Twist. Somehow, the Huangfu family had come into possession of Heavenly Go. If I have time, maybe I can go and talk about it with Sister Huangfu, Han Sen casually said. When Ji Yenran heard this, she grabbed Han Sen's ear and angrily exclaimed, You are not allowed to see her. Why? Han Sen strained to say under agonizing pain. You are simply not allowed. There is no why. Ji Yenran nibbled her lips. Han Sen, seeing her beautiful face, quickly turned her over. Another storm raged. Inside the sanctuary, a man ascended a mountain. After he reached the halfway point, a group of men barred his passage and prevented further travel. Friend, do you know what this place is? The leader, with a scar across his face, coldly laughed at the man. I do not know. The man raised his head and cast a glance back towards the scarred man. The scarred man now saw the other's face clearly. He looked young and possessed a baby face, but one that was partially veiled by a bushy mustache. His eyes were honest and large, and when you saw them, maintaining a front of intimidation became much more difficult. The scarred man's face appeared softer, and so he calmly said, "This is Heaven Valley. It is the territory of our angel shelter. Your uninhibited passage can be granted for the price of one mutant beast soul." "But I do not have any mutant beast souls," the baby-faced man said in response. "Then you will have to traverse a portion of the Black Desert or scale Death Mountain." The scarred man told the traveler. Heaven Valley possessed the only fair-footed throughway to where he wished to go. It was skirted by Death Mountain and the Black Desert on either side. If you could not traverse this road, any detour would take many more months. Death was much more likely to find those who ventured in such treacherous places. "But that will take a long time," the baby-faced man said. "Is this the face of concern? If you want to continue this way, hand over a mutant beast soul." The man with a scar on his face said, "Well, what about if I kill you? What if I killed you all? If I did that, would I still be required to pay? Or would this toll of yours be forfeit?" The baby-faced man looked upon the other and spoke with a stern, serious face. "Ha ha ha!" Scarface and those that accompanied him did not take the threat seriously, and so they all burst out laughing. Angel Shelter belonged to Angel Jean, otherwise known as the Zhao family. Any that sought to venture there and offended them were either foolish or insane. They thought the baby-faced man did not even know what Angel Jean was, and they just believed him to be an arrogant and pitiable man. The next second, the baby-faced man waved his hand. As he did so, an invisible blade shot through the air. He began stepping forward, and as each foot returned to the ground, a person's head was launched through the air. By the time the baby-faced man had managed to pass their roadblock, none were left alive. They all lay dead, scattered and crumpled on the ground. "I am not fond of killing, but I have antipathy of trouble. I am sorry for this." The baby-faced man's eyes still looked clean, not dirty or tainted with the regret or pleasure of murder. Onwards through Heaven Valley he went. Han Sen reviewed the information he had received from Ji Yanran concerning the third god's sanctuary. It detailed which spirit shelters were known of, and what was known of them and their occupants. He read it over a few times, unable to find out anything about the spirit that took the white rhino away. The middle of Han Sen's forehead still contained the mark, and he was worried over the prospect of being teleported to that spirit's shelter upon his arrival in the third god's sanctuary. Humans had no control of where they spawned in the third god's sanctuary, and it was unknown whether or not such fates were determined by spirits. Han Sen's super geno point tally had reached 55, and it wouldn't be long before he maxed them out. Since he was nearing his ascension to the third god's sanctuary, he had to start thinking forward and figuring things out. If I really do end up in that spirit's shelter, I should obey as instructed. I only have this one life. Han Sen destroyed the information after finishing with it, and then continued to think. There are numerous pros and cons when accepting the contract of a spirit. But to be contracted by a low-level one would be pointless. However, if it was an ordinary shelter or a night shelter, there is the possibility I could escape to be free. Or perhaps even claim it. He hadn't heard of any more super creatures existing in the area he was, so Han Sen decided to travel. He selected the faraway Sindao River as his next destination, for he had heard murmurs of fearsome monsters that inhabited it. To get there, he would have to traverse great swaths of forest. There was nothing more Han Sen desired in the second god's sanctuary, so all he fancied doing now was speeding up his acquisition of super geno points to ascend to the third god's sanctuary. With the silver fox in tow, Han Sen journeyed through the forests until he reached the Sandao River area. There, he took in the sight of numerous lakes and rivers intertwined with each other. It was a grand freshwater place. There were many creatures living there of many different breeds and species. Han Sen was making for the Emerald Lake, where people said a dinosaur-looking creature roamed. Many people had also seen it caring for a baby, too. After reaching the region, it wasn't long before Han Sen found a group of people fighting. At first he thought they were a group of hunters taking on creatures of the area, but upon closer inspection, he saw that the human figures were in fact killing a man. Although the people looked very powerful, the man they sought to kill looked even scarier. Every time he unleashed a strike, someone was injured, But unfortunately for him, the numbers that surrounded him were too many. The fight appeared to have gone on for some time, as he was badly injured and drenched in blood. He didn't seem to be faring too well. Whoever dares challenge Angel Jean will be skinned alive. The leader of the group again ordered his people to kill the man. The fighters he was commanding didn't look well, either, and the face of the leader was flustered and angry. Angel Jean. When Han Sen heard this, his mind flashed. When Han San was once attacked by a strange bloodhorn Shura, he suspected Angel Jean as being most likely to want to hurt him. He had done some digging, in an attempt to uncover who wished him dead, but all the leads led to dead ends. Now things seemed even more suspicious. Even if it wasn't them who had gone after him, Han Sen did not like Angel Jean. The man, surrounded by a legion of Angel Jean goons, didn't look like he deserved that treatment. He didn't look like a bad person at all. What the Angel Jean people were doing grated on Han Sen. Han Sen contemplated what to do for some time before coming to a decision. Eventually, he told the Silver Fox and Little Angel to leave the area for a while. He summoned his armor to look like Dollar and approached the Angel Jean people. Although he hated the people of Angel Jean, he couldn't risk conflict with them due to his identity and familial association. Therefore, he readopted his persona of Dollar. This is official Angel Jean business. Get lost. One of the Angel Jean yahoos shouted at him when Han Sen approached. Han Sen did not say anything before unleashing his elephant disc punch. When he punched the man, he went flying away in a haze of blood. Han Sen was not one who wanted to kill other people. What he wanted to do, more than anything, was save the person and ask what he had done to receive such harsh treatment. There had to be a reason, and although he despised Angel Jean, there was always the chance that the man who was surrounded actually deserved the treatment he was getting. Dollar. Seeing Han Sen approach, it did not take long for someone to recognize him. After all, he was more famous than ever. He was the first person to achieve the title Son of God in the Second God's Sanctuary. Dollar, Angel Jean has no conflict with you. Why rival us? The man shouted at Han Sen, clearly not desiring conflict with the revered Dollar. Han Sen did not answer. He merely ran forward, and like a parting sea, the others cleared a path for him to approach the injured man. Friend, follow me, Han Sen said to the man, forcing a rougher voice. Then he turned and fled the scene. The Angel Jean henchmen were visibly angry, but they did not dare lift a finger to Han's senator, and without resistance, Han Sen was able to deliver the man safely from the area. If it had been anyone else, they'd definitely have fought back. But Dollar's reputation was too lofty, and they believed fighting him was asking for death. Boss, so many of our brothers have died to that man. Now he has practically escaped. How are we to report this? Someone, who looked fairly disheartened, asked the leader. He did not want to be punished over what had happened. We will just report the truth. Dollar came to save him, and there was nothing we could do to oppose that man's desire. I am sure they will understand our reasoning. It is Dollar, after all, the man said in a voice of confidence. After Han Sen departed the region and escaped successfully, the person he brought with him collapsed on the ground and fainted. Han Sen squatted to observe his wounds. He was surprised the man was still able to fight that entire time, as his injuries were quite severe. His will to live and fight was incredibly powerful. Han Sen applied some medicine to his wounds and brought him deep into the woods, where no spying eyes could observe them. He wanted to ask the man what happened when he woke up. You saved me. When the guy woke up, he was neither in a state of shock or panic. His clear and bright eyes looked upon Han Sen. Kind of. Han Sen checked the man out as he spoke. He had a pretty baby face that was adorned with a mustache. He wasn't sure what he was feeling, but Han Sen knew this was not the sort of person he'd soon forget. Who do you want to kill? The baby-faced man asked. What? Han Sen was surprised by the question, unsure of whether or not his ears has deceived him. After all, why would he ask such a question? I owe you a life, and my talents lie in the taking of lives. If you want me to kill someone, I will do that as a return for the favor you have done me. The baby-faced man stopped moving. After a pause, he continued, Of course, Creatures can count for that equation, too. What is your name? Han Sen looked at the baby-faced man. Luo Yin, the baby-faced man answered quickly. He didn't seem cold or ire-served. Why have you gotten into a fight with the people from Angel Gene? Han Sen asked. Because I despise trouble. Luo Yin shrugged. Han Sen laughed and said, if you are afraid of getting into trouble, you may have to study what is needed to avoid it. Hunting down members of Angel Gene is not how you stay out of trouble. I am not a smart person, so studying does not come easy. Luo Yin sighed. Han Sen thought the man was rather interesting, but he had yet to receive any concrete information from him. The guy was not just funny, as there was a depth to his character. He was not as simple as he was letting on. You really are Dollar? Luo Yin asked. I suppose, Han Sen answered. It is a shame I have sustained such wounds. If I was in better condition, I would enjoy sparring with you, Luo Yin said. You seem to have forgotten that you owe me one life. Han Sen looked at Luo Yin. I have not said anything to contradict my prior pledge. If we fight and I beat you, but at the same time do not kill you, consider that a cash-in on the life I owe you, Luo Yin said with surprising seriousness. And what if you lose? Han Sen was really interested in Luo Yin. You can either kill me or spare me. If you spare my life, I will owe you too. Luo Yin answered the question directly, and did not even pause for a brief moment before responding. Han Sen shook his head, and with a wry smile said, What are you doing here? I have come here to fight someone I cannot kill, Luo Yin replied. You are an interesting fellow. If you cannot kill the person you seek to fight, why bother fighting him at all? You expect and accept loss. Han Sen thought the person he had met was someone of great depth, and his persona was colored and textured with many layers of thoughtful contemplation. I do not like killing people. To fight someone and lose may not be all that bad, Luo Yin said. In that case, good luck. Although Han Sen considered the man with great interest, he did not want to engage in a pointless conversation such as this. He wanted information, and he wouldn't get any if he carried on like this. Han Sen stood up and prepared to leave. But Luo Yin, trembling, stood up and looked to follow. Why are you following me? Han Sen asked, as a queer tone coated his words. I cannot leave something undone. I cannot leave a debt unpaid. I will follow you until you prepare a task for me. Once I have accomplished the deed you bid me to do, I will leave and pursue whatever endeavor I seek next, Luo Yin said. Although I would like to fulfill your pledged obligation, there is no one here that can threaten me. It'll be some time before you can repay me. Han Sen smiled. You are proud, Luo Yin said, partly in question. I have what it takes to be proud, don't I? Han Sen coldly said. Luo Yin did not say anything further. Instead, he moved. Although he was heavily injured, his strike was incredibly steady. An invisible power departed his hands. Falsified sky power? Upon seeing the power, Han Sen's face changed. He was no longer a stranger to this force. Without hesitating, Han Sen threw a punch to collide with that power. The power of the Elephant Rex strike put the very atmosphere into a vortex of turmoil. But just as Han Sen's fist looked to touch the invisible power, it disappeared right before the collision. Before Han Sen noticed anything further, he was slashed across the chest. A sharp metal noise was produced. Han Sen was shocked, not knowing how he was hit. He could predict the falsified sky power, but his punch did not come into contact with it. He wasn't the only one surprised, however, as Luo Yin looked visibly shocked, as well. Although he hit Han Sen with all his might, it only left a light mark on his armor. He was going to say, I could have beheaded you, but I did not. Consider the life I owe you repaid. But instead, there was only silence. He acknowledged his inability to slay Dollar, and as a result, could not so easily repay the life he owed. Try again. Han Sen looked at Luo Yin and told him. He knew Luo Yin was not mad, and he knew for sure the strike was not supposed to kill him outright. But he wanted to know why he could not block it. The man's falsified sky power was different than what Luo Li had exhibited. If you have heard of the falsified sky sutra, then you must know you cannot withstand my power. It conjures a strike that cannot miss, no matter how the sought recipient seeks to dodge. Luo Yin felt awkward but continued to speak. I cannot break your armor, however. It is useless even if I manage to hit you. You were indeed correct. None can threaten you. Not here, not in the second god's sanctuary. I am afraid I will never be able to repay you. I do not believe that, Hansen frowned. Hansen had never of an attack such as the one he spoke of. He did not know because he had not practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Luo Yin said nothing more and instead tried to attack again. This time, Hansen stared at his curious opponent with absolute focus. He was going to give it his all and dodge the strike that was to come. But it was useless. The attack hit his neck. Luo Yin did this another 13 times until he collapsed and sat on the ground. His wounds were cracked once more, and blood oozed from the orifices. The 13 hits were all delivered to different parts of Hansen's body. He tried dodging and blocking each time, but despite his most valiant efforts, he failed to avoid the hits. If he wasn't wearing his Devil Ant King armor, he'd have been dismembered 13 times. No matter how much he tried, Hansen could not block the attacks. Each of Luo Yin's strikes were sent and received exactly where he desired them to be. No matter how hard Hansen tried, he could not dodge them. No wonder Mom said, when I meet someone who has fully learned the true falsified Sky Sutra, I should not dodge or try to defend. Killing such a foe quickly would be the only route to victory. It really is quite the terrifying skill. Hansen's heart was rocked with surprise. He couldn't even see where Luo Yin attacked from, so it was no wonder why the skill of the Luo family was considered legendary. Ah, I cannot kill you. You should go. If you need me to kill someone on your behalf someday, call me anytime. This is getting annoying. Luo Yin sighed. Hansen looked at Luo Yin and did not say anything. He turned and left. Although he knew Luo Yin could not beat him, the falsified Sky Sutra's power made Hansen feel danger unlike ever before. For now, Luo Yin could not break his armor. But what if someday someone could? What if he went up against a foe possessing a weapon that could perform the strike as needed? Hansen lacked confidence in his ability to stay alive against the falsified Sky Sutra because they could not miss. If they attacked, it would all be over. What is falsified Sky Sutra? Exactly? Hansen did not believe an unbreakable skill existed in this world. Everything had its weakness, and Hansen only had to find it. In fact, Hansen had used his Dongxian aura to scan Luo Yin's moves when they fought. He couldn't track the skill's delivery, but he did uncover something. Although Hansen was unable to trace the path of the falsified sky power, it was cast by a human. That meant Hansen could tell exactly when Luo Yin cast the move. With this knowledge, Hansen should be able to fight in a way that would prevent his opponent from casting any falsified sky powers. No matter how powerful a skill was, it was pointless if it could not be used. But this was just a thought. He couldn't blindly go against something like that and expect things to turn out exactly as he envisioned. He knew he'd have to deliberate it more and work out exactly how he might break down those attacks. Hansen was not an old-fashioned man. He had doubts, so he didn't venture to the Emerald Lake as planned. Instead, he returned to a human shelter so he could go back to the Alliance. Upon his return, he wanted to research and learn as much as he could about the falsified Sky Sutra. He didn't plan on learning it, but Hansen would definitely value a way in which he might break it, if it was ever used against him again. The Luo family would never expect the falsified Sky Sutra they gave Hansen to go unlearned, and he would instead use it to reverse engineer a counter to the very thing they desired him to know. After glossing over a bunch of information, Hansen stumbled onto something rather elucidating. The power is of the sky but not. It is Shura. Power is drawn from blackened hearts. After reading this sentence, Hansen sort of understood what it meant. The falsified sky power was derived from the Shura, obtained through the consequence of evil actions. You cannot avoid karma. Once you strike, it is locked on and unavoidable. If it really was karma, then no one could avoid it. But this falsified Sky Sutra was created by humans. The karma they created was just a power built by the hands of humans. After Hansen saw this, his mood began to ease. The power of humans could always be exhausted. They could not go on forever. So, the falsified Sky Sutra that never missed had to suffer from the same human defect. If things are like this, then the Dongxian Sutra should be a falsified Sky Sutra buster. Dongxian is all about seeing opportunities. You can observe people, the sky and ground. You can see through everything in this world. My Dongxian aura should be able to trace the coming of falsified sky power. So why am I unable to? Han Sen had yet to come up with a solution to this puzzle. Han Sen brought out his Dongxian Sutra and gave it a read. There was still much content he did not understand. The lexicon of its writing was too ancient and old. It had been a long time since he last tried reading it, but now here he was again with it. He compared it with the falsified Sky Sutra, for his knowledge of the Dongxian Sutra had greatly expanded by now. So, Dongxian Sutra can restrict falsified Sky Sutra? My Dongxian aura should be able to see and predict the path falsified sky powers take. But it looks like I lost my way when learning the Dongxian Sutra, and I focused too much on observing energies. Energy is only one component of everything in this world, after all. Han Sen felt as if he was learning more, the more he read. And the more he read, the more he realized just how incredible the Dongxian Sutra really was. The contents would undoubtedly shock the world and bring God himself to tears. Still, there were many things he was unable to learn to completion. It shouldn't be too difficult to break the falsified sky power. I need to sense destiny and predict karma. Then, it all boils down to which combatant is more powerful. Han Sen closed his Dongxian Sutra with a far greater understanding. Han Sen didn't choose to immediately change his Dongxian aura. He started to review Jadeskin, which he had learned before it. After unlocking his first gene lock with Jadeskin, his eighth sense was what would enable him to restrict the falsified sky power the most. If he mastered his eighth sense with the power of space and time, and his supersensibility, he wagered he could catch the falsified sky power's trace. But Han Sen was already used to Dongxian aura, which was similar enough. He rarely made use of his eighth sense as it was. But now that he had read the Dongxian Sutra again, he had learnt something new. He thought the Dongxian aura could include the eighth sense. So, he took a look at its specifics again and got to thinking of a way he could incorporate it directly into Dongxian aura. And if he could not do that, he'd at least want to find a way in which he could use both simultaneously. But the Dongxian Sutra was the real and complete one. He had just been too focused on energy patterns and flows before. He had obtained many advantages from that, yes, but it resulted in him losing the true meaning behind Dongxian aura. Han Sen did not go back to the sanctuary for a while. He remained where he was, practicing the Dongxian Sutra and Jadeskin, hoping for a breakthrough. He thought the Luo family's business was too complicated. Even though his mom tried her hardest to get away from them, they'd always crop up in an unexpected manner. Han Sen began to think he might not be able to completely escape them either. If there was some conflict with the Luo family in the future, this would be his best shot of coming out on top. If he didn't learn how to overcome the falsified Sky Sutra, even if he learnt it himself, he would be unable to compete with the Luo family. The Dongxian Sutra, which could predict and foresee every opportunity, was his best chance of staying alive if he ever had to do combat with someone with a high tier of the falsified Sky Sutra. Therefore, Han Sen got to practicing seriously once more. Unfortunately for him, however, progress was excruciatingly slow. So, Han Sen decided to visit the virtual training camp so he could do battle with real people. He would learn much faster through actual combat. Qin Xian visited the virtual training camp whenever she could, too. She always did so in the hopes of meeting up with a little soldier on the battleship for some guidance. But it had been a long time since she last saw him, and this severely disappointed her. So, on this day, she entered the virtual training camp and went straight to her friend list like usual. Much to her surprise, she saw a little soldier on the battleship was online. "Coach, are you free?" Qin Xian quickly sent a message and invited him to her lobby. Han Sen saw Ms. Perfume's invitation arrive and agreed to join. He knew Ms. Perfume was Qin Xian, but Qin Xian didn't know Han Sen was a little soldier on the battleship. Therefore, he exercised much caution in not allowing her to see who he truly was. Qin Xian was quite powerful among evolvers, but because of Han Sen's fitness, she was far weaker than him now. But not everything came down to fitness. The hyper-geno arts and combat skills she possessed would do well for his practice. That was why he agreed to join her. "Use all you can to beat me?" Han Sen said to Qin Xian after entering the arena. Qin Xian was happy to hear this and even happier to oblige. She thought the reason why he said this was so he could test her power and correct any mistakes she made. To have such a powerful elite practice with her was a brilliant thing. Qin Xian let loose a flurry of attacks towards Han San, who remained in a defensive position, allowing her to do as she could. He was able to block each and every strike. The Dongxian aura allowed him to sense all things, but Han San had previously stuck to only using it to observe life forces. As he shifted his focus on the skill, it began to feel more and more like the eighth sense. Han San used his feelings to block Qin Xian's attacks, and did not actually watch her with open eyes. The more he practiced, the greater his abilities of perception became. It wasn't quite on par with the eighth sense yet, but he wanted to get it there. Although fighting with others was a fine aid for practicing, Han San soon discovered it was difficult for him to trace the attacks of others in the virtual community. While the virtual community felt real enough, everyone was just data. They weren't inhabiting a physical space, and as such, it was difficult for Han San to learn exactly what he needed. Most of the time, he was just guessing where to deflect. In these conditions, I can still predict the attacks of an opponent. This means I have been successful on the whole. Han San was not a person who shied away from difficult tasks. Instead, the prospect of performing something tough and then coming out on top excited him. When they first started practicing together, Han San used his vision as a secondary support to completely block her attacks. The longer he practiced, the more he could lax on his need for vision and rely solely on perception without eyes. Although progress was slow, even a tiny bit was enough to bring Han Sen much joy. As for Qin Xian, she was holding back when she attacked during the early stages of their practice. It was only as time went on that she noticed her inability to deal any damage to her sparring partner. No matter what attack she performed, Han Sen seemed able to block it flawlessly. When she noticed his unwillingness to fight back, she realized she had no need to hold back. Then, she committed all her focus and power into attacking without restraint. Despite her best efforts, she could not break or bypass his guard. "Coach, will you be here again tomorrow?" Qin Xian asked Han Sen when she had to leave. "Yes, I'll be visiting here for a while to come," Han Sen answered with certainty. Until his Dongxian aura was as efficient as his eighth sense, he wasn't going to return to the sanctuary. When Qin Xian received this answer, she looked incredibly happy. After leaving the virtual training camp, she returned to her room and brought out a hyper-geno art. The hyper-geno art was titled Empirical Sword. This skill was focused purely on attack and saved nothing for defense. It was extremely powerful, but also extremely risky to perform during the heat of battle. The Qin family had been in possession of the skill since ancient times, but due to the risk involved in its usage, few bothered learning it. Once you committed to the strike, there was no going back. If your attack was ineffective, and the opponent on the receiving end was able to fight back, you'd most likely end up dead. In the ancestral book of their lineage, many family members were recorded to have died while using Empirical Sword. The Qin family did have many other powerful skills, however. She didn't have to only use Empirical Sword, and adding to that, she had not spent any time learning it before. But she thought of giving it a go while going up against an opponent who never attacked back. Han Senator Qin Xian could not once break his guard, so she thought of using this skill to surprise him. Gaining some casual experience and practice with the skill could only be a boon for her as well. Qin Xian then took to learning it, and the next day when she and Hansen fought, it surprised him a lot. Her intimidating approach was vastly different than it had been the day before, which excited him too. After Qin Xian used Empirical Sword, she realized she quite liked it. So, she dedicated more time and research into its intricacies. After doing a deep dive to learn it better and better, she became very proficient with it. This excited her a lot, but the grief-driven history of the skill ever gnawed at her mind. "Are you okay?" While Han San battled with Qin Xian in a merry mood, Her talent with the new skill only continued to improve. This was good for him as the added pressure forced him to get better and better. It was exactly what Hansen needed. But before long, he noticed Qin Xian withdrawing a little bit. The zest and intimidating momentum she wielded at the beginning of the day's session had all disappeared. Coach, this sword skill can only strike. There is no defense at all. I fear that it is too risky, and I should hold back from learning more of it. When Qin Xian looked at Han Sen, she appeared to be lost. It was obvious how much she sought and valued advice from him. What is the skill called? Han Sen asked. Empirical sword. Qin Xian did not hide this and told him directly. The power of grand empires is to secure victory without bloodshed. Their presence compels obedience. When your sword skills reach a level that does not require battle, then you will have truly learnt it. If you never have to fight, then there is no risk, Hansen slowly said. Not fight. Qin Xian looked at Hansen. Yes, to not have to do battle is to reach a zenith of your being. Hansen nodded and then continued to say, we will stop here for now while you mull my words over for a time. Listen to what your heart tells you. If you want to learn it, continue. If you harbor doubt, then give it up now. You cannot be half and half with this skill. It will get you killed if so. Thank you, coach. I will indeed think this over. Qin Xian left the virtual training camp, deep in thought over what Han San had told her. Qin Xian thought things over for a long time, and her mind was racked with indecision. Eventually, she reached out to call someone else. On her communicator, the image of an old man appeared on screen. Little Xian, you have actually reached out to me. 'Tis a rare happenstance. The old man sipped tea, as a certain of bitterness tinged his words. Great-grandfather, I want to practice empirical sword, Qin Xian said, with seriousness in her voice. The old man's head shook, and he looked back with seriousness too. He observed his great-granddaughter for a while and eventually asked, Tell me why you seek to practice it. Qin Xian told him what had been happening, and then she said, So, after much consideration, I wish to learn it, and I want to reach a level where fighting will never be necessary. To not fight is the great oppression, and I have much interest in meeting this person you speak so fondly of, the old man said, instead of answering Qin Xian directly. Great-grandpa, if you would like to meet him, that can be arranged for tomorrow in the virtual training camp. But tell me, should I learn empirical sword? Qin Xian asked with a girlier voice. She barely showed her more ladylike side to anyone, not even her parents. She would only do it before her great-grandfather. Don't you have the answer, residing deep in your heart? For what purpose are you asking this old man? The old man laughed and continued to say, Remember to call me tomorrow so that I can see what sort of person this fellow is, to have told you such profound things. If something happens to my great-granddaughter in the future, over the words spoken to her by this person, then I will go after him and not relent. Great-grandpa, this has nothing to do with my coach, Qin Xian pleaded, with a cute and higher-pitched voice. Of course it has. If he did not tell you that not fighting is to reach the zenith, then you would not know the way of the empirical sword. If these words were not spoken, then you would not be so keen on learning this skill, the old man coldly said. After Hansen woke up, he logged into the virtual training camp. Qin Xian was already online, and she wasted no time in inviting him to a lobby. Coach, I have decided to learn empirical sword, Qin Xian told him directly. Okay, Hansen said. The way he saw things, Qin Xian was a woman who could do anything. She surmounted challenges of all sorts easily, and it was difficult to grasp that feeling with the other men he knew. He thought empirical sword would suit her just fine. They both matched against each other again. But this time, there was someone in the audience. It was a middle-aged gentleman. Qin Xian thought her great-grandfather was a strange man. He was incredibly old, but upon making his virtual avatar, he created a delicate and handsome middle-aged man. He had also taken to flirting with other online girls, something which annoyed her quite a bit. At least she was not compelled to inform others that it was indeed her great-grandfather. Admitting such a thing would be extremely embarrassing. After their fight was over, Qin Xian hesitated for a bit before talking. When she spoke, she said, "Coach, I have a friend who would like to match against you. Would this be okay?" "Sure," Han Sen quickly agreed, as it did not concern him who he practiced with. "Cool. I will ask him to invite you then." Qin Xian felt relieved, not hearing Han Sen ask her who this person was. If he had, she wouldn't have known how to answer him. She could not lie, but admitting the truth would be painful. After waiting a bit, Han Sen saw a friend request pop up, alongside the ID of its sender. It was called A King with 72 Wives, a name which made Han Sen laugh. He happily accepted the request. This name was one of the primary reasons why Qin Xian did not want to introduce the person as her great-grandfather. After Han Sen added him as a friend, he received a match invite. He agreed, but did not expect the person he was about to face to be a demigod. Qin Xian was prepared to watch the fight, but her entry was prevented. A fighter has disabled spectating. Entry is prohibited. Hearing the system announcement, Qin Xian froze. She had no idea why she had been locked out. "Great-grandpa, what are you doing?" Qin Xian sent Qin Taixian a message. "The recipient has disabled their messaging functionality. Try again later." When Qin Xian heard this second announcement, she began to feel awful. She had no idea what her great-grandfather sought to do. When Han Sen entered the arena, his body felt a great chill. He could sense a feeling of danger encroach and swell inside him. It was the sort of feeling that suggested he was not going up against a person, but rather a monster. If he was in the sanctuary, he'd turn tail and run within a heartbeat. This scary feeling made him tremble. He was not afraid in his mind, however. His body's reaction was only natural, when faced with the potential of extreme danger. It was merely quite strange for him, since he had never suffered this reaction before. Han Sen forced his body to calm down, and after doing so, approached to observe his opponent. Han Sen knew there would be no point in running. If he ever met someone in real life who could make his body shiver like this, he knew he wouldn't be granted the opportunity of flight. Han Sen was simply glad he had only encountered this person here in the virtual Skynet, and he wasn't a real enemy of his. "Why have you convinced Qin Xian to learn that skill?" Qin Taixian coldly asked. "Because I think it suits her," Han Sen said, not looking to hide anything. Although he did not compel Qin Xian to learn it, he hoped that she would learn it due to how well it suited her. "Then let me see if you have what it takes to even think about it." Qin Taixian stepped forward and his hands became blades. Without pause, he slashed towards Han Sen. In this virtual world, when Han Sen saw the strike come, he felt as if the world had gotten smaller. It was like the entire space was taken by this attack, and he could neither move nor dodge. He felt as if he would just have to stand and wait there, anticipating the moment he would be broken by his opponent. Han Sen knew that it wasn't the power gap between the two that prohibited him from fighting back. It was just the feelings he was suffering from, as a result of going against someone of a much higher tier. Stifled him. Han Sen's heart was tough, and he had frequently found himself triumphing over life or death moments. Thinking this over, he became determined not to lose over the strength he perceived someone else to have. He cast the Dongxian Sutra, which resulted in his body shaking. But still, his eyes shone bright with determination, devoid of any glimmer of a desire to back out. All he did was stare at the hand that approached him. He did not move back nor forward. Instead, he moved horizontally. Pang! When the attack landed, he felt as if his chest was about to be torn open. One of his arms and half a shoulder were sliced off. The system simulated the appearance of gushing blood, as his HP bar was brought down to a sliver. But the opponent's attack did not defeat him right away, and he still had a single-digit amount of HP left. Qin Taishuan's eyes looked strange. He could tell that his opponent was not some leader in an army and was instead just a young man. But for a young man to have such a reaction towards his attack was special, and even here in a virtual community, it surprised Qin Taixian a great amount. If Han Sen backed off, then that would mean his mind was lost. If he went forward, then that would imply he was reckless under pressure. No matter which way Han Sen went, he'd have been defeated. But under such pressure, Han Sen could still use his best judgment and heed his own advice. To this, Qin Taishan was surprised and in great admiration of him. Qin Taishan thought it was incredible to see a young man such as this. If you have convinced little Xian to learn this skill, you must be responsible. Qin Taishan merely looked at Han Sen now, forgoing a desire to attack. Han Sen was preparing to fight back, but put away his attempt upon hearing him speak. His heart could properly take in what was spoken, so he asked, "Responsible? Responsible for what? If a powerful sword lacks a proper scabbard, then it will inevitably harm the wielder. If you have suggested that she learn empirical sword, then you must be her scabbard," Qin Taishan said with calm gravitas. Scabbard. Han Sen was unsure what he meant. Qin Xian was only seeking to learn a new sword skill. It wasn't as if she was being melted down and reforged into a blade herself. What scabbard? The most important aspect of empirical sword lies in the ruler's heart. If there is no heart, there can be no sword. But this heart. Qin Taishan sighed and then continued to say, "The absolute power is dependent on the heart. If the heart sinks, so too does the power. She needs a person to keep her feeling as if she were in danger. She needs a person who gives her purpose to proceed and strive ever forward, not to remain where she is and be content. Only that can sharpen the sword that will be sheathed inside the scabbard you will embody." "Why me?" Han Sen asked with confusion. There were many elites in the Qin family, so Han Sen did not understand why Qin Taishan wanted him to be the scabbard. He was an outsider, and no one else in the Qin family even knew about him. "If you do not know the heart, how can you be the scabbard?" Qin Taishan said. While staring at Han Senator, he continued, "Tell me your name, kid. I can only suppose you are someone special." Qin Taishan believed Han Sen to hail from a big family, if he indeed possessed such wisdom. The kid intrigued him very much, and so he wanted to confirm his identity before allowing him to become the scabbard. Han Sen hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I am Han Senator. I am a subordinate of Team Qin. Now I am captain of the special squad. If I can help Team Qin, I will do whatever I am able to." "You are Han Sen?" Qin Taishan looked at him in a strange way. Qin Taishan had heard Han Sen's name before, but not through his achievements. It was because he was the son-in-law of Ji Ruozhen, and had a blood relation with the Luo family. "Yes, if you need me, give me a call." Han Sen nodded, as there was nothing else he could say, and there was nothing else he could do to prove he was indeed Han Sen. "Have you joined the Luo family?" Qin Taishan wore a serious look. "My surname is Han, not Luo," Han Sen replied. Qin Taishuan's expression was complex, and after a brief time of silence elapsed between the two, he said to Han Sen, "Qin Xian will be depending on you. What should I do?" Han Sen was not sure what was needed to be a good scabbard. "Spend time practicing with her. Beat her, but not too harshly." Qin Taishan said this and prepared to leave. "How can I contact you?" Han Sen asked. "My name is Qin Taishan," he answered. Han Sen was shocked, and in his heart, he thought to himself, "The demigod Qin Taishan? It is no wonder he is so powerful. I am afraid he already went easy on me. If he didn't, I wouldn't be standing here with a modicum of health remaining. Old Qin, there is something I must ask." Han Sen felt embarrassed. "What is it?" Qin Taishan looked at Han Sen. "Qin Xian does not know who I am. Could you please not tell her? If you told her, I can only suspect she will become mad." Han Sen bore a wry smile. "Okay." Qin Taishan nodded. "Thank you, old Qin." Han Sen was now beaming with happiness. After Han Sen departed, Qin Taishan looked puzzled. He thought to himself, "I hope he does not join the Luo family. A person like that, joining them, it would either be the luckiest thing or the worst thing for the alliance." "Great-grandpa, what were you doing with my coach?" Qin Xian finally saw him return and asked the question as quickly as possible. "Nothing. I was just testing him. I wanted to see if he was sufficiently qualified to teach my cute great-granddaughter. He is all right." Qin Taishan smiled. "Why would you not allow me to see?" Qin Xian looked as if she didn't entirely trust what he had to say. Qin Taishan merely squinted and said, "Do you want to stand around here all day chatting? Or do you want to come home with me so that I can show you the true empirical sword? I can learn it?" Qin Xian looked surprised, not expecting to be allowed to learn it so soon. The empirical sword she had previously learnt was just a skill. The hyper-geno art was forbidden from the family, and without Qin Taishuan's permission, she wouldn't even be allowed to look upon it. Remember this. To not fight is the most oppressive thing you can do. To learn this without heeding that will only harm you, Qin Taishan said, with an unreadable expression. Han San practiced with Qin Xian every day, and when he wasn't practicing, he spent his time playing Hand of God. Playing Hand of God actually aided the training of his perception, and especially so, since he was going up against bots. Highly advanced AI posed a far greater challenge to him than humans did. The primary reason for this was because of the AI's reaction speeds, which far exceeded that of ordinary humans. The AI always knew when the next light spot was to appear. With AI as your opponents, you would need brilliant abilities of perception. You would have to accurately predict where the light spot was before the AI itself became aware, and then react before they did. Han San chose to compete against the hardest level of AI, one which other humans had great difficulty going against. In the beginning, Han Sen's success rate was low, only managing to get 2 light spots out of every 100. And even those times were through guesses. But as Han San became more powerful, the number of light spots he managed to obtain increased. After all, the AI was programmed and scripted, adhering to rules established by the creators. Over time, Han San began to get a feel for the AI's rhythm, and as he did, his success rate grew. After 2 months of constant practice, Han Sen's perception with his Dongxin aura only continued to improve. By that time, it had almost wholly caught up with Jadeskin's 8th sense. Congratulations! You have beaten Hand of God's super mode. After getting the final light spot, the announcement played to congratulate Han Sen. At the same time, the whole community of Hand of God played the announcement. Evolver class player, Win a Girlfriend, is now the first player to complete super mode and has been granted the title Hand of God. The announcement played 3 times across the entire community and brought everyone to a standstill. Holy smokes! Is that for real? An Evolver finished super mode. Who is that powerful? They must be cheating. How can an Evolver finish super mode? He must have been single for 50 years, willing to do anything to win a girlfriend. I don't think the system can make mistakes, but I'll echo your sentiments and ask how an Evolver could possibly pass this difficulty. Many people believed the feat to have been impossible. A lot of the professional Hand of God players went to search for the identity of the player only known as Win a Girlfriend. They added him as a friend and invited Han San to play many times, to see how good he truly was. When Han San saw the first request, he accepted it. But later, the friend request tone was like a fire alarm. Unable to cope with the number of requests he was suddenly receiving, he simply decided to turn on his busy status. The only person he accepted sent him a match request. Player God's third hand has sent you a match request. Will you accept? God's third hand was a very famous player in the Hand of God community circles. Over the past 5 years, God's third hand had managed to beat out every other professional Evolver Hand of God player, coming first place in 4 of the annual Hand of God championships in the process. His talent for the game resulted in others referring to him as God's favorite child. In addition to his constant practice of the game, his legendary status was achieved in a variety of different ways. And aside from being naturally talented, he had a special hyper-geno art that aided his play. Everyone knew his name in the Hand of God circles, but even he had yet to beat super mode. His speed and reactions could not match that of the AI, and it had been believed that Evolvers were unable to beat the master-level AI. But now, all of a sudden, an unknown Evolver had managed to beat super mode. It was difficult for people to believe, and he did not believe it, either. He assumed whoever had won had managed to forge their identity, and thus it was most likely a surpasser acting under the guise of an Evolver. That was how the cheater had managed to do it, he believed. God's third hand wasted no time in inviting Han San to match, and he was keen to prove whether or not his theory was correct. Han Sen had spent much time battling the AI to beat the hardest difficulty. To keep going was pointless, but now that a real person had invited him to play, his interest was reinvigorated. Thinking it might be fun, he accepted the invite without hesitation. Win a girlfriend and God's third hand now compete. The system announced as a special treatment for those who had achieved the title Hand of God. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They all quickly scrambled to spectate the match. God's third hand was very famous and widely recognized as a legendary professional with the game. Han Sen, who was unknown and had just achieved the title Hand of God, was going to compete with him. Intense matches such as this were rare, and only those widely invested in the game could truly grasp how monumental an event such as this really was. Han Sen did not know his one randomly accepted friend request would result in this, and he at first thought God's third hand was just another average, run-of-the-mill player. To be the very first person to send a request, you'd need to be lightning quick. So perhaps it made sense that God's third hand had gotten in first. But even if Han Sen knew beforehand how strong he was, he wouldn't have cared too much. The match started, and every eye in the audience turned to view their hands. With bated breath, they tensely anticipated the appearance of the first light to show. Whoever hit 100 light spots first would be deemed the victor. You could either grab the lights near you, or the ones belonging to your opponent. Each light spot was worth 1 point, and 100 was needed to win. God's third hand watched Han Sen's hands intently, eagerly waiting to witness his speed. If he was too fast, then God's third hand would know he was just a cheap cheater. Many people thought the same way as God's third hand, too. After all, he had been playing for many years, and not a single evolver had yet to reach 50% completion of Super Mode. And that included God's third hand. Somehow, this previously unknown, win a girlfriend, entered the scene and finished what was believed to be impossible. Few people put stock in the validity of the win. The first light spot appeared, and everyone looked at Han Sen's hand. Much to the surprise of everyone, the hand moved relatively slowly. The speed was remarkably average when compared to most high-level players. He couldn't compete well in traditional matchmade games if he genuinely played like that. Did he really beat Super Mode with such speed? Everyone thought to themselves. God's third hand frowned, also thinking Han Sen's move was slow. But just as he went to reach his own light spot, he noticed Han Sen had already taken it. 1 o'clock. Whoa! Seeing this, many people made a variety of different noises indicating surprise. God's third hand was faster, so how could Win a Girlfriend grab the light spot first? That confused many people. Win a Girlfriend now moved to God's third hand's side, looking as if he was about to steal his next light spot. God's third hand's face looked cold, and he did not believe his opponent's speed would be enough to beat him. But this was exactly what he wanted. To fight him face to face would expose his speed and reveal to everyone how much of a cheater his rival was. Over the next minute, however, God's third hand felt as if he had slipped into a sordid nightmare. Han Sen's hands were not fast, and they were most certainly slower than his own. But God's third hand had not managed to grab a single light spot. It was so strange, it genuinely made him feel as if he was having a bad dream. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much effort he put into increasing his own speed, he couldn't hit a single light spot. The audience was entirely quiet, as well unable to believe what they were seeing. A legendary professional player did not have a single point. It would have made sense if Han Sen's hands were fast, but they weren't. In fact, he looked very relaxed. But God's third hand's light spots were all snatched by the flimsy, casual hands. It made people feel pretty awkward on God's third hand's behalf. And nobody could really understand what was going on. The true elites of Hand of God were even more shocked than the rest of the audience. They believed God's third hand's movements were seen by Han Sen beforehand. It was like Han Sen treated God's third hand like a puppet on a string. This cannot be real, everyone started to think. At the same time, they realized how scary this thought genuinely was. The man was a legendary professional player who had won numerous contests. Yet now, he was getting wrecked by a person they hadn't seen before. Truly, this new contender was frighteningly strong. No one believed Han Sen was cheating now, either. Even if he was playing against the AI, cheating would only enable him to react faster. He couldn't actively work to block an opponent from grabbing a light spot. AI could not predict the decisions of a human, but even if you did not directly compete with the AI, you could still manage to grab light spots for yourself. For that slow speed to prohibit every approach by God's third hand was something not even the AI was able to do. It's like he can control fate itself. This person is the real hand of God. The audience thought to themselves. After the match was over, Han Sen exited the virtual community. He thought battling other humans was fairly lame and all around boring. He viewed competition against the AI to be much more exciting. Until he could challenge a surpasser, it was a waste of his time. The fact that the match was considered boring was something that rocked the entire Hand of God community. A legendary, professional player God's third hand was bullied into defeat with a final score of 100-0. It was a shocker. A video of the match circulated virally, as everyone who saw it shared and passed it on. No matter who ended up watching it, they were amazed. But no one suspected when a girlfriend was cheating, and rightfully so. Cheats only allowed someone to speed up, and Han Sen's hands were actually slower than his opponents. Many Hand of God professionals analyzed the match, since the details of the match promised to bring the game into a new era. Previously, it was entirely believed to be a game of speed. After one match, it was revealed to everyone that it could be something more. No longer was it about collecting points through speed alone. Now it was about prediction and foresight. And it was possible to play mind games on your opponent, and work to prevent your opponent from collecting their points. A new era began, and this match was officially documented as a guide and a showcase for players. And so, as it was handed out more and more, it became even more widely known. Many people wanted to uncover the identity of the enigmatic win-a-girlfriend. Some teams and organizations even placed a bounty for any concrete information that could aid in the discovery of who the player truly was. But after time elapsed, with no progress in such investigations, the trail went cold. Han Sen no longer had any interest in playing Hand of God. He decided to return to the sanctuary, since the sensing abilities of his Dongxian aura were almost on par with his Jade Skin's 8th sense. He believed by now he had what it took to overcome falsified Sky Sutra, and thus Han Sen wanted to find Luo Yin again. He wanted to see if he could well and truly beat the falsified Sky powers. But Luo Yin was not there, so he reverted back to his original plan, the one that led him to encounter Luo Yin in the first place. Han Sen returned to the Emerald Lake, in the hope he could find the dinosaurs that had been said to reside there, the parent and child. If they did not live together, then Han Sen thought he had a fair chance of killing them. After the silver fox had eaten the second-generation Devil Eye spider, it seemed to have grown up quite a bit. Its energy flow had almost reached the same level as the fairies. While these changes occurred on the inside, little happened to its exterior. It looked practically the same as it always had, so it didn't seem as if it was yet an adult. Han Sen pulled out the corpse of the silver-winged butterfly, and the silver fox's eyes began to shine towards it. The silver fox hopped onto Han Sen's hand in the hopes of swallowing it, but Han Sen suddenly pulled back his hand. He looked at the silver fox and said, "Little Silver, I treat you better than I would my own son. I give you everything. If you ever think to betray me, I will never forgive you. Do you understand?" The silver fox used its head to rub Han Sen, as saliva drooled from its mouth into the fabric of his clothes. When Han Sen put his hand down, the silver fox leapt off and gobbled up the butterfly in a second flat. His body seemed to shake and tremble afterwards. Silver lightning suddenly burst forth from it, like silk. This static silk crackled and weaved its way around to encase the silver fox in a silver cocoon. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to watch the cocoon, and took a surprised notice of the chaotic energy that swirled inside. It was like a volcano, preparing to erupt at any second. Is it finally growing up? Han Sen felt relieved. He was worried that even after eating the silver butterfly, there'd be no change. If so, Han Sen hadn't a clue how much longer it would take. Han Sen did not know how long it would take for the silver fox to finish its time inside the cocoon. either, but he didn't fancy waiting around. So he stuffed the cocoon inside his pack and resumed his journey to the Emerald Lake. The Emerald Lake sparkled green, and all you could see was the green, unspoiled surface reflecting the sky above. It was a gorgeous view to behold. Upon reaching the lake, Han Sen walked around its length but did not find a single super creature. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the water. He could only scan up to a depth of about 10 meters, despite how deep it truly was. As a result, he was unable to find anything. "Friend, have you come here looking for dinosaurs? A bunch of us have established a camp and with a fire, and we're having a barbecue." A man appeared and greeted Han Sen, inviting him to join in the festivities. It was rare to see a man so passionate and welcoming, so Han Sen did not hesitate to oblige and take a seat. They spoke together for some time, and Han Sen learnt the group was a bunch of friends that composed a squad. They all knew each other back in the first God Sanctuary, but they all happened to be sent to the same region in the second God Sanctuary. Such an occurrence was highly unlikely, and so, they took it as a sign that they should form a team. Passing by this lake, they had heard the tales of a dinosaur supposedly inhabiting the place. Therefore, they decided to stop for a while and scope the place out. They had been camping at the same spot for 2 days, but alas, they hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. "Which squad are you from?" Lu Yuni asked. "My squad is a bit special. It is not appropriate for me to discuss their affairs here." Hansen smiled. "A special team, huh? Has anything interesting hit the airwaves? Is there any juicy gossip you can share with us?" Someone else asked. Just as Han Sen was about to tell them a story, he heard watery splashes. Suddenly, the glassy surface of the lake was disturbed, and the tide that caressed the grassy skirt of the lake began to rise. A wave that was a few meters high was generated, and it quickly came in the direction of the camp. Under the force of the sudden tsunami, the fire was immediately put out and the tents were all ruined. Near the monster, a little version of itself lay. His body was smaller, at only about 10 meters wide. They both exited the waters and climbed upon the shore. At the ghastly sight, Lu Yuni and his team froze. It was rare to see creatures of such Goliath proportions inhabiting a sanctuary. "Boss, should we fight?" someone asked Lu Yuni. Lu Yuni smiled wryly and muttered, "Do you have a death wish? It's huge. Our weapons would only be capable of tickling such a fiend. Its tail alone could wipe us out." As their dialogue unfolded, Han San was already running towards the two creatures. He used his Dongxian aura to scan them. The big one's life force, although blurry, was incredibly strong. It was a first-generation super creature. The small one's energy flow was running strangely, but that aside, it was clear. It was a second-generation super creature. It was rare to find a second-generation super creature that was alone, and although the big one was beside it, Han Sen didn't see a reason why he could not kill it. The little angel flapped her wings and flew directly to the big monster's head. As Han Sen took off running to the smaller monster, his fitness had almost reached the level of a juvenile super creature at this point, and with the flaming Rex spike in hand, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to slay his target. The small black-scaled monster, seeing Han Sen run towards it, shouted. Its mouth became a black, gaping maw with a set of wretched fangs piercing out of that darkness. Han Sen swung the flaming Rex spike down towards it. The monster did not flee or evade the attack, and instead used its own head as a deflector. When the Rex spike collided with the black scales, a deep noise was emitted. Han Sen felt a terrible power surge into his hands from the monster's head, as the Rex spike failed to crack open the scales of the beast. The power that pushed back was so strong, it hurled Han Sen into the air and sent him through a few spins as he went. That is quite powerful. This thing must have a really high vitality. Han Sen borrowed strength from the air he was born onto and returned to engage the small monster. Lu Yuni and his group were frozen stiff, watching the crazy waves that continued to surge out of the wild waters of the lake. Han Sen and his angel had fearlessly gone to battle the monsters there, and in the chaos of the scene, it was difficult to tell who would emerge triumphant. Holy crap, where did this elite come from? He can actually go toe-to-toe with these things and potentially beat them. That angel-looking lady must be a pet beast soul. It's so strong and beautiful. What are you guys hanging around for? We should quickly retreat and fall back. The little angel invaded every inch of the big monster's personal space and attacked its head repeatedly. She wanted to strike its eyes and blind it, but the monster's vitality was extraordinarily high, and so its flesh was incredibly difficult to get through. Unable to deal much in the way of damage, even the little angel ended up dodging more than she could attack. Her great sword smacked the creature's head numerous times, but its skull was sufficiently guarded by its hardy scales. Despite the effort of her attacks, only a shallow scratch mark was left behind by each strike. In comparison to the beast at large, she might as well have tried tickling the fiend. The small monster was angrier and less composed, however. It ignored Han Sen's attacks and instead tried to attack him, even at the cost of ensuring its own defense. The black scales looked tougher than the big monster's, however, and the creature itself looked more powerful. The big monster took notice of the little one chasing Han Sen around, which put its concern at ease. With continued composure, it calmly fought the little angel that had targeted it. Han Sen fell back more and more, attempting to lure the smaller creature away. He was initially worried that the small one might not follow, so he prepared to use his devil-eye spider beast soul in order to seduce it. But this was not necessary, due to the monster's feistiness. Attracting it his way was the easiest aspect of the ensuing battle. Han Sen eventually managed to lead the small monster into the nearby woods. Its teeth gnashed in a fearsome bloodlust as it chased after Han Sen with murder in its eyes. Although the little monster was strong and powerful, it came as a surprise to Han Sen that it had evidently not lived for very long. It clearly knew little of the world at large. Now, seeing Han Sen stop, it gaped its hungry maw and leapt towards him. The fangs of its mouth were like daggers as they came, but Han Sen did not fall back at the sight of their gnashing hunger. Just as the mouth came close, ready to tear his face off, Han Sen drove the Rex spike deep into the creature's mouth. The flaming Rex spike spun like a drill, as flames blazed and wreathed their way around it. With Han Sen's surprise attack, the weapon was shoved deep into the monster's throat. Like mud from a manic drill bit, blood squirted out from the ravaged throat of the beast. The little monster squealed in absolute pain, but its cry was muted due to the presence of the ravenous Rex spike. Han Sen's heart pounded with the thrill, as he channeled an infinite source of power into the Rex spike. His push with the weapon did not recede, and Han Sen slowly worked the weapon into the creature's stomach. In a moment's notice, the 2-yard-long Rex spike had been driven a full 3 feet into the mouth of the super creature, and Han Sen primed it to go deeper. Amidst the blood and shredded flesh of its butchered throat, the monster could do little but shake its head. As it shook vigorously, it sent Han Sen and the Rex spike flying into the air. The strength of its wiggle was too powerful, and even Han Sen was unable to withstand the velocity. The little monster let out a cry of pain after throwing away its violent aggressor, and this alerted the big monster to the little one's danger. Immediately, its concerned parent stomped its way through the trees to its aid. The giant, hulking body made the ground quake with each step it took. The lake was thrown into utter turmoil as it left the battered waters behind. Although the little angel wanted to stop the approach of the big monster, she couldn't deal a critical hit to the monster or find a weak spot she could exploit. Thus, nothing she did could grab its attention. Even as she repeatedly struck its scaly skin, the sword could do nothing. Seeing the big monster heading his way, Han Sen knew it would only have to take 2 more steps before it was directly in front of him. He knew he had to act fast, so he quickly retrieved his Rex spike and ran towards the little monster. Without thinking, he rammed it up the baby monster's butthole with all his might. The Rex spike was driven an entire meter up its backside, as blood burst from the exploited hole like unclogged plumbing. Its upper body had already been severely injured, and now its lower body was being quickly made the same. It squealed in agony and fell down to the ground. It exerted much effort in trying to stabilize itself, but try as it might, it could not stand back up. Han Sen was not content to stop there, and he was determined to push harder and end the monster's life as soon as he possibly could. But the big monster was approaching quickly, like a mountain bearing down on him. Han Sen knew he couldn't remain where he was much longer, so he pulled his Rex spike out and retreated. Boom! The giant monster brought another foot down and crushed trees and fallen logs into kindling. The diameter of each footprint left behind was 10 meters. Han Sen dodged the foot, but it only by a small margin. The little monster finally managed to regain its balance and stand up, then crawled nearby the bigger monster. When the big monster noticed the wounds its young one had incurred, its wrath was stoked. Wild flames of anger now burned for Han Sen. The giant monster roared and tried to crush Han Sen underfoot once more. The vitality-based monster was not something he could compete with, so Han Sen had no choice but to fall back. Han Sen cast arrow and used it to more easily evade the stomping of the raging behemoth. All the while, the little angel continued trying to attack the big monster's eyes. Her attempts were ineffective, however. The monster's neck was surprisingly spry, and it managed to duck and weave to avoid many of her strikes. As this was unfolding, Han Sen looked for an opportunity to swing back around and finish off the smaller monster. Unfortunately for him, the opportunity was taking its time in revealing itself. But during this intense observation, a new sound came from the skies above. A black and metallic tiger, one with wings, descended from the skies. It flew extremely fast, and within a second, it landed behind the big monster. Its 4 paws shredded the little monster's body. Then, it grabbed the little monster, flapped its wings, and took off flying to the west. That bastard! Trying to steal my kill, are you? Han Sen was infuriated, so he took off in flight and chased after the black tiger. Only Han Sen was allowed to steal the kills of others, and the thought of this black tiger stealing his kill was unacceptable. The big monster, when seeing its little one get captured, ignored Han Sen and tried to chase after the black tiger as well. The black tiger held on to the little monster with ease, despite how many tons it undoubtedly weighed. And it was still going too fast for him or the big monster to catch up. Han Sen was fuming. He was the master of stealing easy kills from others, but now someone had attempted to do the same thing to him. It was infuriating. In silence, Han Sen blitzed through the sky in pursuit of the tiger. The little angel and the big monster also went after it, and in the big monster's wake, giant craters remained as the soil was upturned. Mud was flung, rocks were smashed, and trees were crushed. Fortunately, there was no human shelter in the vicinity, and neither would there be in the lands ahead. If even a royal shelter was to be in the rampaging behemoth's track, it'd be flattened within seconds. Han Sen was the slowest of them all. He was in the back, and the distance that separated them only increased the further they went. The little angel and big monster were both faster than him. Han Sen gritted his teeth and simulated light sun of God's energy flow. With this, his speed increased by a vast amount. Through this, he was just about able to catch up and not get left behind. The black tiger was an extremely menacing creature to look at. Despite carrying such a large monster, it was able to continue its flight west and outpace them all without any trouble whatsoever. Han Sen chased after the black tiger for 4 days straight, and neither of the creatures slowed down. Han Sen himself was unable to excuse the misdeed committed by the tiger, and with a burst of energy, swore to the high heaven he would catch up with the tiger and deliver its just desserts. The big monster felt the same. Gripped in the fearsome talons of the tiger's paws, its baby repeatedly cried out for aid over the course of their flight. The baby's perseverance had to be admired, and it was no wonder why it was a second-generation super creature. Devil-eye spiders had a weak vitality, and if they were the ones snatched, they'd have died a long time ago. There was no way they'd remain alive, let alone muster the effort of screeching for help. But despite all their most valiant efforts, none were able to catch up with the black tiger. And by now it had been 8 days. Their flight had gone on so long and far, they had exited the Sandow River region. Treacherous mountain ranges are what lay in the distant lands ahead, ones which the black tiger was not hesitant to fly into once nearing them. Han Sen looked ahead and stopped. Amidst all the mountains that were connected, there was one purple mountain that stuck out like a sore thumb. The black tiger landed on its slopes and dragged the small monster up with it. The purple mountain was a strange one, indeed. It was very tall and its peak rested somewhere above the clouds. On this peak was what looked like a palace. Han Sen witnessed the black tiger land there, and suspected things were only going to take a turn for the worse. For a spirit shelter to have a monster as wild as that, it wouldn't merely be a royal class one. Han Sen recalled the little angel, while the big monster went on ahead. It seemed as if it was willing to do whatever it took if it meant securing the safety of its child. The purple palace appeared semi-transparent, as its appearance was masked and unmasked at the whims and travel of clouds. The black tiger raced its way to the top. The purple palace's double doors opened as if they were automatic, and with the squirming, screeching monster in its clutches, the tiger ran inside. Once it was beyond them, the doors closed and locked the big monster outside. The big monster was not willing to stop there, however. With its Goliath body, it threw itself against the gates repeatedly, in a bid to bring it down. The big monster had a width of 100 meters, and it was at least 50 meters tall. But in the shadow of that door, it didn't appear so grand. They were of comparable height. Boom! The giant monster's body used all its strength in hitting the door, and each thud echoed far and wide. But despite its efforts, the stone gates did not budge a single inch. The monster's wretched power was nothing in comparison. The monster used so much strength in each push, it fell backward a few times after every throw of itself. It would scream aloud after each failed attempt, and then try once more. Nothing happened. The stone gate was firmly sealed, and no matter how much strength was exerted, the big monster was unable to break down the door. After all these hits, the monster had begun to bleed, and still the door remained closed. Han Sen was shocked while watching this. The powerful monster must have been a super creature, and he suspected most second-generation sorts would be unable to kill him. Yet this one door, despite receiving the monster's absolute might, was unwilling to submit. It remained sealed, and Han Sen suspected it was a testament to the strength of whatever master waited inside. Han Sen frowned and flew back up into the sky, keen to take an aerial view of the site and see what creatures were inside the shelter. But while he was airborne, the site was entirely shrouded by mist. Unable to get a good look, Han Sen felt his heart sink somewhat. With his eyesight and abilities of perception, he should have had no issue piercing the clouds with his vision. Strangely, he was unable to see anything. The clouds themselves were quite curious, however. Han Sen summoned his Devil Eye mask and ran the Devil Eye spider's energy flow. Keenly, he looked back at the shelter once more. Although Han Sen couldn't quite make out what was in there, he was able to SB the presence of a few flames that looked like life forces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Han Sen counted at least 5 super creatures inside. Of course, that was only what Han Sen was able to see. He couldn't be sure whether or not there were any more inside. Perhaps I will indeed have to just give up this pursuit. Han Sen gritted his teeth, hating his own suggestion. It was fairly obvious he'd be unable to deal with all the super creatures inside there. But he still did not want to just pack up and leave. It wasn't easy trying to locate and secure a second-generation super creature, so it was fairly bad for it just to be taken away from him in the manner it was. Screw it. I'm going to risk it. Let's see just how powerful this super spirit shelter really is. Even if I'm too weak, they'll be unable to kill me. If I can't get back the prey I worked so hard to nab, I'm going to mess this place up. Clenching his jaw, Han Sen ran towards the purple door. The big monster and Han Sen considered each other friends for the time being, and Han Sen was willing to try to help open the door for it. If they both got inside, it might actually be possible for the big monster to take on 2 super creatures all by itself. If Han Sen performed better, the prospect of earning a few more easy kills for himself would be delightful. Although the chances of this happening were slim, he was happy enough just to raise a little hell for the shelter as payback. Han Sen ran before the gate, as the giant monster did its best to get it open. While the door remained undamaged, it was coated in the battered monster's blood. Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike and tried fitting it where the seam for the double doors should be. As the wreck spike drilled into the door, countless sparks illuminated the area. But still, despite his efforts, the doors couldn't be opened. Not a single chip of the door was broken away either. And now, Han Sen was beginning to think it was too difficult. Boom! The big monster, seeing that Han Sen was unable to open the door, hit it once more. Its mouth spat out blood, and it screamed in pain. This is not going to work. Even if we barge in now, we'll be half dead. Death would be all but certain upon our entry. Han Sen gritted his teeth and flew into the shelter from above. The shelter was veiled in cloud, and he couldn't see a single thing. But right now, in his state of mind, he cared little. Han Sen was going to fly in, try to open the door from the inside, and let the big monster in. The fog lay heavy, and Han Sen made sure to summon his most useful beast souls before entering the mist. He pierced into the clouds without hindrance, but as he entered, a frightful feeling crept along his spine and chilled him to the bone. Han Sen saw a fire-wreathed shadow approach from his side. If he wasn't wearing his devil eye mask, he wouldn't have caught its coming. Dong! The little angel came over to cover him, and her great sword collided with something in the fog. She was knocked back a bit, but before anything else could happen, their phantom assailant retreated into the deeper recesses of the mist. Before Han Sen could continue his journey through the fog, the shadow came at them again from another side. It was fortunate Han Sen was able to follow it as it neared, and command the little angel to respond appropriately. While Han Sen commanded her to deflect the shadow's incoming attack, Han Sen took advantage of the window of opportunity and flew faster through the fog towards the shelter. He knew that the shelter's walls were only 100 meters away, but it now felt as if he had traveled several hundred meters. And still, he had yet to see the ground. Oh no! The wretched realization that this was no ordinary fog dawned on Han Senator. He wanted to leave its stuffy clutch, but it was too late. Despite flying back a few hundred meters again, in the direction he had come, he was unable to exit. He wasn't going anywhere. But Han Sen was at least glad he was in possession of the Devil Eye Mask, so he could watch any creature that lurked inside the mist. It did well to keep him alert and out of danger. It seems as if there is only one super creature hiding out here in the mist with me. If the others don't come near, then perhaps I'll be able to kill it one-on-one. Han Sen thought to himself. He did not believe whatever super creature lurked around him would pose too much danger. And even without his Devil Eye Mask, he could use his Dongxian aura to sense its presence and see it coming. The only problem was the need to deal with it quickly. If he didn't take care of it soon, it was only a matter of time before the big monster down below would beat itself to death against the doors. If that happened, Han Sen would have one less ally on the field. The Evil Eye Mask could only enable Han Sen to watch the shadow of the creature. It was a life force, one that seemed to have been wrapped in flames. He couldn't quite see what sort of super creature it was. The little angel could not see very well in the mist, and she had to rely on the commands of her master for when and where to react. Han Sen quietly drew his peacock crossbow and loaded it with Z-steel bolts. He propped it up, ready for the creature's reemergence. Dong! The little angel used her great sword to knock away an incoming shadow. Han Sen did not do anything yet, and he just patiently watched it. The flaming shadow failed in its attempts to attack a few times, and it appeared to be frustrated. So, it gave up trying to strike them, sunk into the mist, and watched the two in return. Han Sen pretended as if he could not see it, rolling his head in a number of different directions to feign inattention. But in truth, aside from the creature, he really could not see anything else. When he was outside, he had managed to catch the presence of other super creatures by spotting their life forces. But now, inside the mist, this singular life force was the only anomaly he could make out. After observing for a while, the flame began to believe Han Sen and the little angel had truly lost their target. It sailed through the fog behind Han Sen and slowly approached. Han Sen continued looking left and right, as if he had no idea where it was coming from. But with the Dongxian aura that he cast a while ago, he was able to keep an eye on its every slight movement. The flaming shadow came within 10 meters of Han Sen when it suddenly became enraged, and it launched itself towards the mist's intruder. The moment the flame got close to Han Sen, he quickly turned around and used his flaming Rex spike to block the attack while his left hand fired the peacock crossbow repeatedly. Consecutively, he fired 8 of the Z-steel bolts towards the foe. Pang! But Han Sen and the Rex spike were rocked away upon the collision, which negatively affected his accuracy. Still, he heard a foreign noise in the mist sound 3 times. 3 of the 8 bolts had found their target. At the same time, Little Angel flew to the shadow's head and brought down the great sword upon it with all her might. Roar! The flaming shadow screamed in agony, seemingly injured by the bolts. Frantically, it tried to scramble back into the cover of the mist. But under the all-seeing gaze of the devil-eye mask, Han Sen was able to observe its every move. With the little angel by his side, he took off after the misty menace. The creature had been well and truly fooled by Han Sen, and now the little angel instantly caught up with the monster. She swung her sword like a loon and brought an end to the fleeing monster's escape. Han Sen fired the peacock crossbow again, emptying the other 6 bolts. The timing could not have been more perfect, as the creature had just exhausted all its strength in avoiding the brutal cleaves of the little angel's great sword. More moans rumbled out across the fog, as 4 of the bolts found their target. The creature trembled. Like a sudden streak of light, the little angel shot right past the creature. As she did so, a head launched into the sky, trailing blood. Before the choking mist could be dyed red, it began to disappear with the felling of its master. Super creature Mirage Gas Freak killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. The mist faded, and Han Sen's prior vision of the shelter's walls and gate returned to him. It was only 10 meters away now. The Mirage Gas Freak that the little angel had slain began to fade away. It was strange, like a cat. The head had been lopped off, and that too began to melt away with the body. Dong! A life geno essence, one that looked like an orb of solid mist, fell to the ground. Han Sen made sure to pick it up, and after doing so, flew to the back of the gate that had previously barred their passage. Then, he lifted and removed the bolt that prevented its opening. After doing so, he made sure to make a quick escape backwards. Boom! The purple door was smashed open by the big monster. With a loud roar, it marched inside without hesitation. Inside the shelter was a large and beautiful palace, but strangely, it now seemed devoid of creatures or spirits. The place seemed empty. When the mirage cloud totally disappeared, Han Sen's vision became clearer. He couldn't see any creatures. Even the small monster that had been captured by the black tiger was totally gone, and not even its screams could be heard anymore. Pang! The big monster quickly arrived before the grand palace, and at its tall doors, it again tried to open them by throwing its weight. It wanted to see with its own eyes whether or not the little monster was inside. Its strike did not collapse the palace, but as Han Sen watched, he saw the flash of a sword. Suddenly, a huge, bloody gash had been drawn deep into the big monster's hardy scales. The big monster roared in agony, as its giant body tumbled a few steps backward. Blood cascaded from the wound, coloring its scales. From inside the palace, a shadow creature emerged, wielding a steel greatsword and clad in steel armor. Taking a closer look, Han Sen noticed that the armaments were not actually affixed to a person or creature. Despite being fitted in the shape of a human, the armor was not actually clothing anyone. The armor was empty, as if it were possessed. In between the plating of the armor, all he could espy was the flicker of a ghostly green light. Is this a creature? Or is it a spirit? Han Sen watched the armored monster with uncertainty. Roar! The steel armor moved, and so too did the 2-meter-long greatsword. Its speed and power was most impressive, and it left another deep cleft in the big monster's body. A green light imbued and enshrouded the greatsword, exceeding the length of the weapon by an additional meter. The green light looked sharp, and for it to break through the scales of the behemoth, it must have been far more powerful than the great sword the little angel wielded. Although the big monster tried to step on the possessed armor below, it was too heavy and slow. It missed the phantom foe, and upon bringing its foot down, the menace began chopping it up. The leg oozed blood from every cut, and the monster screamed in absolute agony. Hansen thought of helping it out, but he saw 3 other monsters enter from the sides of the plaza before the palace. They were being surrounded. A 30-meter-tall ape, a 4-legged snake, and a winged black tiger all appeared, each from a different direction. The winged black tiger roared and approached them. Hansen commanded his little angel to engage the tiger. The snake and the ape approached Hansen together. The ape threw a fist down towards Hansen, an attack which he dodged with ease. But the force of that fist was such that the ground quaked. The 4-legged snake flung out its tongue, which looked like a bloody whip. It was incredibly fast, and it almost tangled and knotted its way around Hansen. His flaming Rex spike retaliated with a strike against the big ape's arm, which only created a light scuff. He couldn't damage it. The 4-legged snake was too fast for Hansen, and it was difficult for him to evade in between dishing out his own attacks. One-on-one was already difficult enough, but now he was being challenged by 2. This was an extremely dangerous situation for him to be in. Pang! Hansen tried to dodge the snake's attack, but he was dealt a blow by the ape instead. His body was launched away as if it had been fired from a cannon. He traveled a dozen meters and slammed into the palace wall. With his body in a crumpled heap, he spat out blood. The snake and ape didn't relent, and Hansen jumped away with pain in his chest as they approached. He leapt near the big monster and used his flaming Rex spike against the armored phantom monster. Dong! The armored phantom saw the incoming strike, and it raised its greatsword to block it. In the collision, Hansen took a few steps back. The ape and the snake managed to catch up with him, and the big monster decided to aid Hansen in return. It roared and ran toward the ape. The 2 monsters were incredibly loud as they duked it out, every impact between them making a deafening noise. The big monster was having difficulty with the agile armored phantom, but fared far better against the ape. Hansen cast his Dongshin aura to do battle with the armored phantom. It was far better for him to deal with that than to attempt to combat the massive ape. This exchange of opponents was the right move, as it placed them both in the realm of combat they exceeded in. Still, the snake was after Hansen, and this made him frown. Fairy, I have taken care of you for far too long with no return. It's about time you do something for me. Hansen leapt out of the way of the snake's razor tongue, brought out the scallop shell, and threw it towards the snake. The snake avoided the scallop, and it fell down to the ground. The lid of the scallop finally moved, and the fairy emerged from it in a rage. She looked at the snake and immediately cast her icy self-buffs and flew directly before it. Hansen sighed. It was fortunate for him that the fairy was willing to aid him in his time of need and wasn't going to remain her lazy self in such dire circumstances. Now that every creature had a single rival of its own, Hansen was able to focus his attention solely on the phantom armor. The phantom armor was still an obscenely powerful foe, and its agility and finesse with the blade was just as good as Hansen's. Against strength that far outmatched his own, Hansen had to take advantage of the one area of combat he did have an advantage in: speed. But the armored phantom swung its green light-wreathed steel greatsword with tremendous power. When Hansen brought his flaming Rex spike up to deflect it, his weapon was given a fairly large dent. Following this, Hansen did not dare interact with his enemy's sword directly. He used his Dongshin aura and cast a formation to outpace his opponent. He found an opening in which he could safely attack, so he quickly took advantage of it and swung the Rex spike. It struck the ghostly armor to little effect, so he quickly fell back. Hansen then thought of attacking a gap in the armor, since that might allow him to deal the damage he sought. The flaming Rex spike, however, was too big. It wouldn't have been able to strike the fine slits that existed between the armor plating. Hansen continued dodging the attacks of its green light, and at the same time thought to himself, It's a shame that the raw Z-steel shortsword I asked the Wang family to forge for me has yet to be completed. If I had it with me now, this would be a great opportunity to test its effectiveness. Without any other choice, Han Sen drew a raw Z-steel bolt in his hand. When the time was right, he could use his hand to drive it through what was possibly the weak spot of the Phantom Menace. Elsewhere, the little angel and the black tiger continued battling each other in airborne combat. The body of the black tiger was like metal, and the claws of its paws were incredibly lethal. It didn't have a single disadvantage when going against the little angel, so it was difficult to presume which one might emerge victorious. The battle between the big ape and the big monster was the bloodiest of all. They were both vitality-based super creatures, and each of their attacks rocked and shook the shelter. They had both been brutally injured as they fought. This was especially so for the big monster, that had been severely injured before starting to fight. In the battle with the ape, its wounds had been exploited, and the behemoth was not in good condition. The fairy was the most relaxed creature of all. The snake was slower than she was, and the tongue could never latch onto its target. The frosty projectiles the fairy cast out only made it slower, as well. Pang! The fairy threw her little fist out and smacked the snake's face fiercely. Almost instantly, blood was drawn from its hideous mouth. The snake did seem very powerful, however, and it didn't seem likely that the fairy could end its life anytime soon. Han Sen could not deal with the armored phantom on his own, though, and seeing the big monster about to be defeated by the big ape, he became worried. If the big monster fell, it would tip the scales of their battle off balance and they would be unfairly matched. If that were to occur, he'd have no choice but to fall back. Han Sen gritted his teeth and cast Dongxian Sutra. He turned his own energy into a holy light, and when he found the right moment, he cast the holy light onto the big monster to heal its wounds. The holy light he simulated, received from the rhino, had incredible healing properties. When the cast light reached the wounds, they instantly began to seal themselves up. Han Sen tried his hardest to cast the holy light and heal the big monster's wounds, and it wasn't long before its vitality was restored enough for it to continue its fight with renewed vigor. Han Sen felt relieved. At least I have a grip on the situation for the time being. Han Sen returned his focus to the armored phantom. With his Dongxian aura, it was not difficult to use his Dongxian powers to dodge his foe's attacks. Han Sen did not expect to defeat him in his current situation, but he at least wanted to drag out their fight and buy some time for his other companions to resolve their own battles. In between his evasions, Han Sen took every chance he could to continue healing the big monster, so it could carry on fighting the fearsome ape. Han Sen was primarily waiting for the fairy to finish killing the snake. Once she was done, he envisioned a snowball effect in which they could outnumber the others and end them. Fighting the armored phantom alone was a little too much for him. It's a shame that Little Silver is still evolving. If it was done by now, bringing about an end to these felons and the shelter they inhabit would be easy peasy. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen continued using his Dongxian aura to scan the armored phantom. He had managed to learn that it was a second-generation super creature of sorts, and it harbored a strange and unique energy flow. Could this energy flow be what's activating the green light to enshroud and empower the sword? If it is, that's brilliant. The light is extremely efficient. But that aside, doesn't it just look so cool? Han Sen kept walking backwards, watching and recording the phantom's energy flow. The fairy was doing fairly well. Her little fists were repeatedly unleashed against the snake's head, and each punch shook blood from the battered face. When the blood reached the ground, however, it became ice. Han Sen scanned the snake and saw that its energy flow was all blurry. This told him it was a first-generation super creature. The great ape was the same as well, a first-generation super creature. The black tiger in the sky was too far away from him for now, so he couldn't tell just yet. Han Sen noticed that the snake was about to be killed by the fairy, but his sudden burst of happiness was snatched away by a stronger feeling of dread. Deep inside the shelter, a life force approached. It did not venture their way fast, but that made it all the more ominous. The life force was horridly powerful. Han Sen used his devil eye mask to take a look, and he saw a flaming red life force arise. Whatever was headed their way was getting closer. Oh no! This shelter has another super creature. Han Sen immediately became disheartened at this worrying revelation. He had tirelessly battled to reach this stage, and the thought of having to flee without a reward was criminal. If the horrible creature joined in the fight, the scales of the battle's balance would be tipped and there would be no way to restore them. But again, Han Sen did not feel right in simply abandoning the fight. As he saw the snake about to be killed by the fairy, he gritted his teeth and ran towards the horrible energy that approached. If he could slow its advance for a while, and allow the fairy to finish off the snake, he might have a chance. The armored phantom did not allow its foe to leave so suddenly, and it pursued him. As he continued to evade, Han Sen did not halt in his race towards the ghastly energy. After skipping past 15 buildings, he came to a long staircase that reached for the skies. At its top, a larger palace rested. On the stairs, an elegant woman gently descended. Her body was incredible, and she was around a foot taller than Han Senator still. Her scaling was perfect. Her long legs led to a slim waist, which acted as a pedestal for the grand boobs that lay above. In the black armor she was robed in, she exuded a presence of power and respect. She was like a panther, a female feline that was both beautiful and cruel. That is the spirit of this shelter? Han Sen now revised his earlier thoughts, when he had believed that the armored phantom was the spirit of the shelter. The spirit looked at Han Sen coldly. Her eyes were chilling, with her long black hair that flowed down to the ground. She gave Han Sen a murderous gaze. The spirit was dressed in armor, but she wore no helmet. Atop her head rested a crown. She wielded no weapons, either, but her pretty white hands gave out a feeling of lethality. I have to somehow hold on and keep her busy until the fairy is done with the snake. Han Sen gritted his teeth. He did not wait for the spirit to descend the stairs but raced up towards her instead. He had just finished enhancing his Dongxian aura, so his abilities of perception had greatly improved. With the grace of movement gifted by Dongxian powers, he believed he could kite two super creatures for some amount of time. The armored phantom was still on Han Sen's heels, and the way it moved now seemed angry. It seemed displeased at its opponent's decision to disrespect the spirit that was descending, and so it swung its sword with far greater aggression. Han Sen made use of his Dongxian movements and pushed them to the max. This way it was difficult for the phantom to strike him. After walking a few hundred steps, the spirit looked at Han Sen with much disgust and disdain as she stepped down to meet him. She raised her fist and attempted to punch her incoming aggressor. It didn't seem as if she exerted much strength, but its speed was as if her fist had teleported. It suddenly collided with Han Sen's belly. Pang! Han Sen's body rocketed all the way back down the stairs like a meteor. He smacked into the roof of a building, which ruined its delicate tiling. The armor on Han Sen's armor had many cracks upon it, and there was now an exposed area. Han Sen removed himself from the rooftop with a mouth full of blood. The spirit's punch was not one that could miss, but it happened so suddenly he didn't have what it took to dodge. Fortunately, Han Sen was fast, and the power she used was clearly not at max capacity. His armor would have entirely been destroyed if she had used more force, he imagined. The armored phantom jumped down from the stairs, slashing at Han Sen with the green light great sword. Stepping quickly, Han Sen was able to dodge the attack. His eyes drifted towards the spirit. She was so fast he'd have to keep an eye on her. If she was to attack him again, he would have no chance of dodging. Han Sen's senses were powerful, though, and he could predict when she planned to make a move. Now was the time for Han Sen to properly test what he had recently spent much time practicing. The spirit looked at Han Sen and raised her fist. She fired it in his direction. The moment she swung her fist, it accelerated. Han Sen's eyes were not able to perceive how she performed this attack, but her entire body seemed to teleport directly before him. His excellent senses were indeed able to capture the granular details of her movements. With a move of his leg, he slid his body slightly to the side and dodged her attack successfully. The spirit, seeing her fist miss its target, looked shocked. In this small moment, Han Sen swung his own fist at the spirit's belly in a form of payback. But the spirit's body just disappeared as if it had teleported away. His fist was so close, but it missed. Han Sen felt as if he was being bullied by two legendary elites. Not a single second went by without his life dangling by a thread. The spirit's speed was so high, it might as well have been teleportation. Coupled with the armored phantom's indestructible greatsword, Han Sen could do little but dodge, and dodge some more. Han Sen's proficiency with Dongxian movement was as high as it could go, and with the aid of his Dongxian aura, he was able to predict the movements of both of his aggressors. Thus, Han Sen was able to remain a single step ahead of his opposition. It wasn't easy, however, and the pressure from his enemies continued to mount. One tiny little misstep was all it would take to land him in a fatal predicament. But Han Sen stayed as focused as he could. He couldn't afford to be distracted, and all idle thoughts were cast from his mind. The fortitude of his mind went entirely into perceiving and predicting exactly which foe would do what at any given second. The spirit was so fast that he was entirely reliant on prediction. The armored phantom's weapon was unbelievably sharp, and since he couldn't withstand or deflect it, dodging was his only lifeline versus it, as well. Slash. Another blade swing fell towards him, and this time, Han Sen was unable to dodge it entirely. The back plating of his armor was torn off, and it led to him bleeding heavily. Pang! The spirit now appeared at Han Sen's left, and her manic fist punched towards his heart. He could only half-dodge this, too. Her fist was driven into his arm instead, and his shoulder was instantly dislocated. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and tried to maintain his composure. He couldn't afford to slow down, so he continued to dodge. As he went on, he healed any wounds he incurred with his holy light. "Come on, fairy. Hurry up. I can't hold out much longer," Han Sen pleaded within. His fitness had yet to reach the level of a celestial being. Dealing with one of these villains might have been fine, but competing with two simultaneously was too much. Han Sen's back received a punch by the spirit, and he was launched 50 meters into the sky. With arrow, he altered the trajectory of his fall to avoid the follow-up attack that was set to be delivered by the armored phantom. Han Sen knew if this was to continue, he'd be dead well before the fairy finished up with the snake. He didn't want to rely on her help, either, so he turned his thoughts to how he might prevent the attacks of his assailants. Han Sen started to use arrow more and more. With the vast amount of space he had, he could utilize it for greater formations and subsequent predictions. Han Sen's heart was galloping like mad, as energy started to generate within his arms. Once his mind calmed, his judgment and outlook were brought clarity. With this, the situation slightly improved, but only by a little bit. Under the oppression of two wretched foes such as these, no matter what Han Sen did, he'd be at a disadvantage. A single mistake was enough to end his life. Every time they attacked now, however, Han Sen sustained more wounds. Although they weren't deadly, they put him in greater danger through their debilitations. The Devilant King armor was damaged now as well. If this was to keep up, it could shatter. If that occurred, then his situation would hit rock bottom. Han Sen emptied his mind and focused on his judgment. As he did so, he tried to lure them into a trap he was formulating. With his heart and mind free from the burden of thought, the damage he'd receive could be minimized. As Han Sen used his Dongxian aura, his appearance was inherently bloody. It was as if he had taken a dip in a pool of blood. His eyes were still solid, however. During the time spent practicing Hand of God and sparring against Qin Xian, this was what he had been preparing for. This was the true life or death trial of his Dongxian aura. But even in the midst of the brutality of what was unfolding, his ability with it was actually improving. Han Sen's mind was not occupied with a single other thought, and although he had sustained more wounds than ever, never before had he been so relaxed. Boom! Suddenly, Han Sen felt as if his head blew up. A strange sensation overtook his mind, as if the very core of his mind was extending. He was becoming one with the Dongxian aura. In this stage, the spirit and the armored phantom's movements became entirely predictable. It was like he could easily view and foresee a trail of exactly where they planned to go and how. Even though Han Sen could not see the spirit prep her frenetic attacks, he could dodge them with ease. It was difficult to describe what he was feeling, but Han Sen knew now that he had reached the pinnacle of what was possible with the Dongxian aura. It was most certainly as good as the eighth sense. He had reached the zenith of perception. Han Sen's body felt at ease. Under the oppression of two wretched monsters, he could dodge perfectly and even find the time to fight back. Still, there was no point in him fighting back. And doing so would be a needless depletion of energy. But Han Sen was still exuberantly happy over his development. All he would have to do now was stall the advance of his enemies, and once the fairy was done with the snake, she could come over and help. That would change the tide of the battle. The spirit was now starting to understand what was going on. Although they were both stronger than Han Sen, they were unable to do anything to him. If this continued, they realized that the fairy would be done with the snake and things would end up unfavorably for them. The spirit frowned, and it seemed as if it issued an order to the phantom. The armored phantom turned around and departed. It ran over to the snake, seeking to support it. Han Sen's face changed. He knew he could not allow the armored phantom to go support the snake. Gritting his teeth, Han Sen ran up the stairs. He planned to run up to the spirit hall. The eyes of the spirit flashed, and it immediately picked up its speed in an attempt to stop Han Sen. Left and right, Han Sen's body bobbed and weaved without reprieve. He kept dropping red herrings of movement to mislead the spirit. Although the spirit was physically faster than him, she could not stop Han Sen on his ascent towards the spirit hall. Han Sen thought the spirit would call the armored phantom back, so he could maneuver for more time and give the fairy the chance she needed to finish off the snake. But the spirit did not do this. She did not call for the return of the armored phantom. She stopped moving, and a darkness swelled and consumed her eyes. In that moment, the pupils of the spirit became wider. The white of her eyes turned black, and it seemed as if a strange, dark light swirled inside. Her black armor suddenly looked as if it was on fire, and it was wreathed in what appeared to be a black flame. It looked quite similar to Han Sen's devil unicorn smoke. Within that black fire, the spirit's life force became much more powerful. As he noticed this, Han Sen's heart jumped, unable to imagine what sort of power brewed within the spirit that gave him chase. Han Sen suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at the spirit, which looked like a true monarch, and noticed his muscles begin to tighten. It was not as if he didn't want to go any further, he was just taken aback. The spirit had locked on an attack, and if he moved an inch further, he'd be cut down. But if he just stood there, the spirit's energy would grow until she unleashed an attack of devastating power. At that point, there'd be no way for Han Sen to get out of its way. Although Han Sen's abilities of prediction were at their peak, if the spirit unleashed an attack he could not react to in any way, then the predictions were pointless. The spirit's energy kept rising, and it gave him a horrid feeling. Damn it! Cold sweat formed on Han Sen's forehead. Seeing the spirit building her power, while he was unable to do anything about it, was scary. I'll have to risk it. Han Sen could not think of another way out of this predicament. He gathered his power for a sonic thunder punch and readied himself to take the hit. With a frightening attack like the one the spirit prepared to unleash, Han Sen didn't think she'd recover to perform one like it again. Assuming he could withstand the collision, this was his chance. If he failed, however, at the very most he would lose his armor, gargoyle glyph, and devil unicorn. He had maximized his defense, and with all those beast souls shielding him, the spirit's attack couldn't be a one-hit kill, at least. Boom! After Han Sen's fist had collected all the power it needed, he watched the black flame wreathed, witch-like spirits suddenly make her move. In the distance between the two of them, space collapsed and became disrupted. Then the spirit disappeared. It was as if she had fallen into that collapsed dimension, zapped out of existence. Han Sen's pupils shrank, unable to catch the spirit's movement pattern. His heart was shocked, as all his senses could do was fire an alarm telling him of an imminent threat. one that was big and scary. Boom! Han Sen couldn't spare much time, so he threw his fist. The silver lightning in his fist split the atmosphere, as lightning bolts flickered in all directions. Lightning and thunder rolled with a deafening volume, enough to pop eardrums and rattle the brain. In the next second, the spirit suddenly appeared in front of Han Senator. Her cold, monarch-like face was near enough to touch nose to nose. Her jade-white fist was driven into his belly. Boom! Han Sen wanted to dodge it, but doing so was impossible. When the spirit punched his belly, his armor shattered as broken plates and splintered metal rained down. Han Sen himself was cast into the air once more, and his flight was stopped by the sudden collision with a stone pillar. Beneath the force of that wretched attack, the back of his armor was cracked. The gargoyle glyph had been completely broken, and the beast soul disintegrated into dust. The devil unicorn did little to hinder physical attacks. It was still there with him, but it didn't do much. Fortunately, the armor was not entirely broken, but it was in disarray and was near enough done for. Han Sen spit out some blood and returned the Devil Ant King armor. If it was to sustain another blow, the Devil Ant King armor would surely break. He only had one super armor, so he couldn't risk losing the only one he had. Without the protection of super armor, however, fighting would be much more difficult and risky for Han Senator. His fitness was rather high, but it still wasn't high enough to face off against super creatures. Seeing how things were, Han Sen made preparations to leave. He acknowledged the direness of the situation and his inability to fight. With the way things had been going, death would surely be the only outcome to this entire affair. The holy light flowed out from his body to heal his wounds. After that, he quickly ran out the gates of the shelter. Just as Han Sen expected, though, the spirit could not teleport in pursuit of him after her last attack. But unlike Han Sen, her condition wasn't one of utter exhaustion. She could still deal more damage than he could. After Han Sen used his sonic thunder punch, his body became weak. He couldn't dwell on it, so he cast arrow with his knackered body and took off into the skies in an escape from the shelter and its occupying spirit. He didn't dare use his wings. If he used the Berserk Sacred Blood wings, then he'd be much slower. Arrow used the power of a person's body to fly as fast as they could. But the spirit leapt 100 meters into the sky and appeared directly in front of Han Senator. He veered away, circling the sky like a strange bird. He dodged her next attack, but it was only now that he realized the spirit's black flames worked as wings and gave it the ability of flight. I really have put my life on the line coming here. Han Sen gritted his teeth and prepared to run for his life instead. But then, he suddenly heard a catch a noise. The noise came from inside his pack, and at that moment, Han Sen became exuberantly happy. He thought to himself, "Is Little Silver going to finish evolving?" But Han Sen did not have the time to take a look just yet. He continued to fly as fast as he could, evading the spirit's attacks like a dogfight. But after that one sound, there were no further noises. His heart sank once more, and so he returned his focus to fleeing. He also called back to the fairy, telling her, "Run, fairy," after Han Sen said that he took to his attempt of flight. Just as he was about to escape from the shelter, his heart jumped again. Damn it! It's happening again. He looked back and saw the spirit gathering her power once more, undoubtedly seeking to unleash the same attack she had previously. Han Sen gritted his teeth and prepared to summon the little angel back, so she could deflect the attack for him. If he sustained the same attack again, he'd be grievously injured. But suddenly, another catcha sounded from inside his pack. A familiar energy came out of it, and it appeared as if something was indeed hatching inside. Boom! In Han Sen's moment of pause, the spirit already broke the atmosphere with her follow-up attack. Han Sen lost track of her, and he knew now that it was too late to summon the little angel back. The spirit appeared in front of Han Sen, with a fist determined to drive into his waist once more. With such incredible speed, and at such a close distance, Han Sen could not do anything to avoid it. But within that second, Han Sen saw the spirit's face change. Her black pupils reduced in size and her cold face displayed a glimmer of emotion. Shock. Boom! A silver lightning bolt appeared from Han Sen's waist. Like bright moonlight, it struck her incoming fist. Arg! Amidst the silver lightning, the electricity coursed through and electrified the spirit's body. She looked up and screamed out to the heavens in pain. The silver lightning leapt and crackled all around her continuously, and with every jolt of electricity, cracks appeared in her armor. Most frighteningly, her body convulsed and twisted into crooked shapes unwillingly under the effect of the lightning attacks. The white lightning came out from near Han Sen's waist, and its origin point was shaped like the head of a fox. As the lightning continued to stream out to electrify Han Sen's foe, the rest of the fox's body started to form. Its body was followed by the legs and paws. His tail came last. The white lightning fox ended up being 2 meters tall, and from this newly formed creation, lightning sparkled across its fur. It was an immaculate creature, one that was truly beautiful, but at the same time, it exuded an intimidating presence, and it possessed a power that could almost be felt. It was difficult to look upon it straight. Boom! The silver lightning fox became a shadow, and it quickly appeared in front of the spirit like real lightning. Even if the spirit hadn't been paralyzed, Han Sen doubted her ability to stop such a sudden movement from the fox. Catcha! The spirit tried to raise her fist and repel the incoming lightning. She impeded the brutal talon-laden paws of the fox, but not the electricity. Beneath the continuing greater discharges, her armor suffered more and more cracks and tears. The cracks formed quickly like breaking glass, coursing all across the armor as the lightning itself did. The thunder fox turned itself into a lightning bolt, and it repeatedly drove itself into the spirit. Although the spirit could just about dodge many of the attacks, she could not remove herself from the widespread lightning that surrounded each strike. Crack! The spirit's armor could no longer withstand the constant current of electricity. It shattered into tiny pieces. Without the protection of the armor, her naked body could only tremble and shake under her constant electrocution. Loudly, she screamed in agony. The silver fox did not show restraint. While the spirit was still paralyzed in the electricity, it turned into another lightning bolt and attacked the spirit. 3 scratch marks appeared across her chest, which drew a cascade of blood. Silver lightning breached her exposed wounds, and they filled up with the thunderous power. Han Sen was surprised that the silver fox had evolved into a thunder fox that could keep attacking in the air. The spirit's body did not cease gushing blood, and in one final attack, her body was torn apart by the thunder fox. She was utterly torn apart by the evolved pet, which returned her to the spirit stone inside the spirit hall. Under his breath, Han Sen could only mutter the words, "Little Silver." The adult silver fox was far stronger than he imagined it would be. It could beat a super spirit, and although the attacks first came sneakily, its power was still a gobsmacking spectacle. When the lightning disappeared, the silver fox still looked small and gentle. It didn't look any bigger, and even appeared to have shrunk a little. It was only 1 foot long, but it had a coat of magnificent fur. The silver fox looked as elegant as it ever did, and it leapt onto Han Sen's shoulder with no change of personality. Han Sen was extremely glad, and he took off running up to the spirit hall. It took a while for spirits to respawn, so now was the perfect time for him to nab the spirit stone. Although Han Sen's body was still weak, he didn't care too much. After descending from the sky, he ran to the hall as fast as his tired legs could carry him. Inside the spirit hall, it looked like a holy temple. A giant statue stood proud and tall in the center of the hall, and Han Sen wondered what sort of power might have resided within. On the statue's forehead, there was a spirit stone that looked very much like a black hole. It burnt with a bright flame, reminiscent of the day the universe was born. The spirit was regathering itself inside, preparing itself for a respawn. Acknowledging this, Han Sen did not slow down. He jumped into the sky and landed on the statue's nose. He reached up, grabbed the spirit stone, and held it in his hand. Because the spirit was still respawning, it did not immediately appear from the stone. But then, all of a sudden, a black flame appeared. In front of Han San, a black hole manifested. Initially, it was quite large, but it gradually shrank in size until at last, the spirit reappeared. With a complicated expression, she showed no animosity and just knelt before Han Senator. She put her right hand on the left side of her chest, lowered her head and said, "I, Moment Queen, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity." As she spoke, she turned into a black light and entered Han Sen's sea of soul. He heard the creatures elsewhere in the shelter all roar in a panic or frenzy. When he went out to take a look, all the creatures in the shelter were gone. The fairy flew in front of Han San and kept performing gestures, twirling her body as if to tell him how brave, fearless, and helpful she had been. She was trying to say she had done a lot for him. "Thanks a lot. How about I reward you with something good for your services?" Han San brought out a geno creation pill and gave it to the fairy. She very much enjoyed eating those, just like the silver fox did. The giant monster ran up to the palace, and when Han San went to check up on it, he found the big monster licking its dying young. Despite being covered in blood, nothing could veil the big monster's sadness. The little monster was on the ground, twitching and crying. It was dying. It had been grievously injured and dragged here without a remedy, and by now, it had almost entirely bled out. The little monster had a high vitality, which had allowed it to remain alive up until now, clutching its final fleeting moments of life. If this was any other super creature, it'd have died a long time ago. The big monster cried aloud to the sky, and after a brief pause, rushed to Han Senator. Han San was shocked, thinking the monster wished to exact revenge on him for being partially responsible. He spawned his little angel in preparation for another fight. When the big monster came before Han San, it knelt in front of him as if to beg. It was quite the surprising scene to witness, watching a mountain-large beast kneel in front of him. It was difficult to describe the feelings one would get from the sight. "Do you want me to save it?" Han San understood what the big monster desired from him. So he obliged and used the holy light to heal its baby. The big monster knew of the light's effectiveness from when Han San had used the ability on it, so the creature thought he might be able to use it on his young, as well. "If I save it, will you adhere to my commands?" Han San asked after a while of thought. Now that he had the power to kill two super creatures, doing so would have increased his super geno points by a large amount. But instead, he cooperated with the monster, for he felt sympathy for them. What was most important for him right now was claiming an Empire-class shelter, a shelter that needed protection. It would only be a matter of time before Han San maxed out his super geno points, and getting two massive creatures such as these to guard one's home was not very common. After thinking things over, Han San decided to help the little monster and the big monster out. "Roar!" The big monster roared and knelt before Han San again, signaling its willingness to adhere to Han Sen's commands. Inside the spirit hall, Han San sat down on the throne. As he did so, he observed Moment Queen. This was his first time learning that the officially defined class for a super spirit was King class. "I may obey you, but we are both King spirits. If you dare mistreat me, I will self-destruct without hesitation," Moment Queen said harshly, biting down on her teeth. "We are both King spirits?" Han San looked at Moment Queen with much shock. It seemed as if his super body had earned him the status of a king spirit. Moment Queen continued to look on Han San without saying another word. She believed Han San was only toying with her. If Han San wasn't a king spirit, she would have self-destructed already, not obeying him for a single moment. They were both king spirits, so she already thought it was embarrassing enough for her to obey Han Senator. If she didn't have something else to live for, she would have self-destructed by now as well. "Okay. Tell me what you want." Han San looked at Moment Queen with curiosity. He had just now learned that the type of body he had was also a type of status. His super body had granted him the body of a king-class spirit. This also earned him a 100% success rate when claiming spirits that were below king class themselves. If they were at the same level, the success rate was random. Moment Queen had sworn her vow already, but it was evident that she had done so against her will. Quite clearly then, obtaining a super spirit was no small feat as such. Han Sen did not want her to explode, and he valued the prospect of her becoming quite the fighter for him. I can adhere to your commands, but first, you must aid me in finishing my own evolution. Give me a chance to ascend to the third god's sanctuary again, Moment Queen said with certainty. Again? Are you saying you came from there? Han Sen heard what she had to say and was visibly surprised by the revelation. I used to be there, yes, but I committed a crime that is not so easily forgiven, and thus I was sent back here. Moment Queen wore a complicated look. Ah, what crime would that be? Han Sen looked at Moment Queen with profound interest. I killed the son of a king, Moment Queen said without emotion. What king? That sounds fairly powerful. Han Sen's interest continued to grow. Moment Queen responded, the spirits are at war in the third god's sanctuary. If the opposing faction can be defeated, the victor assumes rule. And you dared to kill the son of the king? You really are something. Han Sen paused and then continued to say, that means if you return to the third god's sanctuary, you will be hunted. Yes. If you are afraid of this, set me free. Free yourself of the burden that is me. Moment Queen coldly said. Well, that is a bridge we can cross when we come to it sometime further down the line. But tell me, how can you return to the third god's sanctuary? Han Sen asked. But after this, Han Sen thought of a more important question. If his king spirit super body was the same as a king spirit, that meant when he reached the level of a celestial being, his king spirit talents would be triggered. If he truly counted as a king spirit, that meant he could enter the third god's sanctuary like other king spirits did. He would not have to go through the evolution pool. Han Sen thought if he entered that place as a king spirit, and used the evolution pool anyway, he might earn something special. Therefore, Han Sen wanted to know how the king spirits entered the third god's sanctuary and learn of whether or not there were any benefits to their form of ascendance. If this was similar to what happened to the rhino, he may have considered it. At least it wasn't too random. It must take an extremely powerful spirit to be able to return to the second god's sanctuary, and then return to the third god's sanctuary immediately after. Moment Queen explained things to Han Sen, and they were just as he had presumed. If spirits wanted to go there, they had to max out their king spirit genopoints. When their king spirit genopoint total reached 100, they could go to the third god's sanctuary. The way king spirits increased their genopoints was similar to how humans gain genopoints. They could absorb life geno-essences, and also absorb the life essences given by plants. But they were also different than humans. King spirits were limited by the elements they were born with. This meant they could only absorb the life geno-essences they were born with. If it was a fire king spirit, it could only absorb a fire element life geno-essence. Water element king spirits could only absorb water element life geno-essences, and so on. Although Han Sen had a king spirit body, he was not a celestial being yet. The king spirit's talents weren't activated, so for now, he could continue absorbing any kind of life geno-essence. When he activated the king spirit talents, he did not know whether or not he could do the same. He only had the king spirit body, he wasn't actually a king spirit. He was like a hybrid. Han Sen was silent for quite a bit, lost in thought. But then he asked her, what is your element? Space, Moment Queen answered. Okay, if I come into possession of space element life geno-essences, I will give them to you. But in return, you must adhere to my commands without question. Han Sen believed this was a fair trade. It wouldn't be a bad thing for Han Sen to bring a powerful fighter alongside him, for when he went to the third god's sanctuary. And Han Sen wasn't afraid of Queen Moment's issue with the slain son of a king. She was only a spirit, and once he reached the third god's sanctuary, he could always just keep her in his sea of soul and summon her when he required assistance. After striking a deal, Han Sen went to take a look at the duo he had now named Big Black and Small Black. He had decided to keep them in the shelter. Han Sen was not very proficient when it came to naming things, but without an opinion being expressed by Big Black and Small Black in opposition to the names, he didn't see a problem calling them this. Little Black had been heavily injured, and Han Sen had to spend some time every day healing it. Gradually, its wounds started to become better. Still, it would take a long time before it became fully healed. Taking down a king-class shelter was no small feat, but it's a shame how empty the place is. High-class creatures populate the slopes of these mountains, too, which keeps others at bay. Where might I find people, then? If I can't find anyone else to come here, then this king-class shelter will be wasted. Han Sen's heart sank at the thought. Not many humans had what it took to travel this far, so earning money from the shelter would not be easy. So now, for the time being, he bid that Little Black and Big Black remain in the area to guard its vacant throne in case other spirits ventured near and attempted to claim it. Han Sen now thought of where he might go next. Moment Queen had a suggestion. In the northern mountains, the empty vines were bearing fruit, and it wouldn't be long before they matured. Moment Queen had made plans to send out subordinates for their retrieval. But now, she had been claimed by Han Sen and robbed of her ability to command super creatures. She had no choice but to ask Han Sen to collect the fruit on her behalf. Do others know and wait on the maturing of this empty fruit? Han Sen asked Moment Queen. There are many super creatures hungry for it, yes. In the northernmost reaches of these lands, the Devil Blood King resides. He will most certainly come for one, Moment Queen answered. Didn't you just tell me you can only absorb life geno-essences that are aligned with the element of your being? What is the empty fruit? And why do so many super creatures and spirits vie for it? Han Sen frowned. Plant-born life geno-essences are non-elemental. Many super creatures and spirits are therefore attracted to them. The empty fruit is just one of many that can be found across this world, Moment Queen said. Oh, Han Sen was delighted to hear this, actually. Obtaining such fruit would undoubtedly benefit him. They did not provide him with genopoints, but the body-strengthening properties such fruit had yielded him were of great benefit in the past. Tell me, which are the most powerful super creatures you'd suspect us to face off against there? And that Devil Blood King. What manner of super creature subordinates does he command? Han Sen wanted as much intel as he could get before wandering off there. Moment Queen proceeded to give Han Sen as much information as she could, and when she was done, he frowned. There were a lot of powerful super creatures suspected to be there, but above all, the strength of Devil Blood King was higher than Moment Queen's. After all, Moment Queen had been demoted and returned to the Second God's Sanctuary. She had only been here for a decade, and the collective of super creatures she had assembled was limited. Devil Blood King's situation was different. He had been here and developed his following over the course of thousands of years. He would inevitably have many more super creatures than Moment Queen previously had. However, it would be unlikely for Devil Blood King to bring even half of his super creatures, as he wasn't the sort to leave his shelter unprotected. His retrieval of the empty fruit was not guaranteed because of this. Well, if this is how things will be, let's go take a look. Han Sen decided to go sneak a look at the fruit. Once he was there, he'd determine the viability of obtaining the fruit. If he deemed things to be okay, he'd go for it. If things looked to be too hot to handle, he'd return without risking it. Han Sen, with the silver fox, left the shelter under the care of Little Black and Big Black. Little Black's wounds were still bad, and it had to remain there to recover. Anyway, since it had to stay at the shelter, Big Black wouldn't be willing to leave its young. Therefore, Han Sen decided to leave them behind to guard the shelter during his absence. Before Han Sen left, he asked Moment Queen if there were any Thunder Element super creatures in the nearby vicinity. After hearing of Moment Queen's method of evolution, he began to suspect the reason for the Silver Fox's general disinterest in the life geno-essences he had collected thus far was because of their elements. Perhaps the Silver Fox would want one if it was the right element. The Silver Fox was quite powerful now, and Han Sen had grown attached to the little blighter after having him for so long. Han Sen was really hoping the Silver Fox could also accompany him when he reached the Third God's Sanctuary. In regards to the unreliable little fairy, he settled on helping her when he could, but he wasn't willing to go out of his way to aid her purposely. Moment Queen, after a moment's thought, recalled a nearby Thunderhawk. It was not far, but its flying abilities were extremely powerful and felling it was sure to be no easy feat. Moment Queen once tried to capture the Thunderhawk, but her attempt was a failure and the creature managed to escape. The only subordinate she had that could fly was the Black Tiger. Han Sen and his followers were different, though. He, the little angel, and the silver fox could fly. Even Moment Queen could. With such a collective, the chance of securing the Thunderhawk was relatively high. Han Sen decided to kill the Thunderhawk before proceeding onwards to collect the fruit. The silver fox had just evolved, and it saved Han Sen's life right after, so he wanted to reward him with a life geno essence. And, of course, to boost his strength with further nutritious goodies. No creatures sought to impede their travel, even across those mountain ranges that were notorious for the population of high-class creatures. The silver fox still frightened them off. And with Moment Queen's presence at the head of the band of adventurers, it would be folly for any creature to try their luck. When they arrived at the correct mountain, it wasn't long before Han Sen caught sight of a big, green hawk in the distance. It was flying around just beneath the clouds, surveying the lands below for prey. Han Sen immediately summoned his little angel and let the silver fox and Moment Queen surround it in the sky. Bringing out the scallop shell, Han Sen extended an invitation to the fairy to join them. The fairy, however, continued to sleep and pretend she didn't hear anything. Not wanting to bother with her any further, he returned the scallop and took off into the skies to join his pets and companions in battle. The silver fox appeared to be quite excited. A thunderous lightning shone, and it transformed into a thunderfox. He hopped towards the Thunderhawk, while the little angel and Moment Queen flanked it from behind. The Thunderhawk attempted to fly away and escape them. It moved extremely quickly, and its passing was accompanied with green lightning like a moving storm. But unlike its previous encounters, the Thunderhawk's challengers on this day were actually faster. That was especially true of the silver fox. Resistant to the hawk's lightning, the silver fox was quick to catch up and leap atop it. The green lightning that surrounded the hawk was immediately snuffed out by the silver lightning. With the little angel and Moment Queen taking its rear, the hawk quickly found itself in a poor situation. Plumes of feathers rained down, accompanied by a downpouring of its blood. It cried aloud in agony, its echoes like a chorus across the mountainous landscape. When the opportunity presented itself, Han Sen fired 2 bolts in quick succession. Once they found their target, the silver fox was able to tear off the hawk's head effortlessly. A green lightning-like life geno essence fell all the way to the ground. The silver fox immediately swallowed it and licked its lips. A flicker of green lightning appeared to spark across the silver fox's fur. But then, it was gone. The only visible effect it had on the silver fox, from what Han Sen could see, was that its coat had become shinier. I wonder how many thunder geno essences it needs before it can proceed to the third god's sanctuary? Han Sen thought. There was no way Han Sen would be able to eat a life geno essence like that. After killing the Thunderhawk, Han Sen passed leadership back over to Moment Queen so she could take them to the empty vine. The mountain ranges were massive, and the rocky geography reached on for thousands of miles. They flew for 8 days before arriving at the valley she said the fruit would reside in. Before entering the valley, however, they saw 2 scary creatures fighting ahead of them. Why is he here? Han Sen looked surprised. He knew one of the 2 frightening creatures that fought. One of the creatures was clad in steel armor, and it wielded a great sword shrouded in green light. It was the armored phantom that Moment Queen once had authority over. Now it was doing battle with a black skeleton. It wielded a weapon that looked like a bone itself or some sort of horn. It wasn't easy to discern what it was at first glance, but it viciously fought against the armored phantom. When the strange weapon in the skeleton's hand collided with the phantom's greatsword, it wasn't damaged. Evidently, it was far tougher than Han Sen's flaming Rex spike. The armored phantom saw Han Sen from afar and ran off, abandoning its fight against the skeleton. It didn't stop, and it just ran and ran until it was out of sight. The skeleton had never seen Han Sen before, so it wasn't aware of the power he possessed. It ran towards Han Sen with its weapon raised, aiming to clobber its new target over the head. The little angel appeared in front of Han Sen, and her transparent greatsword was swung to assail the bony fiend. The creature's attack was so hard that she was knocked back 2 meters. Having its first attempted attack blocked, the skeleton didn't waste any time switching targets. Han Sen did not go to help the little angel, and he just stood there watching its energy flow. Much to his delight, he learnt that it was a second-generation super creature. But after watching for a while, he felt bored. The powers of a second-generation super creature no longer thrilled him, and aside from their element and how they were used, they all seemed to be the same. After learning many second-generation super creature energy flows, he started to realize how most were useless to him. His strongest skill was Sonic Thunder Punch now, and the combination of those two elements proved far more effective than the energy flows he had learnt from any other second-generation super creature. Han Sen knew the reason for this, however. He was in the second god's sanctuary. The energy flows he could simulate were all the same, and only allowed for a power that did not exceed the unlocking of the first gene lock. If he entered the third god's sanctuary, he could most likely simulate the power of super creatures that had unlocked 7 of their gene locks. Something like that was sure to be extraordinarily powerful, and worthy of getting excited about. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra was a super qigong, but the extent of its power was capped like every other skill here. Just like Jade Skin, only one of its gene locks could be opened. The usage of both of those skills were different, yes, but the power of both were practically the same. The question of which qigong was stronger would all be down to how many gene locks could be opened. He would have to go to the third god's sanctuary to unravel and grasp the full power of the Dongxian Sutra. No matter how many skills and powers he could simulate, it did not matter much if they were all capped to a single gene lock. Dongxian Sutra could only simulate the energy flow an opponent had. They couldn't be upgraded, so it was unnecessary for him to learn each and every one. Han Sen believed the most useful energy flows he had learnt were Sonic Thunder Punch and Arrow. But he also believed the energy flow of the Armored Phantom was sure to be up there with his best. Light Son of God's energy flow was also quite useful, taking into account the incredible speed boost it gave him. And in regards to Moment Queen's energy flow, although he could simulate it, his body couldn't handle the ability of teleportation. Using it was sure to result in suicide. Once his fitness was higher, he'd be keen to try it out, though. The skeleton continued to fight the little angel, so Han Sen summoned Moment Queen so that she might help her kill it. But the skeleton was cunning, and when it saw Moment Queen coming towards it, it quickly dug underground to escape. The little angel drove her sword a few meters deep into the earth, but hit nothing. Its flight was a success, and she had no idea where it had now gone to. Never mind, then. Let's just go find the empty vine. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the ground below, and couldn't find a trace of the skeleton either. It appeared to be long gone now. Han Sen continued walking, and when he saw the empty vine, he froze. He thought it'd just be a vine that had writhed its way up a craggy cliff face. But when he saw it, he felt as if he had never been so wrong. The vine was massive. It was like a grand pillar, wreathed around itself. It extended upwards like a tower towards heaven. It was so high, its top pierced the clouds above, obscuring how tall it truly was. Han Sen saw it from afar, and he noticed something else. The armored phantom was climbing it, and not far below it, the black skeleton had resurfaced and was chasing it up. They were going at a hurried pace, and before long, they had both passed through the lofty clouds. This is the empty vine? That's a big vine. How much fruit grows there? Do you think we'll have to fight for the fruit? Han Sen asked while looking at the leaves and flowers. If each flower bore one fruit, the amount that would grow would seem limitless. And if so, there'd be no need for anyone or anything to fight to obtain one. He believed 1,000 creatures could eat their fill without hassle, if that was true. That is only the vine's root, Moment Queen said coldly. Root? Since when do roots grow leaves and flowers? Han Sen looked at her with an unconvinced face. Moment Queen continued walking towards the vine, and as she went, she said, "This is the root of the empty vine. As we climb, you will eventually see the vine pierce through a floating island that rests above the sea of clouds. Above the island is the true body of the vine and the life it bears. The fruit will ripen soon, so we best hurry." Han Sen nodded and followed Moment Queen over to the empty vine. The vine was like a fried dough twist that extended all the way up to the clouds high above. It was wide enough to drive a truck up its side, presuming the truck did not answer to gravity. Han San summoned his golden growler and rode up, seeing as there was so much space. It was an interesting experience, and after climbing a few hundred meters, the view of the lands below was rather magnificent. Moment, how long until the fruit ripens? Do you think the Devil Blood King is here yet? Han Sen inquired as he ascended. It should be ready in about 2 days, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Devil Blood King has already arrived and taken over the best vantage points on the floating island, Moment Queen explained. If there is another 2 days to go, what is the rush? Let us climb slowly. While Han Sen said this, he suddenly heard a bird. Han Sen turned and looked, and he saw a black flame phoenix shoot through the clouds from the south. Isn't that the black flame phoenix from the Black Desert? If that thing was willing to fly all this way here, I wonder how many other creatures are there up top. Han Sen suddenly thought of something else as well. If the black phoenix is here, I wonder if the green Kirin is here, too? While Han Sen was still thinking, he heard a woman laugh. He wasn't sure from which direction it came. Have humans come here as well? Or was that just another spirit? Han Sen looked around him but failed to see anyone. The land below was devoid of anyone and anything, creatures included. The fruit they had sought was nearly matured, and most of the creatures and spirits that vied for one were already up on the island waiting for their chance. Moment. Did you hear a woman laugh? Han Sen asked, looking at her. Moment Queen shook her head and said, What woman's laughter? Did I mishear that then? Han Sen wondered, confused. Just as he was ready to forget about it, he heard the laughter once more. It was so clear this time that he knew he had not misheard it. Are you really telling me you didn't hear that? Han Sen looked at Moment Queen and asked again. Moment Queen merely frowned and looked around, not seeing anything out of place. Little Silver, did you hear that? Han Sen asked the silver fox, who was resting on his shoulder. It looked at Han Sen with a face that suggested it had not heard a thing. That's weird. I heard a woman's laugh. I am absolutely positive. With a puzzled expression, Han Sen perked up his ears and resolved to pay attention and sniff out the source of the laughter, if it ever sounded again. A little while later, while Han Sen was climbing the vine, more of that bell-like laughter chimed. Moment Queen and the silver fox still didn't hear a thing. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to sense what was around him, but it was to no avail. He couldn't sense any creatures sneaking about, and this was how it was all the way up. He would hear the laughter, do his best to locate where it came from, fail and proceed on up the vine. This is getting really weird now. Han Sen, despite his best efforts, could not uncover the source of this laughter. Onwards he went. The empty island was far bigger than Han Sen imagined it would be. It was like a small kingdom perched above the clouds. Following the vines, they were led up to the island. When there, they saw a number of barren mountains in the distance, which were devoid of all life. Let me return to the Sea of Soul, in case I unwittingly draw the attention and possible ire of the Devil Blood King. Venture there alone and do not draw any unnecessary attention to yourself. If he does not notice your presence, we may very well have a chance of securing the fruit. It was obvious that Moment Queen believed Han Sen had no chance of competing with the Devil Blood King. Okay. Han Sen knew he wasn't powerful enough. His compatriots were too fewer, even fewer if you did not count the lazy fairy. It was indeed best to keep a low profile. Han Sen returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul, and then he ventured on towards the center of the island. The empty vine ought to have been there. He walked for 10 miles before hearing a familiar voice crying for help. Han Sen was taken by surprise, as he recognized the voice as belonging to a human. It most certainly couldn't have been a spirit. Oh, divine masters above, I beseech thee to deliver me aid. The voice was one of pity, and Han Sen couldn't shake the feeling he had heard that voice many times before. Isn't that Wang Yuhang's voice? Why in the world is he here? That should be impossible. Han Sen, with a head full of questions, felt his face morph. This was where super creatures roamed in abundance. If Wang Yuhang had continued to accompany Han San, since the time they parted ways, God knew what might have transpired. Bad luck tended to follow him like a terrible smell. It was highly likely Han Sen would have been killed by now, as a result of it. Han Sen then decided to turn around and walk away, but Wang Yuhang's voice was getting audibly closer. Bollocks! I cannot be this unlucky, surely? Han Sen's heart began to sink, as he saw Wang Yuhang exit the valley ahead. Wang Yuhang was a great distance away, but still, he had managed to spot Han Senator with a face of surprise. He ran towards him in great hurry, shouting, "Bossman, I cannot believe you have come here to help little old me. To think you have come here to save me from another perilous endeavor. I am touched by your generosity. Touched, I tell you. Here I am, about to die a brutal death, and you have come to save me." Hansen felt rather awkward right now. He hadn't the faintest idea where Wang Yuhang had been spending his days, and he most certainly didn't expect him to be here of all places. He was definitely not planning on saving him. But having been spotted, there was no point in Han Sen trying to make a quick getaway. Looking behind Wang Yuhang, Han Sen saw a big white goose giving him chase. When it caught up to Wang Yuhang, it managed to lean forward and snap its beak on his fleeing bum. The pain that resulted from such vicious pecks to the backside had him screaming in pain. "Bossman, save me!" Wang Yuhang yelled to Han Sen. Pulling out his flaming Rex spike, Han Sen ran forward to engage the goose. Fortunately, the life force of the goose was relatively weak and was more likely a sacred blood creature more than anything. All he would have to do was kill it. He struck once, and the goose almost disappeared in a billow of white feathers. The goose was set on fire by the weapon, but it actually managed to survive the hit. The white goose quacked in agony, as it slowly became a black goose. Delivering another smack, Han Sen brought the feathered fiend to a fiery end. Sacred blood creature white goose killed. Beast soul gained. Eat its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen had a look at the scorched remains of the goose and thought it best not to waste it. Retrieving his death knell, he had it drink its blood in the hopes it would grow. Han Sen also summoned Princess Inyang. He had them start a fire so they could cook and have some roast goose to eat. "Bossman, you truly are a kind soul. I cannot believe you were so willing to help me." Wang Yuhang gave Han Sen a suffocating hug, as tears and snots dribbled into his clothing. "I had no idea you would be here. I was only passing through. But tell me, what brought you this far out into the wilds?" Han Sen asked Wang Yuhang. When Wang Yuhang heard what Han Sen had to say, however, he did not believe him. He looked touched and said, "I knew you came this way to have my back. Feel free to admit it. You came all this way just to save little old me, did you not? Oh golly, you sure know how to touch a man. Stop. Tell me why you're here." Han Sen told him as he saw Wang Yuhang leaning in for another wet hug. Wang Yuhang, however, suddenly looked angry. He said, "Those people are not human, I tell you. I was ice fishing out on an ice lake when they got the drop on me. They knocked me out, and when I woke up, I found myself here inside a cage. They did not treat me like a human being, and left me locked inside a cage for the longest time. Humans should not be forced to suffer in such a way, I tell you." Wang Yuhang's voice rose in anger the more he talked, and by the end, Han Sen asked him to stop. But then, he told Han Sen that the people who captured him came under attack by 2 powerful creatures. Amidst the carnage, he was able to escape. "Eat something. Once you've had your fill, return to fonder pastures." Han Sen was not as brave as the others, who had dared bring Wang Yuhang out here. So, Han Sen prepared him food and bid that he leave. Of course, Wang Yuhang grabbed a large chunk of roast goose and began to chow down on it, heartily. Quack! A strange goose-like quack was heard high in the sky above them. Hurriedly, it descended to land directly in front of Wang Yuhang. Its landing whipped up fierce winds, as their new feathered foe's red eyes flickered between the roast meal and the unfortunate man that dined on it. "Big brother, I still haven't eaten any yet. You want your charred brethren back. Wang Yuhang's hands trembled as he handed over a carved slice of roast goose to the newly descended one. Quack! The white goose angrily cried and tried to attack Wang Yuhang. Bossman, I request your assistance once more. Wang Yuhang called and ran over to Han Sen's side. Han Sen took off into the skies, not wishing to kill their new foe. Killing it could potentially draw the attention of more creatures. With Wang Yuhang in the vicinity, there was a high likelihood of this very thing happening. Bossman, don't run. Save me! Wang Yuhang shouted as he ran. Little uncle, I cannot save you this time. Run back to whence you came. Han Sen yelled down to him from the safety of the skies. Whence I came? Whence I came? I haven't the faintest idea where I am or how I might return to whence I came, Wang Yuhang said in flustered response. Weren't you just kidnapped? Run to where those people brought you. Do that and find a way to leave the goose's ire on them. Han Sen wanted to see who the people that kidnapped Wang Yuhang were. Could such a tactic work? Wang Yuhang asked with desperation. Just go. I am still here. Han Sen smiled. Bossman, if I am in absolute danger, I still beseech that you save me. Wang Yuhang yelled out as he started to run. Of course. Han Sen watched Wang Yuhang run a great distance. Wang Yuhang led the goose without a single problem, and his attraction and kiting skills were exemplary, as they always had been. He led the goose by its nose, keeping it as close as he could, all without sustaining any damage. He ran and ran right across the mountains. He had scaled numerous mountains, and after passing over many, Han Sen espied a camp sitting at the bottom of one particular valley. There were many tents there, and Han Sen suspected that the camp held at least 200 people. But because there were no flags or cloths bearing an emblem, symbol, or logo pertaining to any particular organization, Han Sen was unable to discern who they were. When Wang Yuhang reached the camp, it caused a great scene as the campers scrambled from out of their shelter in sudden distress. The white goose was terrifyingly powerful, and the creature did not spare the lives of those who dwelled in the camp. Scores of the people there were killed, and many more of them were injured. There was one man ordering his fellows to surround the goose, and even after observing that, he was unable to tell who they were. But one thing was for sure. They were well trained. And even amidst the chaos, the subordinates were each able to adhere to the commands of their superiors and focus. Not a single person ran off, despite the goose's slaughter. Who are these people? They are pretty good. But if they cannot deal with a single super creature, for what reason have they come here? As Han Sen pondered this puzzling conundrum, he saw something strange happen to the people he observed down below. Under the leader's control, some people brought out a vial containing some concoction. Then they injected themselves with the serum. Soon after, their muscles expanded and their eyes turned red and a red horn burst forth from their foreheads. Bloodhorn Shura? Han Sen thought with much surprise. He never did figure out where the Bloodhorn Shura that assaulted him came from. And although he most suspected Angel Jean, he hadn't found any proof to confirm it was them. Of everything that might have occurred on his journey here, encountering Bloodhorn Shura was one of the most unlikely. And now, viewing them with greater clarity, they didn't look like Shura at all. They were simply humans that had forced mutations upon themselves. Despite the folly of their actions, they did look far stronger following their injections and subsequent transformation into what Han Sen had dubbed a Bloodhorn Shura. For a while, they were able to maintain their position, but still, they were unable to slay the goose that had descended upon them. That being said, the goose was unable to totally destroy the camp now, too. The elites amongst them that had opened their gene locks did not use the medicine, and they instead took off after Wang Yuhang in the desire of capturing him once more. Han Sen watched what was going on for a while, and it seemed as if no damage was being dealt to the wild goose. They seemed to be running out of patience, and so one of the elites injected themselves with the concoction. Within seconds, the man's muscles expanded by a vast amount. The person's head grew a horn and his life force made a great leap in power. Pang! The man's body burst into flames. He threw his fist forward towards the white goose and incinerated a portion of the white goose's plumage. Impossible! Han Sen's face was one of utter shock. The man had dealt elemental damage through the manner of a projectile. Only celestial beings were supposedly capable of doing such a thing. Although the man had unlocked his gene lock, he was far away from achieving such a level. Therefore, how was he able to do what he had just done? What in the world is that medicine? Han Sen wondered with distraught surprise. The white goose wasn't heavily injured, but after the firepower-imbued man joined the fight with all the other bloodhorn Shura, it was quickly put at a disadvantage. The white goose, seeing its sudden inability to win the battle, cried out and flew away. The people were unable to catch up with it, and so they could do little but watch it go. Before Han Sen could comprehend the situation, he realized he had done naught but watch the events unfold with his jaw wide open. Although the people weren't too difficult to kill, the entire fact that they had willingly transformed themselves into bloodhorn Shura frightened Han Sen. But before he did anything, like killing them, Han Sen knew he'd have to collect intel and find out more about them first. Wang Yuhang, in the meantime, had been beaten up by the elites and thrown back into a cage. Luckily, despite his egregious luck, Wang Yuhang was not a dumb person. Although he was back at square one, he didn't call out for Han Sen's aid, and it seemed his kidnappers were still unaware of the presence of other people on the empty island. Han Sen continued to watch them from afar, committed to gathering as much information about them as he could. They beat up Wang Yuhang, but not by a large amount. It was clear to him that they wanted him for a particular purpose. Despite his attraction of the super creature and the fatalities that ensued, they only locked him up instead of killing him. After a while, however, Han Sen noticed something interesting. The people who used the medicine started to look like ordinary humans after about an hour. When they returned to looking like regular humans again, they looked weak. They didn't seem to be doing too well. It would appear that drug has negative side effects for its users. That aside, the transformation itself does not seem to last very long. Han Sen talked to himself. The serum seemed to last much longer on the man who had unlocked his gene lock, however. For him to look like an average human again, it took 2 hours. But he too now looked weaker than usual. He looked pale, as if he were drained of energy. He went inside a tent to rest. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to observe them. Their life forces had become much weaker, and their fitness had dropped below 100. Manager Chu, Wang Yuhang's problems extend beyond mere bad luck. In his short time with us, he has caused us much trouble. We have sustained many losses, and I am afraid our army will be wasted before that thing comes out. 2 people were engaged in discussion inside the leader's tent. Han Sen bent his ear their way, thinking he might pick up a thing or two of interest. There is nothing we can do. Only Wang Yuhang can pull away the creature we seek. Its retrieval will be impossible if we do not have him. Manager Chu continued his cold dialogue, saying, "It is fortunate its maturity will come soon, sometime within the next 2 days." Sun Chunggong replied, "Chun Chang and the 3rd team made use of their Shura liquid. It will take a week for them to recover. I do not believe they will be able to accompany us any further on this mission." Manager Chu nodded and said, "Have them stay in camp as backup at least, just in case the need arises." They both went on to discuss another matter, but Han Sen couldn't hear. At the very least, he now knew why they had come here. They too had come for the empty fruit. These people are out of their minds. Do they believe such a small number of people can rival the creatures and obtain the fruit? They have no idea how many monsters have been attracted to this place by the empty fruit. Han Sen laughed in his heart. Although they used the Shura liquid to strengthen their bodies, its side effects were extreme. Not to mention the short length of time the concoction boosted their bodies for. Even for the elite who used a vial, it was not enough to thwart and beat a super creature. If they had a lot more men, all of which could use the juice, then they might have had a chance of defeating a single super creature. But in this place, there was sure to be far more than just a single super creature. Lord knew how many lurked around the empty fruit, hungry and waiting for it to ripen. Having watched them face off against the goose, Han Sen already believed them to be doomed. But if they were still adamant in trying to obtain the fruit, he was happy to watch them. It was possible their intrusion could work out for the best. and he'd benefit from their meddling. If Han Sen went against the Devil Blood King face to face, he did not believe himself able to compete. So, for now, Han Sen decided to leave the people be. And he also decided to allow Wang Yuhang to remain with them for now, too. He'd feel safer this way, a whole lot safer than he would if Wang Yuhang was hanging around him, at least. To make some creepy tonic such as that, I'm afraid it must be the work of the Zhao family or the Qi family. Han Sen started to wonder, but he was leaning towards it being the Zhao family who produced the Bloodhorn Shura juice. When this concoction becomes known to the market at large, I am afraid the Alliance and the Second God Sanctuary will be in for a period of turmoil. Hunting in the Second God Sanctuary would not be as difficult, but if they could not absorb life geno-essences, then their killing of super creatures would be pointless. The best they could hope for would be beast souls. Han Sen pondered the ramifications of such a product in the Alliance. Regardless of what could happen, it was guaranteed to cause an imbalance for humanity. If it was produced by the Zhao family, Han Sen feared their reputation would only increase and perhaps make them an unstoppable force. I need to find a way to get my hands on that Shura liquid. I need to do some tests and research on it myself. Han Sen acknowledged its power, but he knew he'd be unable to discover much of what lay inside the compound by himself. If he handed it over to the Ji family, however, he reckoned they could do the deep dive he could not. Han Sen remained in the area for 2 days, waiting for them to move. The garrison that left to retrieve the fruit departed towards the center of the island with Wang Yuhang in tow, but a few men remained in the camp. Han Sen followed them from afar, and the further they went, the more he could begin sensing the presence of terrifying life forces. Han Sen believed they must be suicidal to blindly march forward to the center. The sensing abilities of the people that marched forward were far too low, and it was remarkable how unaware they were of the wretchedly powerful creatures that were around. They seemed to have no idea they were walking into what was looking to be a certifiable bloodbath. They said they needed Wang Yuhang for the purpose of attracting a certain creature away, and so they had treated him well enough since his return. He had been healed and fed. But being locked inside a cage like the latest exhibition at a zoo was unkind. With a grim, disheartened face, Wang Yuhang clutched the bars of the cage the entire time, waiting for Han Sen to spring him free and rescue him. Han Sen continued to follow the troops until they reached the center. It was strangely quiet there, and they did not seem to recognize the presence of a single creature in the area. That was because the empty fruit hadn't matured yet. The creatures that would vie for its consumption were all in hiding. After walking half the day, Han Sen was finally able to gaze upon the splendor of the empty vine. It came out of a mountain like a spring, wreathing its slopes in green vines, and the vines coursed all the way around to cover the mountain's 100-meter-tall heights. A vine stuck out of the mountain's peak, and 4 grape-sized fruits hung from it. They were all purplish in color with shiny skin. They were on the precipice of becoming ripe. A pleasant fragrance was bursting forth from the 4 empty fruit, and their scent shrouded the entire mountainside. Near the top of the mountain, a black-feathered bird waited. It was entirely black save for its white head. It didn't look too dissimilar to an owl, but it was far bigger. Manager Chu commanded his people to fire at it. With the arrows incoming, the owl flapped its wings and waved them all away. Not a single arrow reached its target. It didn't leave the mountain, though. It remained where it had been, seemingly not wanting to leave the empty fruit for a single moment. It was teetering on the brink of being ripe, after all. Manager Chu employed many different ideas to evict the owl from its spot, but none of them worked. Unable to shoo it off, they brought Wang Yuhang out of his cage and sent him up to draw the owl away. Wang Yuhang nervously approached the creature against his will. He rambled across the vines, and when in firing distance, shot an arrow at the owl. The arrow, after hitting the owl, incited no reaction. The arrow merely shattered upon hitting the owl's wing. Everyone anxiously watched the owl, still expecting it to do something. But nothing occurred, and the owl did not seem to care. Manager Chu shouted at Wang Yuhang, "Fire at the creature again!" Wang Yuhang turned around and saw the countless arrows and pointy weapons drawn and aimed towards him. Realizing the futility of resistance at a time like this, He had no choice but to fire another arrow. After doing so, the owl raised its eyebrows in a manner that seemed to suggest it was merely holding its anger in. When Wang Yuhang fired a third arrow, the owl could no longer maintain its composure. It raced down towards the man who had been forced to pester it. Wang Yuhang screamed and jumped down, scrambling down towards the people behind him. But Manager Chu commanded his men to fire arrows at him. With no other choice, he was forced to run in a different direction. Seeing the owl chase Wang Yuhang, the people there seemed so excited. They all climbed the mountain, wanting to get their hands on the 4 empty fruit. They have no idea what they're doing. Whoever places one finger on one of those fruits is a dead man. Han Sen shook his head. Ignoring them, he ran to catch up with Wang Yuhang. His first task involved keeping him alive. Han Sen wanted to stay away from the bloody battle that was sure to unfold near the empty vine. Han Sen chased after Wang Yuhang, and as he went, he sensed countless scary life forces making their way towards the empty vine. They had all been disturbed and made restless by the human intruders. There was still a while to go before the empty fruit ripened. The group of people had no idea when exactly it would mature, and going for them now would only lead to the creatures stopping them. If they picked the fruit before it became ripe, the benefits of its consumption would be far weaker, not worth the effort. Even Han Sen, who had received help from super creatures in the past, couldn't help but feel unnerved and a little scared when he sensed the number of creatures in the surrounding area. I hope those people don't all die. If they do, how am I supposed to interrogate them? Han Sen thought to himself. Racing across the length of 2 mountains, Han Sen finally caught up to the fleet-footed Wang Yuhang. The owl did not relent in its attacks, and all the while, Wang Yuhang stumbled, tripped, and scrambled on his way. He had sustained much damage this time. His armor had been pecked at, and much of it had been broken. His skin had been pierced and blood was drawn. Although he wasn't heavily injured, his face was one of great pity and remorse. Han Sen quickly summoned his little angel to prevent the owl from continuing its pursuit of Wang Yuhang. "Bossman, you have finally come," Wang Yuhang shouted excitedly. Not caring for the lesions and wounds that riddled his person, he went towards Han Sen. "Wait, do not come any closer. Continue drawing its attention while we finish it." Han Sen quickly stopped Wang Yuhang from approaching him. Wang Yuhang promptly agreed, and with his bow, fired an arrow towards the owl to attract its ire once more. When the owl went after him, the little angel was able to quickly get in its way again and block it. When Wang Yuhang noticed the owl's inability to reach him, he went a little mad. He fired arrows like a loon, maniacally cackling. "Come here, little birdie. I'm right here. I make for terrific creature cuisine. So why do you not attempt to eat me?" After he had taunted it for some time, the owl stopped and made a noise akin to the crying of a baby. "Ha ha! Crying is of little use, little birdie bird. Come on, come over here. Ouch!" Wang Yuhang continued his fun in the provocation of the owl. But suddenly, a big rat came out of the ground. It was 1 foot long, and when it emerged, it leapt up and bit his ass. Its razor teeth pierced right through his armor and sunk deep into his plump bottom. When it pulled away, a chunk of Wang Yuhang's bum flesh was torn away. Wang Yuhang held his buttocks and screamed, and as he did so, many other black rats emerged from the ground. They ran towards him like the tide of the sea. "Oh no! Does this wretch possess the ability to summon a legion of rats to its devilish will? I beseech your aid. Help!" Wang Yuhang summoned a spear and swung it around crazily. But their numbers were unfathomable, and after killing a dozen, he could still see countless more headed his way. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the rats. He was surprised to see that the rats were not actually creatures, and as a result possessed no life force. They must have been direct summons of the owl, an ability not unlike the silver beetle mother. "I cannot believe this owl can summon its own little mobs. This is rather interesting." Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike and hurried over to the owl. As he went, he called out, "Little uncle, hold on. I'm going to kill this bird. Then I beg that you make haste. I shan't last very much longer. if something is not done about these R-spiders soon. Ouch! Another rat bit Wang Yuhang. This time, it leapt up and ripped out a piece of his arm. I'll be right there. Han Sen's eyes shone with the light of murder. Pang! The flaming Rex spike was swung upwards, and with the little angel's cooperation, it was driven harshly against the owl's body. The owl was knocked a great distance away. The little angel flew forward at once and delivered another slash to the owl. Then Han Sen used his Rex spike to hit it again. The first-generation owl didn't stand a chance, and it was getting destroyed by the duo with no reprieve. Feathers fell and blood rained. The owl, thinking it best to escape, had its departure prevented by Han's senator. He grabbed onto it, pulling back the heavily injured owl. Pat, pat, pat. Beneath the siege of attacks that were delivered onto it, the owl didn't have a single chance of fighting back. In minutes, the head of the owl was lopped off by a mighty swing of the little angel's great sword. Super creature spirit owl killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han San was overjoyed to hear this, as it had been a while since he last received a beast soul. He curiously pondered what manner of beast soul it might be. And with the death of the owl, the carnivorous rats vanished too. Wang Yuhang looked at Han San with much surprise and said, "Bossman, your strength continues to grow greater and greater. It only took you a few minutes to lay utter waste to a super creature." "I was taking my time." Han San smiled at Wang Yuhang and proceeded to say, "You should go home. You should leave this place. As for myself, there is something else I must attend to. I am coming with you. That legion of scum deserves death for what they did to me," Wang Yuhang said with anger. When his mind went back to his mistreatment, and the time he spent caged, he began to tremble with rage. "Well, don't worry about that. The scum will all be dead before long, I assure you," Han Sen said. "What?" Wang Yuhang asked with surprise. Then, he asked, "Do other super creatures inhabit the treacherous lands of the vicinity?" "Yes, there are loads. If you hate those people that much, and you would like to put your life on the line just so you can watch them get brutally torn apart, then let's go." Han Sen smiled. Wang Yuhang's face locked up. He looked as if he was about to say something, but just as he was, a black flame erupted from the empty vine like a volcano. Bossman? I have a Charlie horse. So, I think I'll just wait for you down there somewhere. You be careful. Okay?" After saying this, Wang Yuhang hastily made his departure from the island. Han San decided to take a look at the spirit owl beast soul he had acquired. It was another pet-type beast soul. "This is interesting. If I raise this owl, I'll almost have an army of super creatures at my disposal." Han San was as delighted as he was curious. Still, he knew it would take a while before the pet could enter battle mode. But Han San was getting the hang of killing super creatures now, and he imagined it wouldn't be too much of a struggle. The death knell drank blood, whereas the spirit owl ate meat. This meant he could raise them together, without any conflict between the two arising. Han San did not have the time to look at the spirit owl for long. He returned his gaze to the empty vine, and when he did, he heard many roars accompanying the clanging sounds of various weaponry. The fight seemed to be raging. "I hope the Devil Blood King is already there. If not, that'd be a pain." Han San, continuing to look at the empty vine as he ventured there, was suddenly approached by a few men. It was Manager Chu and a few others. They didn't seem to be doing all that well. They had already injected themselves with the Shura liquid, and they seemed to be grievously injured. Han Sen. When they saw Han Sen, their faces changed. They knew exactly who he was. "It looks like everyone knows who I am, yet I don't know any of you. That hardly seems fair." Han San smiled at the people in front of him. "I cannot believe we stumbled across you here. This truly is perfect." Manager Chu had murder in his eyes. He looked at the people around him, and they spread out to surround Han Sen. There were 7 of them, and they looked to be elites who had opened their gene locks. Furthermore, they were all under the effects of the drug. They possessed an unnatural power, and they were clearly preparing themselves to kill Han Sen. Han Sen, summon your super pet. It's about time we demonstrate to you that super pets aren't that good. The leader, Manager Chu, looked to be seething with rage as he coldly spoke to Han Sen. Super pets aren't good, you're right. They're brilliant. But I don't need a super pet to deal with you guys. Han Sen summoned the flaming Rex spike in his hands. Han Sen wanted to see how strong the people truly were, having used the Shura concoction. Good. Show us how talented you are. Manager Chu seemed genuinely excited, and very confident in his ability to kill Han Sen before he summoned a super pet. It would be better if they did not have to fight the super pet. Without any hesitation, Manager Chu swung his sword as fire erupted from the blade and wreathed it. Then he rushed towards Han Sen. The other 6 people, who were Bloodhorn Shura, had their elemental powers primed. They all raced towards Han Sen, looking as if they wanted to kill him quickly before he summoned his super pet. They seemed to be really confident about killing Han Sen, and as a matter of fact, they had already formulated a plan for killing him beforehand. They had learned it on the off chance they would one day encounter him again. But their plan included what they should do to deal with the little angel at the same time. Now that they did not have to deal with the little angel right away, their confidence was bolstered. They thought Han Sen was a person who relied solely on his super pet for strength, and that he wasn't all that proficient in battle himself. Now that they had used their Shura liquid, their power exceeded what they believed possible for a human being. Thus, they thought killing him would be a trivial task. Seeing the first weapons approach, Han Sen waved him flaming Rex Spike. The Rex Spike shone with a green light, and without fear, he committed to the battle they brought towards him. The green light came from Han Sen's simulation of the armored phantom. He could simulate it 100%. Han Sen's life force was not as strong as the armored phantoms, however, so the light was a little weaker. Kacha! The indestructible green light cleaved through every one of his foe's elemental attacks. When he reached Manager Chu's longsword, Han Sen's swing broke it with ease. Impossible! How can you unleash such power? Manager Chu and the rest of his people were all shocked. They had all used Shura liquid to increase their fitness to a level that granted them elemental powers. Han Sen never used anything of the sort. With no body-boosting concoctions, they had no idea how he had managed to become so strong and do such a thing. Unleashing power is not that good. Han Sen waved his flaming Rex Spike towards one of his attackers. The green light spun alongside the flaming Rex Spike, becoming a green light drill bit. The man it was coming for raised his giant rock of a shield, in the hopes of blocking the incoming hit. The flaming Rex Spike drilled through the rocky shield like butter. Its speed was not impeded in the slightest, and it cut clean through into the man's body. The Bloodhorn Shura roared, as his body began to turn into stone. But it seemed useless in opposition to the green drill bit. The rocky body was of no resistance, and after the drill pierced through, he was instantly killed. The faces of his opponents all changed. They did not expect Han Sen to possess such a power, even with his super pet. He was far stronger than any scrap of intel had informed them. Han Sen waved his flaming Rex Spike and put his enemies at a disadvantage. He was still winning, despite going up against 6 people at the same time. His enemies went all pale. They believed their Shura liquid was enough to compete against a super pet. But now, they were brought to the startling realization that it wasn't even enough to deal with Han Sen himself. What is going on? How can Han Sen cast and unleash such power? Why is he so strong? Did he find a way to absorb life geno-essences? Has he become a celestial being? Manager Chu was suddenly brought to fear. He didn't want to fight Han Sen any longer. Let's go. When we return, we must make sure to inform the boss that Han Sen has managed to absorb life geno-essences. And we must tell him that he has become a celestial being. Manager Chu shouted before running off. 5 of the fighters still remained, but they did not stay for long. They all took off running in different directions, as fast as the wind. Han Sen coldly laughed and chased after Manager Chu. Manager Chu saw Han Sen chase after him but felt relieved. Even if Han Sen could catch up with him, the others would have gone far enough away to be safe from any other pursuit he sought to give. One way or another, the message would be delivered to their boss. But then, Manager Chu saw Han Sen summon a blonde angel and a black-armored queen. "I want 2 of them alive. Kill the rest," Han Sen coldly commanded. The angel and queen flew in different directions, and their speed truly shocked Manager Chu. That kind of speed. They must both be super pets. "You have 2 super pets?" Manager Chu's heart was shattered into pieces. He spoke to himself aloud, acknowledging his underestimation of Han Sen. According to the boss's calculation, they wouldn't have been able to kill him even if they had twice the men. Han Sen's own power, and all the stuff he had managed to collect over time, were far beyond their wildest expectations. "You are wrong. I only have 1 super pet. The other is a king spirit." "Oh silly me, perhaps you haven't heard? King spirits are what you refer to as super spirits. They are officially titled king-class spirits." Han Sen moved his body and shot right behind Manager Chu, with a speed faster than any other human could achieve. "King spirit?" Manager Chu exclaimed in shock, now having lost the ability to run. "It's over. It's all over. We were so wrong." Han Sen had gauged the power possessed by Manager Chu and his followers. They were not far from the strength of a super creature, but the strength they had was not stable. It wasn't pure. When they became Bloodhorn Shura, their abilities were akin to that of a celestial being. They could unleash elemental projectiles, yes, but they were not even able to defeat Han Sen, whose fitness was around 260. Their purity and stability were too low, which led to their inability to compete. Another thing was their lack of experience with the powers that had been bestowed upon them. Whether it was because of a lack of practice with such strength, or the inability of the power to be wielded with finesse due to the fact that it came from medicine, Han Sen was unsure. "It looks like I overestimated the power of this Shura liquid thing. It doesn't seem to work all that well after all." Han Sen threw the flaming Rex spike at Manager Chu like a boomerang, and it knocked him over. Then, Han Sen pointed at his head and said, "Answer my questions and I'll set you free." "Pa! Save your breath. I won't tell you anything." Manager Chu's face changed when he spoke. His body began to inflate and expand like a balloon. Boom! Han Sen jumped away as Manager Chu's body exploded like a piñata, scattering bits and pieces of his person across the area in a sudden red haze. The giblets of Manager Chu then quickly began to rot and fade away into nothing. Han Sen's face changed, unable to believe a person could so completely disregard the importance of their own life. No one willingly wanted to die, but Manager Chu's behavior made him frown. It looks like someone might have done something to them. If not, how did that happen? Han Sen frowned and looked at where his angel and the queen had gone. A while later they came back empty-handed, which disappointed Han Senator. The same thing had happened to them. They had attempted to capture the ones that fled, but they willing gave themselves up to a sudden, grisly end. Who are these people? Han Sen frowned. He couldn't find anything out about their identities, as they were all carrying the same gear. Obviously, someone had distributed their wares to them. Finding anything out about them seemed hopeless. But Han Sen did manage to get his mitts on a few unused vials of the Shura liquid. When he returned, he planned to have others research its content for him. Han Sen put the vials into his pack and went towards the empty vine. Roaring and sounds of impact were audible as a big fight ensued. Han Sen kept a low profile as he returned his little angel and queen. Sneakily, he ventured out towards the peak. There, he witnessed the black phoenix casting gusts composed of black fire as it flapped its wings towards the vine. But the flames did not travel far, as a green elephant raised its trunk and blew out lime-colored water to douse them. Around the peak, another 8 super creatures stood guard. They prevented the approach of any and all other creatures. On the peak, a man with long, sharp ears stood tall. His eyes were red, and he was dressed in a black robe. He stood right beside the 4 empty fruit, patiently waiting for them to finish ripening. The empty fruit were purplish, and at the same time luminous. Their pleasant fragrances wafted far and wide, covering the lands in a wondrous scent for dozens of miles. Anyone who smelled it would become intoxicated. Their hearts would jump with a sudden zest and vibrancy, and they'd be a lot livelier. It looks like the empty fruit is going to become ripe any second now. Han Sen's heart was stricken with excitement. The situation was better than he feared it might be. He was worried that the Devil Blood King might only make a move and release himself once the fruit had ripened. Now he had already conquered the top, and was guarded by a slew of super creatures that followed his commands. That was what Han Sen wanted, for it benefited him the most. Seeing the empty fruit not yet ripe, Han Sen did not rush. Patiently, he watched the fight unfold. There were 9 super creatures running up the slopes now, with the empty fruit as their target. Han Sen had seen many of them before. The Black Flame Phoenix and Green Kirin were there. The Black Tiger, Armored Phantom, Black Skeleton, and Big White Goose were also there. The other 3 approached together, and he had not seen them before. From what he could see, though, they looked frightening. Aside from the Black Phoenix and the Green Kirin, both of whom attacked the lime green elephant, the others fought with the rest one-on-one. As the battle raged, none triumphed over each other. However, overall, they seemed to be locked in a stalemate. Han Sen did not know where the Devil Blood King had earned his 8 super creatures, but they were all incredibly powerful, and they did not look likely to lose. Although the Armored Phantom, Black Skeleton, Black Flamed Phoenix, and Green Kirin were strong enough to restrict their opponents, it was too difficult for them to ascend and reach the peak. They most certainly wouldn't be getting it done in any short amount of time. The 4 empty fruit were close to maturing now as well. It looked as if the attacking super creatures were not going to reach their destination in time. Han Sen continued to hide on the nearby mountainside, and then he summoned Moment Queen. Quietly, he asked her, "Moment, how long left until it matures?" Moment Queen looked at the empty fruit and frowned. She said, "There seems to be a problem with the empty fruit." Han Sen looked puzzled. When he observed the fruit, he didn't notice anything out of place. So, he asked, "What problem?" Moment Queen took a second to contemplate her response, and then said, "I have seen the empty fruit before, and I know that there should be only one. Although that was over 100 years ago, in no way should there be an additional 3. It would take another 1,000 years for something like that to occur, so I am unable to understand why it has an extra 3 all of a sudden." "Are you saying 3 of those empty fruits are fake?" Han Sen looked surprised by this sudden revelation. "I don't know, but they do seem real enough," Moment Queen answered, after spending a long time gazing at the fruit. Hee. Han Sen was going to ask something else, but all of a sudden, he heard that strange laugh again. It unnerved him, and he looked around to find where it was coming from. Again, there was no one there. All he could see were the creatures fighting on the mountainside. Strange. What is this peculiar phenomenon? Han Sen was rather spooked. He was aware now that someone had to be following him, yet he couldn't discover who it was. "No, that's not right," Moment Queen said with a frown. Her eyes were locked upon the empty fruit with visible confusion. "What's not right?" Han Sen asked. "It's not just the number that is incorrect. The fruit itself is not right either," Moment Queen said. "Why? What's not right with it?" Han Sen did not hurry Moment Queen for an answer. He just looked at her, as an uneasy feeling came over him. "Although I have never seen a mature empty fruit, and these do seem as if they're about to mature very soon, there is something different about them," Moment Queen said as she pointed towards the vine. Just as Moment Queen was about to elucidate the reason why, the 4 fruits suddenly began to shine. The pleasant smell became a fog, like the holy fruit when it first matured. Han Sen wasn't sure whether or not he should go to the fruit, as Devil Blood King had already reached out his hands to grab them. Maintaining his restraint, he continued to stare at the 4 empty fruit that the Devil Blood King sought to take. Then he asked Moment Queen, "Can you explain the anomaly you have noticed with the empty fruit? What's different about them?" Moment Queen said, "Before I entered the 3rd God's sanctuary, I was able to catch a glimpse of raw empty fruit. They possessed a very refreshing energy flow, but these 4 that I see now have a high concentration of power. They aren't lively and refreshing as I once saw them before, They're too powerful now. Han Sen had never seen empty fruit before, so he couldn't personally validate what she was telling him. But he too could tell that the fruit was extraordinarily powerful and devoid of the sort of refreshing energy she spoke of. Han Sen chose to believe what she was telling him, and so he did not make a move. He just watched the Devil Blood King grab the 4 fruits. It was easy and effortless for him. He picked up the first one, and it released an intoxicating scent. Its simple fragrance was enough to make you feel as if you were melting. The Devil Blood King looked extremely pleased, and he immediately consumed the fruit. After he ate it, his body emanated that same pleasant smell. Han Sen thought a creature might have resided within the fruit, and was about to suddenly burst out and attack the Devil Blood King. Unfortunately, despite watching his consumption of the fruit, nothing of the sort seemed to happen. Instead, his body seemed to generate a holy aura. The effects of the fruit were indeed rather powerful. "What is this? I thought you said there was a problem with the empty fruit," Han Sen asked, with his eyes wide, fixated on the Devil Blood King who was helping himself to the second empty fruit. Moment Queen merely frowned and did not say a word. She seemed to be just as confused as Han Sen. Han Sen had waited this long already, so he decided to be patient a while longer and not do anything rash. He wanted to stay and see if any problems arose. If there are 4 of them and 3 of them may be fake, was the Devil Blood King merely lucky enough to select the correct one for his first munch? Han Sen wondered. But when the Devil Blood King picked the second one from the vine, nothing else seemed to happen. Everything that transpired on his first selection happened with the second. The fruit still smelled nice, as did Devil Blood King. The fruit seemed as precious as it was supposed to be. Damn it! I should have run up there sooner. Han Sen's heart was feeling deep regret over his hesitation. Now, he felt like summoning his little angel and storming the mountain alongside her and Moment Queen. Perhaps there was still enough time for him to collect the other 2 fruits. But just as he contemplated these actions, he heard something in his ear. It was the phantom woman's voice that had been pestering him recently. Except this time, it wasn't just a strange giggling. The voice actually told him something. "Do not approach." Han Sen heard these 3 simple words with surprising clarity. He had already taken a step forward, but now he quickly pulled back. "Who are you?" Han Sen looked around but could not see anyone. All he could see were the vistas he had grown familiar with recently, and the only woman present in the vicinity was Moment Queen. Moment Queen looked at Han Sen queerly, unsure of why he seemed to be scanning the surroundings. She looked around herself but made no discovery, even though she did not know what to look for. Han Sen didn't hear the woman's voice again after that, and he received no answer to his question. But when he looked at the empty vine now, something seemed to change. The Devil Blood King was still holding the second empty fruit. He hadn't eaten it yet, but he looked drunk. His body swayed strangely until, after a while of being off balance, he collapsed on the ground. The empty fruit in his hand rolled down the hill towards the black tiger. Suddenly overcome with joy, the black tiger spared no time in quickly gobbling it up. After he ate it, the creature tried to spread its wings and depart the area. But when it took off, its body seemed to tremble and spasm wildly until it lost its airborne composure and came crashing down to the ground. The griffin that was previously fighting the black tiger leapt on top of it and ripped its throat out with a visceral bite. Han Sen was frozen, watching the scene unfold. In his heart, he thought to himself, "This empty fruit really does have a problem." Seeing the Devil Blood King and the tiger both on the ground, unable to gather their composure and get back on their feet, Han Sen was suddenly relieved to learn he had made the right decision in staying put. Had he gone up there, it would have been him who was in that state. The other super creatures now realized that there might indeed be a problem with the fruit. They all backed away to watch the Devil Blood King and the black tiger convulse on the ground. The super creatures near the Devil Blood King, aside from the griffin, all stopped their fighting. They merely looked upon their master with profound confusion. The griffin did not relent in its scathing of the black tiger. The black tiger was riddled with wounds and injuries in its defenseless state. As much as it may have wanted to, the black tiger could not stand up to protect itself, and it had no choice but to accept the griffin's brutality. When Han Sen thought the black-winged tiger was on the precipice of death, it roared and delivered a blow to the griffin that knocked it away. It was like it had just been injected with a stimulant, and its strength suddenly multiplied. The griffin cried out and hastily attacked the black tiger again. But then, the black tiger roared to the sky and gave off a terrifying presence. This shocked the griffin, and the roar stopped it in its tracks. It quickly stopped its advance and no longer approached the tiger. As it roared to the sky again, the tiger's black, metallic body suddenly became decorated with a purple pattern. The purple pattern was scribbled upon its belly, and it looked like two seedlings intertwined with each other. The strange diagram grew across its belly, and it covered the beast more and more. The pattern itself was like a vine, and it was strange and mystic to witness. It grew all the way around the tiger's back, and continued until its entire body was covered. The more the purple pattern grew, the stronger the tiger's life force seemed. The other super creatures in the area were becoming extremely alarmed and unnerved by the developing situation. Han Sen summoned his devil eye mask and took a look at the black tiger, noticing how its life force was almost reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The intensity of the beast's heat signature had tripled, and it showed no sign of slowing down. Does this imply the empty fruit is good or bad? Then, Han Sen wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Han Sen returned his gaze to the Devil Blood King. He seemed to be faring better than Black Tiger, and he seemed to have a better handle on enduring the effects. But, before long, his face too began to reveal the purple pattern. Roar! The black tiger's call was deafening, and it flapped its wings and flew towards the griffin. The speed had doubled. The griffin cried out in response, and flew to engage the tiger with its talons raised. But its courage was for naught. In the same second they made contact with each other, a wide part of its flesh was torn right from the bone. Previously they were almost as strong as each other, but now the tiger was dominating its foe. The griffin couldn't resist the black tiger, which far exceeded it in every department. Power and speed, in particular. It wasn't long before the griffin's entire body was riddled with a variety of wounds and lesions, many of which exposed the bones inside. Seeing the vast boon of power that the black tiger had been granted, the other super creatures in the area suddenly became excited. Roar! Many creatures roared to the sky in unison. Then they all stampeded towards the vine. Desperately, they all wanted to grab the final 2 fruit that remained. The mountain was quickly thrown into chaos once more. The only difference this time was that the griffin was badly injured and the lime-green elephant was struggling to compete with its 2 enemies. In the meantime, the Devil Blood King still lay on the ground, seemingly uninterested in trying to obtain the final 2 fruits the other creatures were vying for. The creatures were panicked, and pandemonium reigned as they tried to grab the fruit before the Devil Blood King could stand back up again. This is not right. It really isn't right. Han Sen continued to stare at the Devil Blood King and the Black Tiger, which had become far stronger since eating the empty fruit. He believed that there was something wrong, though, and as he looked on the Devil Blood King, he knew the spirit was struggling. Something wasn't right. He believed the Devil Blood King remained motionless so that he could better attempt to resist something. But if the empty fruit was supposed to benefit those that consumed it, why would he resist? The Devil Blood King continued to lie where it was, with the occasional twitch. The pattern scrawled its way across more and more of the creature's face. It seemed as if it would not be long before he forwent his current control and composure. Boom! The lime elephant could no longer withstand the combined attacks of the Black Flame Phoenix and the Green Kirin. The chain of their defensive circle broke, opening an opportunity for them all to race up towards the vine. The Black Flame Phoenix screamed with excitement, and like a sentient flame, rushed over to the empty fruit and swallowed one. The Green Kirin followed it from behind and attempted to eat the final fruit. Just as it attempted to grab it, another super creature prevented its retrieval. The black skeleton was there, and it had taken its chance to race up the peak and grab the final fruit with its bony fingers. All the other creatures stopped moving immediately. Now that the empty fruit was all gone, there was no longer any point in fighting over it. The black flame phoenix and the black skeleton immediately reacted like the black tiger had. They collapsed. When the other super creatures sought to leave the area, they suddenly heard screaming. The Devil Blood King stood upon 2 feet once more and yelled out to the high heavens. His face was scribbled all over by the strange purple pattern. Many of the terrifying creatures believed the Devil Blood King was going to become even stronger, but they were wrong. The Devil Blood King reached out a hand, and his fingers morphed into the shape of claws. The entire hand turned blood red, and it looked as if blood was going to ooze from it any second. All the creatures seemed alert, and they paid great attention to the Devil Blood King. They believed he was going to attack and mercilessly slaughter them. But what happened next put them in a state of frozen surprise. The Devil Blood King shouted as his blood-red hand tore off his own armor. When he was done, he punched his fist through his naked chest and ripped his own heart out. Everyone and everything was shocked by the spectacle they had just witnessed, unable to comprehend why the mighty Devil Blood King had suddenly chosen to tear his own heart out. Pang! The Devil Blood King clenched the hand that held his heart into a fist, squashing it into jelly as his body vanished and returned to the spirit stone he belonged to. When his body vanished, an empty fruit dropped to the ground. But it was no longer an empty fruit. It was more like a seed that had vines growing out of it. The vines were purple and red, and they looked as if they had been drenched in blood. Han's son was shocked, and he thought to himself, there really was something wrong. It was fortunate that I chose not to go. Had I been the one to grab that fruit, that would have been me. The super creatures all stared at the purple-red vine, and as they did, the vines moved. Instantly, the vines extended and shot out to grab the green Kirin which was closest to it. The green Kirin was as terrified as it was angry. Its body flashed green as it cast water arrows to strike the vines that grabbed it. But the vines had thorns growing along them, and they pierced through the Kirin's green scales with apparent ease. They wormed their way through its flesh and continued to drill their way inside. Han's son felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before, and it was so odd it felt surreal. Even though the other super creatures were frightened by what was happening, none of them were sure how they should react. They merely watched the vines drill their way into the Kirin's body. As the vines drilled in, the green scales of the Kirin began to develop a purple pattern as well. The more that pattern overtook it, the weaker its resistance to the vine was. Roar! As the green Kirin continued to twitch in agony, they heard a roar. The black tiger was going for the griffin once more. On the other side of the peak, the black skeleton and the black flame phoenix were starting to develop a purple pattern across their bodies too. They stood up and made scary noises, and then attacked the creatures that were closest to them. It was chaos again, as the blood of super creatures began to drench the mountainside. The black skeleton and the black flame phoenix were far more powerful right now, and they savagely destroyed any super creature they fought. With a misty red haze, the peak was doused in the color red. Roar! The green Kirin stood up again, looking angry. Its body was covered in the phantom pattern by now, and it leapt over to the lime-green elephant. In between the splashes of lime, the Kirin was able to tear into its back. With its ravenous mouth, it ripped open the flesh to expose the spine inside. Blood began to cascade from the wound. The other super creatures, which were currently free of attackers, all decided to escape the area. They all knew there was something wrong with the fruit they had previously been hungry for, and so they all thought it was best to book before something bad happened to them. The creatures that had been trapped were having difficulty committing to flight. This was especially true for the griffin, which would soon be killed by the merciless black tiger. Han Sen's heart went cold. It was all too strange, and he knew that he himself should run off now while he could. You can run, but you must make him stay. The woman's voice sung in Han Sen's ears once more, and it made him shiver. Who? Han Sen was shocked by the sudden instruction. He looked around, but again, the voice was accompanied by no nearby person. Han Sen gritted his teeth and bid for Moment Queen to follow him. He wanted to get as far away from this strange place as he could right now. When he lifted his leg, Han Sen felt something. He dashed out of the way just as the ground cracked open and a lashing vine suddenly appeared. Amazed, Han Sen saw it was coming from the empty vine. Many more shot through the ground, all seemingly coming for him. Fuck my luck! Han Sen swore to himself. He jumped, summoned his flaming Rex spike, and swung it at the vines that came towards him. The flaming Rex spike, that he again imbued with a green light, tore through numerous vines. But it was seemingly to no avail, as more and more vines appeared. Han Sen jumped and attempted to go airborne, but in the next second he froze. Countless vines sprung out of the ground like a coven of wyverns. They twirled in between each other, forming a barrier to block his ascent. Dong! Han Sen's flaming Rex spike whacked against a vine that was thicker than a train. He created a meter-thick dent in the vine, but it wasn't nearly enough to cut through it and give himself release. Many other vines now came towards him, and Han Sen could do naught but run. He cast arrow and took off flying low. He dodged many of the vines that came for him, but the chance of escape seemed slim. Han Sen did not dare use wings, because the wings were nowhere close to the speed of arrow, and neither were they as agile. If he used his wings, a vine was sure to grab a hold of him and pull him down. Moment Queen moved quickly alongside him. She appeared to be a whole lot more relaxed than Han Sen was, however. It was strange to see her so composed, given the situation. The vines that netted together continued to grow and extend across the sky, forming a cage that would eventually to keep them trapped where they were. Make him stay. Han Sen heard the woman's voice once more. Make who stay? There's no need to be so ambiguous and mysterious. Just tell it to me straight. Han Sen still couldn't see where the woman was talking to him from, but he still spoke aloud in response. Han Sen did not think what he said would yield much of anything, but after he spoke, the raging vines stopped and returned to the soil. Han Sen looked around, but no one appeared. All the super creatures that had come to the mountain for the fruit had now dispersed and vanished. Only a few remained. There was the griffin, which was dead, and there were also the black flame phoenix, the green kirin, the black skeleton, and the black tiger. They stood atop the peak as if they were frozen. He was unsure what they were doing, but after taking a closer look, he was given quite a shock. The legs of the 4 super creatures had grown roots, and vines had replaced what was once their hair. Their eyes seemed sullen and empty as they stood there. They looked like vegetables, unable to move or even blink. Han Sen used his devil eye mask to watch them. Their life forces were still strong, but ever so slowly, that energy was being driven into the roots. Needless to say, Han Sen was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is this the way the empty vine produces its offspring? All these creatures are made to become some sort of parasite host, is that it? And they provide the nutrients for the newborn vines. Han Sen thought it was a terrifying thing to witness, and that the vines were scarier than any other creature he had encountered before. Fortunately for him, he had decided not to eat the empty fruit. Becoming fertilizer was not in his best interests. If such powerful creatures were unable to resist the parasite-like being, Han Sen's human body would never have stood a chance. What is the current situation, then? The 4 empty fruit have already found their hosts, so why does it want me here? What does she want? Han Sen now believed the woman's voice was in fact the empty vine, since the voice seemed to control it. Han Sen, however, couldn't comprehend what the vine might have wanted from him, and neither did he know who the person she wished for him to make stay was. The strange woman's voice no longer spoke to him, though. As he scanned the area in confusion, the empty vine that poked through the peak of the mountain began to stretch open as if blossoming. A new vine stretched out from the center, and there, Han Sen saw a fist-sized green fruit. It was glowing beneath the sunlight with a lime glare. Han Sen's nose smelled something nice, and it made his body feel at ease. In his heart, he thought to himself, Moment Queen was right after all. The 4 fruits from earlier were not the genuine empty fruit. This one right here has to be the real one. Han Sen, however, did not dare to approach. He merely watched the crystal-clear fruit that hung on the vine from afar. He could see where its core was, and there was a baby-like thing inside, similar to a fetus. The baby was too small, and it was all curled up, obscuring its gender. While Han Sen looked at it, this single vine approached him. The fruit hung from the vine less than 10 feet away from him. The baby that was curled up inside the core had its eyes closed. Yet Han Sen felt as if he was being checked out by it. He felt as if he was being watched. Make him stay and you can go. Not long after, Han Sen heard the female voice once more. Are you talking to me? Han Sen looked at the baby inside the fruit with much shock and posed the question to it. Who else? The female voice spoke. As the empty fruit trembled upon the vine it grew upon, it was telling him that it was indeed her that was talking. Are you the super creature created by the empty vine? When Han Sen said this, he suddenly felt rather stupid. The answer to that question was fairly obvious. Sort of yes, but sort of no, too. The baby's answer surprised Han Sen. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen asked with curiosity, while a portion of his mind thought of a way he could escape the area. He had a lot of treasure on him, but he didn't want to give it to anyone. No matter what the baby wanted, he wouldn't give away anything of his. With Little Silver, the Little Angel and Moment Queen, and the unreliable fairy, I should be able to flee from here. Han Sen then looked at the 4 super creatures that were starting to look like plants, and suddenly lost the confidence he had just given himself. I am me. I that swallowed the seed of the holy empty. I was reborn. My genes advanced and took me to the third god's sanctuary, but now, I do not know if I am truly myself. The female voice sounded heavy and solemn. Han Sen's heart leapt at the words, and he asked, Are you the same as these super creatures? Han Sen was referring to the Black Flame Phoenix and the rest that were under the influence of the parasitic force. The fruit moved, and then the female voice spoke again. After thousands of years, the empty vine bears fruit. They are reborn and their genes have improved. But who knows if they are still themselves right now? Han Sen thought to himself, the emotions of this empty fruit don't seem too stable. If I play my cards right, maybe I can escape. Thinking this, he told the empty fruit, If you feel this way, why do you force others to swallow the holy seeds? The woman responded, If I am born, I can open the gate to the third god's sanctuary, and then I will leave the second god's sanctuary and the empty vine will die. If I do not leave behind seeds, there would not be any holy vines. I am me and I am also the holy vine. Even though I exist here, it is difficult for me to control my natural function of producing offspring. Han Sen did not know what to say. Right now, she wasn't completely herself. She was once a super creature, but now, half of her body was composed of the empty vine's genes. It was a super creature that was created through the union of animals and plants. It was difficult to imagine it being in the alliance. What were you before? Han Sen couldn't help but ask. As a super creature such as this was sure to have some history. I was an empty spirit witch. I am still an empty spirit witch. The voice spoke with assuredness, and it went on to say, I have already answered your questions. Can you give him over to me now? I have to be honest with you, I really don't know what it is that you want. If you told it to me straight, I could have given it to you much earlier. Han Sen tested. I want your plant of a holy spirit. There is nothing else you can provide that I see value in. The empty spirit witch said. Plant of a holy spirit? Han Sen's heart jumped and he presented her his gourd. Then he asked, Is this it? Is this what you want? Yes. Empty spirit witch confirmed. And then the vine moved to take the gourd from Han Sen. Hang on. Han Sen pulled back his hand and then said, At least tell me why you want it. The empty spirit which seemed upset by the question that was posed and said, For some reason, it did not grow as it should have. I am going to help it grow again, this time to its fullest. Han Sen froze, not expecting her to feel this way about it. When he first received the gourd and the vines it clung to were dry and had almost died. What she said sort of made sense, and it didn't seem as if she was lying. Are you saying the gourd is like you? There is a super creature inside. Han Sen recalled the giant, vine-wreathed bones that lay near the gourd. If the gourd created a giant creature similar to that, things would surely prove interesting. She denied Han Sen's thinking and said, "It's different. It is a pure plant of a Holy Spirit. It is special and it cannot be compared with me." "Where is it from?" Han Sen asked. He wasn't willing to give up the gourd, as it was something he played with almost every day. He had grown quite attached to Enigma, and if it was truly a Holy Spirit that was still growing, it wasn't something he'd be quite willing to just hand over. Han Sen had always been a greedy person, and unless death was certain, he wouldn't hand over his treasure. "I don't know, but I can sense its holy presence. I cannot tell where it is from," the empty spirit witch said. "If it is not the same as you, then why do you want it?" Han Sen asked, looking at empty witch spirit. She seemed to be annoyed by the barrage of questions and no longer answered him. Instead, she said, "That is none of your business. Just give it to me." After that, the vine came again at Han Sen's hand. In response, he took 2 steps back and evaded it. This infuriated the empty spirit witch, and now her vines came out of the ground like dragons. They netted the sky once more, attempting to deny Han Sen any chance of escape. "Didn't you say you would enter the third god's sanctuary once you were born? How can you help this grow? It is not something you can do in a single day." Han Sen shouted, and readied himself to summon the little angel. If he couldn't talk his way out of this, then fighting his way out was the only option. He wasn't willing to hand over the gourd. If Han Sen was willing to put up a fight and beat her, then there'd be no stopping him. Furthermore, if he did destroy the super creature, he'd be defeating one that was on the precipice of entering the third god's sanctuary. But Han Sen was afraid of the 4 other super creatures that were nearby. The holy seeds were growing inside them, and although they were rooted down on the peak, there was no telling whether or not they could join the fight. Even so, Han Sen steeled himself for battle. But when the empty spirit witch heard what he said, she quelled her aggression and said, "What you say makes sense. I will be born soon, and it will be difficult for me to stay here. I can't take care of it." Han Sen quickly replied by saying, "Then how about you let me take care of it? I have already been taking good care of it. In fact, I treat this gourd as well as I would my own son. I keep it fed, and it has even had the opportunity to drink up countless gallons of super creature blood." Han Sen painted himself in the most positive light possible, as if he wanted to adopt a poor child into a wealthy family. She seemed touched by his words, and then, the baby inside the fruit opened its eyes. Emerald eyes peered right at him. She looked at Han Sen and the silver fox that rested on his shoulder, and then looked at the fairy inside his pocket. After a while of examining his person, she said, "Okay, you will take care of him, but he will be born with an incomplete gene. It will be difficult for this thing to be born, regardless of how much super creature blood it drinks. Wait here. When I am born, I will provide it with empty spirit blood. By doing that, I will repair its flaws." Han Sen happily agreed. He would receive a gift without having to risk his life. Seeing the fruit outside the empty spirit witch, he then thought of something. When the holy rhino entered the third god's sanctuary, it shed all of its old flesh. Now that she was going to the third god's sanctuary, Han Sen wondered if that meant she'd also have to leave the fruit of her composition behind. If she did, it might be just as good as the flesh of that rhino. Han Sen then waited for the empty spirit witch to be born, so he could take the fruit. Even if he couldn't eat it, it might prove beneficial to his new spirit owl. The vine with the fruit returned to the hill, and as it went, it released a refreshing fragrance. As time passed, Han Sen was able to observe the baby growing inside the core. It wasn't a shocking, violent scene as it had been with the holy rhino. The entire spectacle was mellow and serene. It remained there quietly, awaiting its own birth. Perhaps she had evolved slowly over the course of 1,000 years, and it wasn't a sudden transformation as it had been with the rhino. Everything was natural, and Han Sen waited there for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, the core of the fruit cracked. Like an actual baby, the empty spirit which waddled out of the fruit. She was almost the same size as the fairy, but lacked wings. She was naked, and a purple marking adorned her forehead. Aside from that, there was nothing special about her person. The empty spirit which came closer and arrived before Han's senator, she was surrounded by spots of light, which floated upwards into the sky. "Bring out the Holy Spirit," the empty spirit which said, standing 2 feet away from Han Sen. He was alert, but he still opened his hands to reveal the gourd to her. He stared at her intently. If she tried to steal it, he'd pull it back and fight. She landed on Han Sen's hand and cut her finger. A drop of transparent blood fell onto the gourd. The blood was clearer than water, and when it dripped onto the gourd absorbed it in a second. After absorbing the blood, the dry and yellow gourd showed movement. The gourd began to tremble as if with life. It didn't seem as if there was a big change, but Han Sen could sense the movement of its life force unlike ever before. Han Sen's heart was tremendously glad. He had believed she was going to do something ill-conceived, and right now she was actually aiding him in his care of the gourd. Han Sen used to feel that the gourd lacked a certain something, and the energy flow grew a bit too slowly. But now he had learnt that it was born damaged, which was why it was slow. Now, with the empty spirit witch's blood, the life force inside was like a freshly grown plant. It seemed to show a hunger it never had before, an unquenchable thirst for magic blood. The golden lines that decorated the gourd appeared in greater number. They had appeared before, but they had lacked the vibrancy and spark of life that were being visibly displayed right now. It indeed looked like something that had just been freshly picked from the vine. The empty spirit which looked at the gourd in a way that suggested she was waiting for something, but he did not know what. Han Sen acknowledged she was hiding something, and that there was an ulterior motive for helping him. There was a reason she initially wanted the gourd for herself, but it was something Han Sen had yet to discover. Boom! The air vibrated and an old wooden double door appeared in the sky. Through the frame of the door, a scary presence emerged, and as if it had influenced the atmosphere itself, the sky changed color. The spores of light that floated around the empty spirit which now started floating up directly towards the door, and then, from behind those doors, a human-shaped shadow approached. Han Sen was able to see it, despite the fog and blurriness that masked the entrance. Beneath the gravity of the tremendous force that came, Han Sen could not remain standing for long. He fell to the ground. This had already happened to him once before, so he knew there was no use trying to resist it. Even super creatures could not withstand the pressure that came from beyond those doors. And Han Sen was only just a human, and one that wasn't a celestial being either. Put the Holy Spirit away. The empty spirit witch's eyes looked strange as she spoke to him. Her lips did not move, but he heard her clearly in his ears. Although Han Sen did not know what she was planning, he immediately returned the gourd to his pack. When he raised his head, she was already flying towards the old wooden doors. Boom! The door opened and an elf-like lady appeared from the beyond. She exuded an elegance no human woman could, and yet the way she appeared seemed so natural and casual. Looking upon that woman once would imprint within your mind a sight that you could never forget. She was so natural that she blended in with the environment. No other woman looked like this. The woman stepped out from the door and looked at that empty spirit that was flying towards her spryly. She smiled and asked, "Will you follow me along the path of evolution?" "Yes," the empty spirit calmly replied, as she flew towards the woman. The woman smiled in response. She put out her hand and allowed the empty spirit to land on it. But just as she turned around and was about re-enter the door, she looked down and stopped. She turned back around and looked at Han Sen. The empty spirit saw her look at Han Sen, and it made her heart jump with a sudden worry. The woman observed Han Sen lying down on the ground, and she looked surprised. Then, she gazed directly at the red on Han Sen's forehead. "Saint Fan was here before? This is interesting. If I encounter him, I will not be able to let him go." The woman seemed to be speaking to herself. Han Sen was still being pushed down to the ground, and he was unable to hear what she said. The empty spirit did hear, however, and this seemed to bring her relief. She also turned to give Han Sen another look, one of much surprise. She thought the woman had noticed the gourd Han Sen possessed, but was surprised to see the woman was actually taking notice of the man himself. The empty spirit which would never have considered Han Sen, who was not even a celestial being, to be worthy of the woman's notice. Han Sen felt bad getting crushed into the earth, but soon after, the pressure was removed. The force felt lighter and he was freed. Then he stood up. He thought the woman had already taken the empty spirit which back through the door, but upon raising his head, he was surprised to still see her there, hovering in the sky. The beautiful eyes peered at him, and she smiled warmly. "From now on, you belong to me." Amidst Han Sen's confusion, he had no idea why she continued to stare at him. He too thought she had discovered the presence of his gourd. But then the woman pointed a finger directly at him. Boom! A light cracked the air and struck Han Sen's forehead. When Han Sen's mind returned, the woman was gone. She had already taken the empty spirit which back through the wooden doors. While the empty spirit which was in the process of leaving, she looked back at Han Sen's pack as if she really missed the gourd. The old wooden doors shut, then disappeared from the sky. Han Sen had a long sigh. When he touched his forehead, he felt nothing. Taking a peek at himself in his mirror, he noticed that the rouge from earlier had vanished. It had been replaced with what appeared to be the symbol of a lotus, although you'd have to pay close attention to determine what it was. On a passing glance, you would merely assume it to be a dot or pimple. These assholes. Do they have nothing better to do than going around leaving stamps on people? Han Sen shouted angrily. But in the next second, that anger was calmed by the sight of the fruit. When he quickly ran towards it, he found that it was ripe and had been cracked open. Although the core was gone, there was still plenty of pulp for him to gorge on. Before Han Sen flew up to the vine to retrieve the fruit, the empty vine began to wither. It was dying before his eyes, and as it did, its leaves turned yellow. Boom! The empty island began to quake, and it soon started to fall apart. With greater haste, Han Sen soared to the peak and snatched the broken empty fruit. Then, he took off away from the island for a safer region of the skies. The giant empty vine started to crumble down to the world below, and the island went with it. Great mountains of stone caved in on themselves, falling to the lands underneath and crushing the vines that once held them aloft. The noise of such natural destruction was deafening. The area soon looked apocalyptic, as if a pillar that once held the world up had now buckled under the weight of the life above. It had broken, and the world was falling into an abyss of ruined earth and craggy rocks. The giant vine fell and the island went with it. It was like the world was screaming, and with the flight of harmony and composure, only chaos would remain to take its place. Han Sen soared through the air, watching it all unfold from above. In the lands below, a black crater with no apparent bottom was formed. Clouds of dust materialized, shrouding the shattered peaks that skirted the mountainous region it had collapsed onto. Those mountains buckled and collapsed under the weight of the lands that fell on top of them, as well, and it disfigured the coarse highlands into a ruinous hellscape. Han Sen waited until all had settled before returning to the lands below. He flew down to observe the place where the island had come down. It was broken, and its hewn mountains had all but crumbled and disappeared, but evidence of its past still remained. Strangely, however, the mountain peak where the four fruit were born was wholly intact. The four super creatures were there as well, standing like sculpted fauna. The seedlings on their heads already seemed to be growing healthily. Their roots must have coursed deep into the peak, although Han Sen couldn't guess how far they went. Han Sen took in the sight for a while longer and eventually decided to leave. He was wondering if he'd receive something by cutting the seedlings. But if he did that, the vines would become extinct. And Han Sen was concerned about the likelihood of the vine attempting to protect itself from would-be ruiners, and so he gave up his idea of giving them a shave. Han Sen had already received plenty of rewards from this outing. His gourd had been fixed and he had received the empty fruit. There was no need for him to cut the seedlings. Han Sen tried to nibble a bit of the empty fruit for himself, but it was like sand. It was impossible for him to consume such a thing. But he knew it was quite similar to the holy rhino's meat, which was harmful when he attempted to eat it as well. The fairy tried to rush out of the shell to greedily consume the fruit, but Han Sen was quick enough to stop her and push her back inside. When Han Sen had needed help in the dire situations that had arisen on this outing, she hadn't helped once. Han Sen was not at all willing to give her a share of the spoils. The silver fox started to show some movement, and it clearly wanted some of the empty fruit, too. He stroked it to comfort it, but summoned his death knell and brought out his gourd to see if they wanted it first. They showed no reaction, so Han Sen cut the fruit into 5 separate portions. He gave 1 piece to the silver fox, 1 piece to the fairy, and 1 to the owl. The last 2 pieces were given to Moment Queen. Moment Queen had proven herself invaluable and had helped out a lot throughout this excursion. Therefore, he wasn't willing to go cheap on the reward he wished to give her. Moment Queen accepted the 2 pieces, and after that, the way she looked at Han Sen was somewhat different. She believed Han Sen would only be willing to give her 1 slice at the most. She was very surprised to receive 2. "If you serve me well, I won't mistreat you. You earned this," Han Sen told Moment Queen. Moment Queen nodded in response and then ate the 2 pieces of fruit. Nothing changed, and so Han Sen returned her to the Sea of Soul. Where is little uncle? Surely he did not get buried beneath the carnage of the island that collapsed. Did he? Han Sen was slightly worried by Wang Yuhang's disappearance, and went to look for him. As Han Sen was thinking about where he might dig and search for the fellow, he espied him in the distance. He was waving. Han Sen sighed and went over to meet with him. He gave him directions to a safer place and then returned to Moment Shelter. When Han Sen returned to Moment Shelter, he was greeted with the sound of battle. The noises of a fight clashed against the roaring of Little Black and Big Black. "Who dares enter my territory uninvited?" Han Sen ran inside and saw the armored phantom fighting the 2. Big Black was unable to beat the armored phantom, and Little Black was still recovering from its injuries. And now they were both bleeding heavily from wounds sustained in the fight. The armored phantom had seen Han Sen about to be trapped by the vine back on the island, so it believed him to have been killed. Therefore, it had returned here to take the shelter. It wasn't expecting his sudden return, and as soon as Han Sen appeared, it attempted to flee. "You come here, bully my guard dogs, and now try to run? I don't think so. Go get him." Han Sen summoned Moment Queen and the little angel to attack the intruder. The armored phantom was quite powerful, and it lasted a whole hour against them before Moment Queen was able to finish it off. Moment Queen killed the super creature Steel Night King. The beast's soul has been gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may retrieve the beast soul from Moment Queen. Take it now. Without a second of hesitation, Han Sen immediately took the beast soul. One thing about this latest kill stood out to Han Sen in particular. The Steel Night King was a second-generation creature, and the announcement said he was unable to consume its flesh. If a first-generation super creature could not be eaten, its body would decompose. Strangely, however, this body remained. The green light vanished, but the armor and greatsword did not disappear. Is this its gear? Han Sen picked up the armor and steel greatsword. They were quite heavy, but after giving it a few swings, Han Sen thought the sword felt good to wield. Han Sen tried to simulate the energy flow of the armored phantom, and when he did, the steel greatsword emitted a beam of green light that was a few meters long. The light was much stronger than when he used it on his flaming Rex spike. It seemed to be exclusive gear, and it delighted Han Sen to receive even more good spoils from his recent escapades. Han Sen commanded the others to transfer the armor and the steel greatsword. After this was done, Han Sen went to refine the life geno essence in the spirit hall. The green life geno essence effortlessly dissolved into his body, and as it did, he felt his muscles tighten and his joints strengthen. Steel Night King life geno essence has been absorbed. You have received 1 super geno point. The announcement rang multiple times in his head, and it brought Han Sen much joy every time. He was feeling disappointed at his recent inability to obtain super geno points, and he was delightfully surprised to see the Steel Night King practically deliver itself to him. In total, Han Sen received 8 super geno points from the life geno essence of the Steel Night King. This brought his total tally up to 63. I'll be maxing out soon for sure. Han Sen's heart was as merry as one could be. After packing up, he used the teleporter at Moment Shelter to return to the Alliance. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen quickly got Ji Yanran on the horn. He told her about his encounter with the Bloodhorn Shura. Something like this actually happened? I must certainly inform my father about this. Ji Yanran's face looked deathly serious upon hearing what he had to say. If medicine could quickly increase the fitness of humans and allow evolvers to cast elemental powers on a whim, such a concoction would be quite terrifying. I am going to give the sample of the Shura liquid to you, Han Sen said. Okay, sure. Come and meet me. I've been meaning to see you anyway. Ji Yanran nodded. You're in need of me? Why, what is it? Han Sen wondered why she might have been in search of him. I'll tell you in person. Ji Yanran did not answer. Han Sen agreed despite his curiosity, and he then made his way to Ji Yanran's office. If this formula can increase the power of an evolver by that much, it is quite difficult to fathom the changes it could bring. It would be a huge boon to humanity. When Ji Yanran accepted the vial of the Shura substance, she could still hardly believe what Han Sen had told her. Research it first. Han Sen knew what he had stumbled into was something of importance, but making statements about it was pointless until they learned more. If they could reverse engineer the serum and discover what it was composed of, then they could fantasize about it. But if they were unable to recreate it, and its association with the Zhao family became public, Han Sen believed their influence and prosperity would become unstoppable. Anyway, why were you looking for me? Han Sen asked Ji Yanran. A group of Shura will be visiting the Alliance soon, and I will be attending the feast that we are to share with them. I was hoping you could join me, Ji Yanran said, as she put away the sample. A group of Shura? What are they doing here? Han Sen asked with much surprise. They are here to discuss a possible truce, Ji Yanran said with a smile. A truce? Han Sen looked shocked. Humanity and the Shura had been locked in conflict for many years now. The fighting had mostly stopped, but there hadn't been any official declaration of peace. Ji Yanran smiled and said, Humans have developed too quickly, and our technology has far exceeded the Shura's. Before, humanity and our bodies were much weaker than the Shura. But due to the existence of the sanctuaries, our bodies have been able to evolve. Right now, powerful humans can rival Shura. With everything else we've achieved, we have managed to get ahead and stay ahead of them. Furthermore, the king of the Shura recently died. Many nobles are currently competing for the throne, placing their entire government in turmoil. They cannot spare the time to fight with us while they attend to their own problems. Therefore, it makes sense for them to desire peace. Maybe in a few hundred years, as we develop and our technology continues to advance, we can wipe the Shura out. I suppose you are right, but I don't think that's possible. When Han Sen went to school, he was taught about how cruel and powerful the Shura were. He didn't expect humanity to exceed the capabilities of the Shura. It is possible. Humans are the best in the universe when it comes to learning and adapting. The Shura are too stubborn and closed-minded. What is happening now is to be expected. Ji Yanran spoke as if she was proud to be a human. Han Sen smiled and said, Okay, but making peace is a huge deal. It is an issue of diplomacy. So why do you want me there? I am not asking you to be there to discuss the peace. I just want you there to mix and get to know the Shura. Have fun, dance, and party with them. Ji Yanran laughed and squeezed Han Sen's face. Then she continued to say, My father would never be stupid enough to leave the actual peace brokering to someone as inexperienced as you. No offense. Ah, you want me there just to join in the festivities? You can rely on me to be there eating and drinking. I'm quite experienced in that, I'll have you know, Han Sen said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes and then looked at him. She said, You think I chose you just so you could eat? If this was about eating, I know a few others I could send their way. My dear wife, I must ask you again then. For what purpose do you want me there? Han Sen grabbed Ji Yanran's waist and pulled her onto his lap. As he did this, his hands began to surf along her body and into her clothes. Ji Yanran blushed and said, Hey, I'm talking about something serious here. Okay, then tell me. Han-sen was clearly not taking things seriously, and his focus on other things was beginning to drain her of interest in the topic as well. Her face was becoming more and more red. Ji Yanran grabbed the hand that was feeling her up and said in a begging voice, "Can we quickly finish this serious subject first?" "Okay." Han-sen smiled and stopped his hedonistic hand. Shura are a very proud people. Humanity has yet to determine the fate and trajectory of our race. Therefore, they cannot give up their pride. Although they have come here to make peace, they will most likely not be able to refrain from finding something to insult us over. Ji Yanran took a breath and then continued to say, "Shura always poke fun and laugh at the human body. There will be many young nobles among the Shura entourage. They will find any excuse they can to challenge the combat abilities of our young, and although we have powerful people, few are capable of competing at such young ages. If we sent elderly to fight for us, even if we won, they'd still laugh at us." So, before Ji Yanran finished her speech, Han-san had realized what she was asking. There was no other human that was as powerful as him at his age. "That's it." Han-san smiled and looked at her. "Yeah," Ji Yanran answered. "Then let's get down to my business." Han-san picked up Ji Yanran and tossed her onto the couch. Ji Yanran told Ji Ruojian about the Shura liquid, and he took it for the serious, concerning matter that it was. Ji Ruojian asked Han-san to tell him about the liquid again, then retrieved the sample on the very same day. The Ji family was taking the entire affair more seriously than Han-san believed they would. He hoped they could successfully research it, because if they could not, the Zhao family's capabilities would shock the entire alliance. Because Han-sen was getting ready to join the Shura ball, he didn't have time to return to the sanctuary. Ji Yanran began to describe the members of the group of Shura that were coming, presenting him with pictures so he knew exactly who each one was. There are 2 royal families of Shura coming. One of the royal family members is a 4th-rank Shura fighter, and he is the one spearheading the entire collective that will be visiting. He isn't a person to easily lose his temper, but even if he does, others will be the ones to take care of it. It's not up to us to sort that out. After that, Ji Yanran showed him a different picture. It was a picture of a young, handsome Shura. He had a purple horn and long purple hair. He looked both noble and mystic. It was difficult to find humans that could compare with him. The society of the Shura was built on authority. It had existed far longer than humanity had. The royal monarchy had been established over many generations, and was something no human family could ever come close to resembling. When humanity first began its interstellar era, the Shura provided them with aid because of their similar appearance. Back then, the Shura considered humanity to be inferior. Humans were not as technologically advanced or as attractive in their eyes. But they never expected that humanity would grow and achieve so much so quickly, or one day become their greatest enemy and threat. And now, humans were ahead of the Shura. The race of the Shura was now in political turmoil because of their inability to assert a new king for the throne, and had to broker a peace. But the Shura had always been arrogant, and they had never really respected humanity. Despite their advancement, the Shura still considered humans to be an inferior species. The royal Shura had always been a higher class, and every person in their society had to adore them. Human society did not work like that, and it was just another reason for the royals to despise their enemies. This royal Shura is called Ukailand. He is 22 years old and is a very notorious member of the Yu family. Our intel states that when the Shura reach adulthood, their fitness level is gauged to be at around 200. If they continue to train and learn their Shura skills, they can become even stronger. Uchelan's fitness is estimated to be at around 260. That's not a precise number, but it's an educated approximation from our best information. Ji Yanran introduced the man. He sounds rather powerful, but there should be many human surpassers that are around 20 years old. Wouldn't it be easier for you to just call upon a surpasser? Han-sen asked with visible confusion. Humans were able to enter the first god's sanctuary when they reached the age of 16. If they were lucky, they'd end up in a grand, populated shelter which offered much help from the larger factions. This saved people much time in collecting enough genopoints to reach the second god's sanctuary. The same thing applied in the second god's sanctuary to becoming a surpasser. Although this did not happen very often, there were many people entering at all times, so a good number did end up being this fortuitous. Well, yes, there are indeed plenty of fortunate young people that are surpassers. And although we are able to call upon them, the Royal Shura might not want to interact with them. Ji Yanran gave a wry smile. Why? Aren't they just as young? Han Sen asked with surprise. Their identities would be different. Ji Yanran then went on to explain. In the eyes of the Shura, humanity is considered a knockoff of their own kind. They wouldn't say that in front of us, but deep down they disdain us. If Yu Qilan wishes to fight, then he would most certainly call upon someone famous. If he wants someone to fight, he would most likely pick me. Why? Han Sen was becoming even more confused. Ji Yanran was not very popular in the alliance at all. She may have been the daughter of the president, but she wasn't much of a fighter. With the way normal human logic worked in the alliance, no one would challenge her. Ji Yanran laughed and said, The Shura think differently. To them, our president is the king. As the daughter, that would make me the princess. He is a royal Shura, and he would end up being forced to pick me for a duel as the only half-viable candidate. The Shura know much about our society. If they challenge me, it is not because they don't know that I cannot fight. They would wish to humiliate us. Ji Yanran took a deep breath and then continued. My father asked that you come for insurance. If he asks me to fight, then I would need you to be my champion. You are my fiancé after all. Shouldn't I be called a prince? The husband of a princess is called prince, if I recall, Han Sen said with a smile. He was very interested in the Shura because he wished to know whether Zero was a human or a Shura. It was one of his biggest unsolved mysteries at this point. When he found Zero, he also found a vial of an unknown substance. Han Sen did not dare show it to anyone, as he wasn't sure what it did. Not wanting to bring him or her any trouble, he placed it in his bank for security. Han Sen guessed that the liquid was most likely related to Zero, but he did not trust any research organization enough to turn it over for examination and testing. Therefore, Han Sen was keen to meet real Shura and see if he could notice a difference between them and Zero if they entered a Shura mode. He thought he might learn something. Han Sen had no problem fighting a royal Shura, as it was a glorious thing for him to be allowed to do. After all, humanity and the Shura had fought each other in this galaxy for many years, and countless victims had fallen victim to their hands. Influenced by their education and environment, it was natural for humans to consider Shura as their greatest enemy. Any triumph over them would be most glorious. Han Sen was not allowed to take part in the meetings between the Alliance and the visiting Shura, in which they sought to broker peace. The introductory meetings took them only 2 days, but it would take at least 2 months to negotiate terms. There were many conspiracies in the works, ones which Han Sen could not understand due to his lack of proficiency in the field of politics. All he did was wait until Ji Yanran was ready for him to go to the dinner. Ji Yanran was very nervous. After all, she was a girl. She knew Han Sen was strong, but the thought of him having to fight for her in such an important battle made her anxious. Such a fight wasn't meant to be life-threatening. The fight did not allow the use of weapons, and elites would be watching the entire proceedings. If things were being taken too far, demigod elites would swoop in and bring an end to the exhibit. But even so, Ji Yanran was worried. She looked for her father, wanting to know if there was a way they could avoid the fight. Ji Ruozhen was fond of Han Sen, and he thought highly of him. He told Ji Yanran, "Do not worry for his well-being. He is from the Luo family. He won't lose, not even in a fight against a royal Shura." Unbeknownst to Ji Ruozhen, however, Han Sen had refused to learn anything from the Luo family. Had he known this, his certainty in Han Sen's victory would not have been as firm. Despite her intense worry, Ji Yanran did not display it to anyone. She was particularly adamant about not letting Han Sen know how she felt, in case it affected his judgment and performance. Furthermore, she did not want to appear weak and distraught before the Shura. Han Sen met Yu Qilan during the feast, and he was surprised that the Shura looked far more handsome in person than he did in the photo. Humans lacked the ability to maintain the sort of presence that the Shura displayed. But the same was true the other way around. Shura could not mimic the sensibilities of humans. Han Sen preferred humans due to their greater kindness, diversity, and ability to be casual. The royal Shura might have looked handsome and enticing, but he knew he'd have difficulty getting along with them once they were beyond the formalities of the peace-brokering meetings. In the middle of the feast, the Shura suggested a duel. The alliance had already prepared for this suggestion, and so everyone walked outside towards the plaza. Before the entrees had even arrived, Yu Qilan was already there waiting. Ji Yanran was nervous. She hoped Yu Qilan did not challenge her, for if he did, Han San would have to fight. All the humans waited with bated breath for Yu Qilan to name the person he wanted to challenge. If he chose Ji Yanran, although it would not be fair, she would have no choice but to accept the request. Then, as her fiancé, Han Sen would step forward to fight on her behalf as her champion. But there was a problem. If Han Sen lost, and Yu Qilan challenged Ji Yanran again, humans would have lost 2 matches. Such a thing would be a profound embarrassment. Yu Qilan's eyes were like jewels, and with them, he scanned all the young humans that were lined up before him. When his eyes fell on Ji Yanran, they stopped. His steady gaze made the hearts of everyone jump in their chests. Yu Qilan raised his lips in a disdainful smile. Then he looked away from her. Yu Qilan looked at all the people before him and said, "I wonder, which one of you is Dollar? I have heard he is the strongest young human by a cosmic mile. I want to fight him." When he said this, everyone froze. No one had anticipated this request. The receptionist ran up and said, "Mr. Yu, I do not know where you have heard about Dollar, but what you say is not true. Huang Xiao is our most famous young one." That is strange. Then how did I hear about this Dollar person managing to achieve a position amongst the 10 Son of Gods? As for this Huang Xiao, I have never heard of him. Yu Qilan grinned. Huang Xiao was very calm. Without any feelings of awkwardness, he said, "Dollar is powerful, but I can provide the challenge you seek." Yu Qilan looked at Huang Xiao and laughed. He said, "Okay, then I'll beat you first. After that, I will go against Dollar. But you better find him for me." "You better win against me first," Huang Xiao said bravely. Yu Qilan said nothing in response to this. He merely walked across the plaza with a happy look on his face, and the receptionist confirmed the fight. Huang Xiao had already achieved the status of a surpasser. Although he had only just reached the 3rd God Sanctuary, his fitness was over 300. And he was a powerful person, one who should have no trouble beating the young Shura royal. The fact that Yu Qilan had not selected Ji Yanran made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Although Han Sen was not a bad fighter, many people still believed he relied completely on his super pet. They wouldn't feel confident about him fighting against Yu Qilan, mano a mano. Ji Yanran was also relieved. She was not afraid of him losing, but she just didn't want him to shoulder the risk and burden of such a prestigious fight. Han Sen smiled, held Ji Yanran from behind and said, "It looks like this young Shura noble is, well, noble. He doesn't appear to be obscene and cheap. It's a shame Dollar is not here. If he was here, I am sure he'd teach him a thing or two about combat." Ji Yanran smiled. "So, are you saying Dollar could beat him but not me?" Han Sen looked jealous when he said this, and he noticed it himself. He thought it was weird for him to be jealous of his own alias. "You are the best, but it is better if you remain uninjured. I fret for your safety every time you venture back into the sanctuary." Ji Yanran whispered into Han Sen's ears. Han Sen felt ashamed when he heard this. He realized he had spent too much time focused on making himself stronger, and not enough time with Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran had been busy a lot. Yes, but lately, Han Sen had been far busier than she had been. Huang Xiao and Yu Qilan both entered the established battleground at the center of the plaza. An old royal Shura and a demigod stood at each end of the court. If something cruel seemed set to occur, they would step in and put an end to the battle. "You strike first." "If I strike first, I'm afraid this will be over before it begins." Yu Qilan looked at his opponent coldly. "Okay then, Huang Xiao looked a little angry at how condescending and rude his foe was being. Although the feast and accompanying battle was not open to the media, many high-class members of the alliance had ways of watching the entire event. Normally, people wouldn't watch a fight such as this. But the people in this fight were special, so everyone of importance was sure to keep an eye on the coming duel. For a long time, the fitness of humans had been nowhere near the heights of the Shura. But humans strive to be better. Generations after their first meeting, the gap in talent between the two species was still unbridged. But then came the discovery of the sanctuaries, and after this, humanity accelerated in strength as if they were cheating. While it did not change the average human elites were capable of becoming stronger than the Shura. Kids and teenagers were still particularly vulnerable, being far weaker than the Shura. Humanity had many goals, and the humans of this universe wanted to develop their kids and teenagers until they were naturally superior to those of the Shura. It was a common desire, shared by not only the average working citizen but by the high-ranking officers of the Alliance as well, the latter of which were actively working towards it. Humans below the age of 16 were unable to compete with the Shura. At around the age of 20, people who were fortunate enough could develop the necessary strength to battle them. The Shura that humans most sought to beat were the Royal Shura. They were the cream of the crop, and felling an average Shura fighter paled in comparison to the strength required to take down a Royal Shura. The Alliance had high hopes for Huang Xiao. In combat, talent, and luck, he was the best in his age bracket. He was born a noble but possessed a natural talent. He was very fortunate, also. He spawned in the grandest human shelters in the first, second, and third god sanctuaries. Through this luck, he was able to grow up both safely and swiftly. All of this crafted him into who he had become on this day, and he had been personally picked by the Alliance as the one to beat the Royal Shura Yuchilon. Many people from the Alliance believed Huang Xiao had what it took to win this fight, and if he succeeded, it would bring great joy to them. The only negative was that Huang Xiao was 1 year older than his opponent. Still, it was an acceptable difference. Huang Xiao was not only lucky, however. He was smart, wise, and composed. Even in the midst of the pressure such a situation could pose, he remained absolutely calm. And even with the added provocation of his foe, he did not display a glimmer of anger. Han Sen waited for the match to begin. He wanted Huang Xiao to win as well. It was about asserting glory for his entire race, so he did not particularly care for who the fighter was. He who would take the mantle and responsibility of such a prestigious fight, as long as they won. "Shall we establish a wager?" Suddenly, a man's voice was heard. Han San and Ji Yanran turned around with much surprise to the sight of Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. It was Tang Jinliu who spoke. "And what shall we wager?" Han San asked, smiling. "Let us make a bet on who will win this battle," Tang Jinliu said. "I bet Huang Xiao wins." "This isn't a bet. It's a scam," Han San said with a wry smile. Tang Jinliu laughed, then changed the subject. "Han Sen, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I was wondering if you might sell me a life geno essence? And if you can't, lend me your super pet so that I might kill a super creature for myself. The prices of such favors are for you to determine. I have 1 life geno essence I can sell you, but in the sanctuaries I am a long, long way from home. It will take me a long time to return." Han San did not decline, as first-generation life geno essences had no value to him. That aside, when the Shura liquid became public, the value of life geno essences would drop as it became easier for others to slay super creatures. Holding on to one now seemed pointless considering what lay ahead. "Really? Where are you?" Tang Jinliu asked, visibly happy. "Let's watch the match first. We can talk more about this later." When Han Sen turned back to look at the stage, the fight had already started. The rules of this fight stated no one was allowed any form of external support. The battle was to be fought mano a mano, with no weapons or armor or anything else. Humans couldn't use beast souls either, so Huang Xiao swung his fist. When Huang Xiao swung, Han Sen was surprised. He had only just become a surpasser, but still, there was fierce weight and strength driving the fist. Huang Xiao's body glowed with gold like a Buddha in the gleaming light that radiated from his raging fist. The Huang family's golden Buddha may not be very well known, but it cannot be any worse than Platinum Body. It increases your body's vitality as well as its simple power. He seems calm and composed using it. Perhaps it isn't surprising. When he first became a surpasser, no one could beat him while he used it. Tang Jinliu explained. Pang. Huang Zhao's fist hit Yu Qilan. The royal Shura did not dodge, but accepted the hit instead. Everyone looked at them with wide eyes, keen to learn the result of the hit. Most people from the alliance believed Huang Zhao had the edge over his enemy. After all, Huang Zhao's fitness level was over 300. This far exceeded Yu Qilan's estimated fitness of 260. By all rights, Huang Zhao should have had a clear advantage over his foe. The result, however, was a little shocking. Yu Qilan somehow evened out the attack, and no damage was delivered to either combatant. In quick retaliation, they both swung their fists. No one expected the fight to be so tense, so shortly after beginning. Yu Qilan and Huang Zhao stood on the spot, their fists flying towards each other in a flurry. The sounds of whipped wind and clubbed bones emanated harshly between the fighters. This is bad. It looks like our intel may have been incorrect. It would seem Yu Qilan's fitness is far higher than what we originally believed it to be. He can compete against Huang Zhao without being at a disadvantage. His fitness must be over 300 for sure. There is no way he can be suppressed or dominated as we initially expected him to be. Tang Jinliu frowned. Hansen frowned too. The vitality of a royal Shura was naturally very high. Huang Zhao could only keep up because of his usage of Golden Buddha. Not even ordinary celestial beings were naturally that strong. It seemed as if Yu Qilan hadn't learned any skills to strengthen his body, which was fortunate, but it was frightening to think his body's vitality was on par with Huang Zhao's, despite being all natural. Everyone watched the match intently, all in support of Huang Zhao. They earnestly hoped he would beat his foe. I really envy the body of Ashura. If humans were like them, our power in the sanctuary would be unrivaled. An old man spoke enviously as he watched a video stream of the fight. Teacher, do you believe Huang Zhao can win? A middle-aged man asked the old man. It is difficult to determine. The old man sighed. The middle-aged man knew the old man very well, but he knew through his response that he actually did not believe in Huang Zhao's ability to triumph over the Shura. The middle-aged man proceeded to say, if there is not much difference between their fitness levels, he could still have a chance. Do not forget, the talents of Ashura rest solely in combat, the old man slowly said. Fists collided against each other in a hailstorm of strikes. Huang Zhao's fist gleamed like a golden hammer. The Shura battled without the flair, elemental, or even magical properties of skills humans employed through their use of hyper-geno arts. The Shura only practiced raw power, and Yu Qilan used the strength derived from his flesh, muscle, and bone to oppose Huang Zhao's golden lights. For him to break each strike as he was doing, it was a testament to how frighteningly powerful he truly was. It is lucky for us that Huang Zhao was the one chosen to compete with him. If that was me up there, the bones in my hands would have been worn down into dust by now, Tang Jinliu said. Don't say that. When you become a surpasser, you won't be any worse than Yu Qilan, Lin Feng calmly responded. Can Huang Zhao win this fight? Ji Yanran asked with much worry. Ordinarily, Golden Buddha's defense and durability boons provide its users near unparalleled protection. If this continues, he may very well win. But Tang Jinliu was about to say something, but then stopped mid-sentence. His brow furrowed. But what? Hansen asked. We cannot take stock in any proposed certainties. He is against Ashura, after all. Tang Jinliu shook his head, as if he regretted having to admit this. Lin Feng then said, I am afraid Huang Zhao may be at a disadvantage. Han San and Ji Yanren looked shocked upon hearing this, and so Han Sen asked, why? Aren't they fairly balanced? Lin Feng was just about to explain, but as he opened his mouth, a sudden explosion came from the battlefield. The fighters had delivered two extremely powerful punches that, upon collision, sent them both reeling backwards. Yu Qilan looked at Huang Zhao and said, Your fitness is impressive. perhaps the best young humans can provide. But I must regretfully confess to you that you are inferior to us. Huang Xiao coldly replied, I don't think so. Really? Then I'll show you what the Shura are capable of. Yu Qialan's eyes flashed with a purple light. His body suddenly expanded and his muscles doubled in size. The fine and reserved body that once fought against Huang Xiao had been replaced with a hulking beast. The potential power looked frighteningly high, as if he could walk about sundering any stone he pleased. Shura change. Huang Xiao's face went dim. Shura change. Everyone else's faces changed at the same time, as well, as they exclaimed the same two words in unison. The visiting Shura looked cocky, satisfied with the reaction they had incited from the human crowd. They were proud of what Yu Qialan had accomplished. What is Shura change? Hansen frowned, having never heard of this before. But seeing Yu Qialan transform, it sent his mind back to zero. There were certain similarities he could not shake. Tang Jinliu now looked worried, and he explained, Shura change is their form of hyper-geno art. It is different than what humans do, however. They don't train and practice with the flow of energy. Again, they exercise the raw nature of their bodies. When they use Shura change, their powers greatly increase. I had believed him to have already used it. I didn't expect him to have been fighting naked previously. Now, I must regretfully confess, Huang Xiao is doomed. As they spoke, Yu Qialan stepped forward. He was much faster now, powered by his incredible muscles. He dashed towards Huang Xiao and threw his fist into his chest. Pang! Huang Xiao used his arm to block the hit, but his body was knocked back 4 meters as his feet left a deep cleft in the marble plaza they fought upon. Everyone's faces fell. The fist was incredibly powerful, and they no longer believed Huang Xiao had what it took to stay competitive. Do you believe me to be stronger than you now? Yu Qialan did not deliver a follow-up hit. He just spoke in a disdainful manner. Huang Xiao's face contorted for a second, before regaining composure. Coldly he said, Strength is not everything, and I am not yet beaten. As he talked, the gold light that illuminated Huang Xiao's body faded away, and his muscles relaxed. He looked directly into the eyes of his foe. Yu Qialan smiled and shot another fist in Huang Xiao's direction. This time he did not want to collide with the punch. Huang Xiao dodged out of its way, and quickly tried to deliver a punch of his own into Yu Qialan's belly. Yu Qialan threw another fist in an attempt to hurt his human nemesis, but Huang Xiao dodged once more. Like a willow tree in a hurricane, he weaved around to attack from a different angle. Huang Xiao is good. It is no wonder why he was selected to be our champion. As tough as he can be just as soft. He is smart as well. Tang Jinliu had nothing but praise to offer Huang Xiao. Han Sen believed Huang Xiao to be a good fighter, too. A special balance had been wrought inside him, one between his mind and his power. He could time things very well. His judgment and timing could not be any better. Riding on the whims of changing circumstance, he knew when to strike, how to dodge, and which way to move. Although he was losing, his mind still showed confidence, and his resolve was not tarnished by thoughts of defeat. Huang Xiao is a good kid. The old man watched Huang Xiao through the video screen. Teacher, that Yu Qialan used Shura change to become stronger than Huang Xiao. That is in terms of brute force. With Huang Xiao's intelligence, he can still win, can't he? The middle-aged man asked with a hopeful tone. The old man shook his head and said, Huang Xiao is smart, yes, but it seems we have underestimated the power of this royal Shura. I still don't think he has a chance of being victorious. That being said, the Alliance has many smart young men. We will be stronger than them in time. After the years that have elapsed, what is a few additional ones in comparison? Teacher, he really doesn't stand a chance? The middle-aged man asked. He thought Huang Xiao should have at least a 30% chance of winning. This match has already been settled, the old man coldly said. Huang Xiao, you're doing great. In the plaza, Tang Jinliu made sure to make his support heard. But Lin Feng said, Huang Xiao is losing, though. How? Tang Jinliu asked with much surprise, not able to believe the words spoken to him. Han Sen frowned, as he could tell Huang Xiao was in trouble as well. At the same time, Yu Qilan took a step back. Then he spoke to Huang Xiao once more. Are you going to keep on dodging like this? This is a strategy. It is one that takes skill, Huang Xiao calmly responded. Yu Qilan coldly said, well, I just want you to know that these cheapo skills are useless before my power. You are a loser, bringing comfort to yourself and nothing more. After he spoke, Yu Qilan's eyes shone purple again, and blood vessels across his body began to pulsate and stick out. The purple veins decorated each muscle, and it was a scary sight to behold. He didn't look handsome anymore, he looked like a real Shura. Boom! Yu Qilan's body shattered the atmosphere. It was as if he teleported directly in front of Huang Xiao, with his big hand reaching out for the young man's head. Unfortunately, it was too late for Huang Xiao to dodge. It was difficult to comprehend what Yu Qilan had just done all of a sudden. Whatever it was, his speed had increased exponentially. There was nothing Huang Xiao could do. He gritted his teeth as a golden light enveloped his body. His fist gleamed like molten gold as he cast it forward. He was not aiming to deflect Yu Qilan's fist, however. He was aiming for his chest. With his life on the line, he was ready to risk it all for the sake of landing one devastating blow. This Huang Xiao is good. Han Sen and the rest of the crowd were very supportive of his efforts. Huang Xiao's speed and power were lacking against Yu Qilan, but he was adaptive. If he maintained his defensive posture, he'd be delaying an inevitable loss and would never find a chance to strike back. Huang Xiao knew this all too well, and that was why he decided not to deflect whatever Yu Qilan was about to do. He knew his strength and speed weren't a match for his opponent, so he was willing to risk it all for any attack he could make. He was not being reckless, though. Huang Xiao was very good when it came to timing, and he had complete control of his body. His strike would surely land no matter what. Even though Yu Qilan was stronger, Huang Xiao could inflict damage of his own. And at the very least, Huang Xiao had Golden Buddha on his side. Although there was a chance of getting severely injured or even dying, Huang Xiao made this decision of his own volition. This was something Han Sen greatly admired, and he was taken aback by how fearless and devoted to the fight Huang Xiao was. Everyone watched the two fists with their eyes open wide. That single moment seemed to take a lifetime for the people who watched it unfold, hovering at the edge of their seats. This was especially true for the four people who most worried over Huang Xiao's well-being. Their hearts were already pounding heavily, as if for a release from their chests. The demigod human and royal Shura would step in if their people were in danger. But right now, no one knew who was going to emerge victorious. Although the combatants were reaching a critical stage in their fight, all they could do was watch. And furthermore, whichever aide stepped in to help would lead to their fighter's forfeiture. Huang Xiao was already knee-deep in this situation, and stopping him now would be a worse fate than if he were to die. Pang! The moment Huang Xiao's fist struck Yu Qilan's chest, Yu Qilan's fist hit Huang Xiao's head. Arg! Huang Xiao shouted. He fell to the ground with his face drenched in blood, looking grievously wounded. Yu Qilan was hit, but he was still standing tall. He looked at his opponent on the ground with disdain. The demigod stepped forward and called for the immediate aid of a doctor. Everyone's eyes were glued to the stage, and their minds held out hope that Huang Xiao would be okay. Winning was important, but it wasn't worth a young man's life. They all wished him to be fine. Oh, sorry. I believe I may have hit you a little too hard. There. Yu Qilan's words may have sounded apologetic on paper, but his arrogant face betrayed their meaning. You have great skill. We lost, the demigod said, as he coldly looked upon the Shura. Lin Feng, who was standing next to Han Sen, looked murderous and said, that Yu Qilan must die for this. If I ever meet him again, I will kill him. Why is that? Han Sen looked at Lin Feng. He knew him quite well, and thought what he had said was rather out of character. What had happened had occurred in an established match, after all. This asshole should totally die. Tang Xinliu was fuming with rage, as well, and the twisted flame of a desire for slaughter was alight in his eyes. Why? Han Sen frowned. Let's check on Huang Xiao first. We'll tell you on the way. Lin Feng spoke as they went towards the medical room Huang Xiao was taken to. Tang Xinliu was furious, angrily grumbling as he walked. That asshole is cheating. What do you mean? Han Sen frowned. He had no idea what he meant. He watched the match just as they did, and Yu Qilan did not break the rules. There were no weapons employed either. If he was cheating, Han Sen hadn't been able to catch him. Old Han, you have never been to war. You know little about the Shura. They have what is called blood injection. They can inject themselves with the blood of a higher-class Shura to temporarily earn their strength. Me and old Lin have seen this occur many times. Yu Qilan most certainly used blood injection, Tang Xinliu explained. Lin Feng's face looked dire. He didn't often get mad. But there he was. He coldly muttered. It was okay of him to use blood injection, as that is how they fight. It isn't too dissimilar to our hyper-geno arts. But he held back on it and did not use it during the beginning. He let Huang Xiao fill himself with false hope. And just as he was willing to give his life for the fight, that was when Yu Qilan unleashed his power. Yu Qilan attempted to murder him. He could have used it during the beginning and brought the fight to a swift end, or many times during the middle, but he committed to using it during a critical, devastating stage where the demigod had no opportunity to stop such damage from being inflicted. Damn it! When Han Sen heard the explanation, his new understanding led to him being mad as well. Han Sen had noticed that Yu Qilan became strangely powerful during the final few moments. He thought Yu Qilan was just strengthening his own resolve and preparing to take the fight a little more seriously. He never expected this was the reality of what he had seen. When the four of them reached the medical bay, the doctors had Huang Xiao in surgery. Many of Huang Xiao's friends nervously awaited him outside. Lin Feng saw a doctor he knew and pulled him aside to ask, Dr. Chan, how is Huang Xiao? Dr. Chan had a wry smile and said, if he was injured anywhere else, we could have done an organ transplant, but he received significant blunt force trauma to the head, resulting in severe damage to the brain. He is still in critical condition, but our neurosurgeons are doing all that they can to stabilize him. After a pause, Dr. Chan quietly informed Lin Feng. The punch was far too hard. His skull was split, and it was unable to absorb the entire force delivered. This resulted in his brain sustaining severe damage. Even if he survives, the nerve damage, the extent of which we will have to determine later, will affect him for the rest of his life. How bad is it? Tang Xinliu asked. Paralysis is a very serious consequence of such injuries. If the hit was a touch milder, he might only suffer partial mobility disabilities, or only be affected during certain times or under certain conditions. For example, every now and then he might lose control in his hands. But with the way things are looking right now, there is a high chance of the patient suffering intellectual disabilities, Dr. Chan said. When they heard this, each of their faces went dim. This was worse than death for Huang Xiao. Even if his injuries extended no further, he would have lost the ability to fight. It would be impossible for him to adventure through the sanctuaries again. The four of them returned to the plaza in a glum mood. Although they did not really know Huang Xiao, they felt awful upon learning what had happened to him. Please fulfill your obligation and bring me $. He is your strongest young one, after all. Han Sen, upon his return, heard Yu Qilan speaking to the receptionist. Fuck, if I was a surpasser, I'd kick his ass so hard, Tang Xinliu said angrily. He wished he was a surpasser, for in his present state, he could hardly lay a finger on Yu Qilan. With Shura change and blood injection, Yu Qilan was already able to beat a surpasser that was a celestial being. The hidden power he possessed was something not even Huang Xiao had the ability to overcome. Lin Feng was calm and did not say anything more. The people who knew him well, however, could tell he was suppressing a great fire of anger inside. Han Sen suddenly stood up and walked towards the stage. He was fuming mad, and although he did not know Huang Xiao, he despised Yu Qilan enough to know what he had to do. Furthermore, he had repeatedly asked for a fight against $. Han Sen laughed in his heart and thought to himself, you want to fight $, do you? As you wish. Prepare to get spent. Han Sen, what are you doing? Seeing Han Sen approach the stage, Ji Yanran became incredibly worried. Old Han, do not be reckless. We can kill him together. Once we become surpassers. Tang Xinliu called out. It's only a royal shura. There's no need for me to wait that long, Han Sen said in response, as his fingers glided across Ji Yanran's face. He then told her, sit right there and wait for me to kill this asshole. After that, Han Sen continued his approach to the stage. Tang Xinliu still wanted to prevent him from doing this, and Ji Yanran's worry was not alleviated. If he wants to go that much, he must be confident, Lin Feng calmly said, stopping the two from any further attempts to change Han Sen's mind. As Han Sen neared the stage, Yu Qilan was still requesting that someone find Dollar so that they might fight. Yu Qilan, right? Do you have to fight Dollar to feel good about yourself? Han Sen said, as he ascended the stage and looked directly at his soon-to-be enemy. Everyone's attention now turned to silently focus on Han Sen, unsure what he was planning to do. Aside from Dollar, what other challenger can I fight who is worth my time? Yu Qilan proudly stated. There were others aside from Huang Xiao that were willing to fight him, but Yu Qilan declined them all. Okay then, you can fight him, but first you must beat me, Han Sen calmly said. You? And who are you exactly, chump? I tire of you humans attempting to stall my true desire. How long do you expect me to fight scrawny, worthless beings before I can go up against Dollar? Yu Qilan looked at Han Sen with disdain. I lost to Dollar once. Dollar took me out in 1.5 punches. If you beat me, I can call upon Dollar to come over here and whip you like a dog. How does that sound? Han Sen looked at Yu Qilan. 1.5 punches, huh? Is this guy for real? Yu Qilan ignored Han Sen and spoke to the receptionist directly. Of course, he is my fiancé. He only ever speaks the truth. Ji Yanran stood up and said, President Ji's daughter? Fine. I'll believe you once more. Yu Qilan looked at Ji Yanran and then returned his gaze to Han Senator. He continued by saying, if I win, and I am still unable to see Dollar, then tonight's fighting is over. I have no interest in fighting noobs any longer. Han Sen then coldly said, humanity is graced with a desire to uphold their word. Furthermore, we are polite. You allowed Huang Xiao to strike first in the last match, so allow me to return the gesture. Yu Qilan, I want you to make the first attack. Good. If you can withstand $1.5 punches, we can quickly determine whether or not you can withstand 1.0 of my punches. Yu Qilan did not waste any time and immediately swung his fist. As he swung, he used Shura Change and the wretched power-boosting method of blood injection. He planned to one-hit kill Han Sen. Han Sen had started this match, so he couldn't allow himself to immediately get punched and defeated. If the demigod stepped in now, it would be humiliating not only for him but for humanity as a whole. Such a tale would be laughed about by the Shura for many more generations. It would be a jest, the story of a proud human that sought to start a fight but was knocked out by a single punch in a single second. The demigod was ambivalent, and wasn't too sure what to think. They couldn't rightly save him, but they did not want him to be killed. As such, they were unsure about what to do. Han Sen is still an evolver. Is he going to be okay? A middle-aged man frowned while watching the video. Unless he is close to the rank of celestial being, even if he was from the Luo family and had learned the falsified Sky Sutra, I do not believe he can beat the Shura. And I say this in the knowledge that the falsified Sky Sutra is an evil and murderous talent. It is truly wicked, but without the necessary power, it won't yield the results he desires. He will die. The old man looked glum as he spoke. He hated Yu Qilan's behavior, and despite his dire prediction, he wanted Han Sen to win. But the power gulf was very wide, and for Han Sen to win, it would require nothing short of a miracle. That was why even this old man's predictions were miserable. On another planet, Luo Haitang watched the fight through a video stream while Luo Li made tea for him. Luo Yin had not found Han Sen, but Luo Haitang believed Han Sen carried the blood and genetic qualities of the Luo family. As such, he didn't think Han Sen had what it took to deny the allure of learning the falsified Sky Sutra. Show me how far your practice of the falsified Sky Sutra has come along. Luo Haitang looked at Han Sen through the video stream intently, earnestly hoping he would retaliate with the deadly skill. Ji Yanwu and Ji Ruozhen were watching the scene, as well, and they looked nervous. Although they had faith in the falsified Sky Sutra, they knew Yu Qilan had blood injection, and they believed the Shura was devastatingly more powerful. The Ning family, the Qin family, the Wang family, the Dong Lin and Zhao families were all watching the same match. They wanted to see what path Han Sen had decided to follow. They wondered if he'd be more like Luo Haitang, doing so in a bid to impress everyone. Ji Yanran and her friends were extremely anxious. They knew Han Sen was strong, but they were still worried. The power Yu Qilan possessed exceeded the possible power of an evolver by a great extent. As everyone watched with bated breath, Han Sen did not choose to dodge the punch. Instead, he swung a fist of his own. Han Sen aimed for Yu Qilan's head, electing to risk his life to deliver damage just as Huang Xiao had. Many people believed Han Sen would risk his life. After all, the falsified Sky Sutra could only attack and not defend. And the falsified Sky Sutra delivered frighteningly powerful hits. The manner in which a practitioner could exploit and ravage weak spots was ruinous, but it also made it ineffective against behemoths. On the other hand, whether it was used to fight a human or Shura, the damage it would inflict would be enormous provided that the gulf in power wasn't too much. The falsified Sky Sutra could indeed restrain the Shura, which was something many people acknowledged. But unbeknownst to the others, Han Sen had not practiced the falsified Sky Sutra, so when he swung his fist, many people were shocked at the result. Sonic Thunder Punch? Why not the powers of the falsified Sky? The old man was shocked. Didn't he learn the falsified Sky Sutra? The middle-aged man looked confused. Why Sonic Thunder Punch? Ji Yanwu screamed. It was difficult to believe Lady Lan's son did not learn the devastating skill that was the falsified Sky Sutra and instead opted to use Sonic Thunder Punch. Luo Haitang was the one who was shocked the most, however. Seeing Han Sen not make use of the falsified Sky Sutra, he suddenly stood up, stared at the video, and shouted aloud, "Why didn't he use the falsified Sky Sutra? Was little Lan truly that cruel? Would she favor the death of her son over his learning of the falsified Sky Sutra?" Luo Haitang believed that Luo Lan must have been the reason why Han Sen had not learnt the skill he wished him to, and that she had outright prevented him. Otherwise, he really would have learned it. And now, without the ability, there was no chance of him competing with Yu Qilan. Using this punch was practically suicide, or so he thought. It wasn't only Luo Haitang who felt this way, either. Many people expected Han Sen to use it, but were surprised when he did not. At that moment, all their faces turned grim. They believed Han Sen had placed himself in a wretched position. No matter how powerful Sonic Thunder Punch was, it was only a hyper-geno art. There was no way it could fathomably be what was needed to go against Yu Qilan. Luo Li was confused as well. She did not understand why Luo Lan would not have allowed Han Sen to practice the falsified Sky Sutra. She thought the reason Han Sen challenged Yu Qilan was because he had learnt the skill and wished to display its power. Only God could have predicted his decision to waltz into such a fight and use Sonic Thunder Punch, of all things. No matter what people thought, however, Han Sen still focused on his casting of Sonic Thunder Punch. Yu Qilan's eyes were full of disdain. The Shura had researched many of the skills and talents humans possessed, and he had seen Sonic Thunder Punch once used in the war. He believed the skill to be useless, and the thunder would have no chance of destroying his body. It wouldn't come close to numbing him, either. Yu Qilan had come here to impress all who watched the bouts. If he had not, then he wouldn't have tried to kill Huang Xiao. But now that Han Sen was delivering himself to him, Yu Qilan had no hesitation in exhausting all his force and strength into this one devastating blow. A very strong and fast punch. The other royal Shura continued to watch the fight, also of the belief that Han Sen's Sonic Thunder Punch was far weaker than whatever Yu Qilan was about to deliver. It was far slower, and Han Sen's chest would be smashed open before the Sonic Thunder Punch got close. Even if Han Sen could punch Yu Qilan, the power delivered would not be enough to injure him. If Han Sen received a hit, on the other hand, he'd be killed. The demigod still hesitated, unsure whether or not he should step in and save Han Sen's life. It was a tough decision for him to make. The demigod ultimately decided to save Han's senator. It was humiliating. Yes, but he did not want to stand by and watch another young man lose his life. But just as he was about to step forward, he noticed something strange and he pulled back. Just as they were about to punch each other, Wuxia froze. It was a sudden and short, momentary freeze. In the space of a second, Han Sen's fist sped up and crashed against Wuxia's head. Han Sen's eyes flashed blue as thunder flickered across his body. The fist was driven deep into Wuxia's forehead. Stop! Upon seeing this, the royal Shura's face completely changed. He wanted to stop Han Sen from delivering his punch, but it was too late. Boom! Han Sen's fist smashed into his opponent's skull. There wasn't much noise, but Wuxia's eye sockets began to cascade with blood. The eyes themselves looked ready to eject themselves from the sockets. As blood covered his features, a silver lightning burst forth from his face. Wuxia's brain was suddenly turned to mud by the horrible power of the sonic thunder mix. His entire body was electrocuted, and as he convulsed, his body continued standing there like a doll. Wuxia was strong, but he was not too far off a human. There were parts of his body that were weaker, and just like a human, one was his brain. The way Han Sen used Sonic Thunder Punch and In Force was enough to destroy the skull-encased organ. It was payback. Wuxia ruined Huang Zhao's brain, and so Han Sen was delivering Wuxia his just desserts. As effective as it worked even better than Han Sen himself had predicted it would. Wuxia's physical abilities were incredible, mostly derived from the blood injection. But while blood injection increased his strength and speed, it did nothing to protect his brain. The royal Shura shouted in his inability to stop Han Sen or so. He swung his fist and attempted to attack Han Sen from behind. What was coming towards Han Sen now was as powerful a punch as any demigod could deliver. The fact that it was coming from behind as a sucker punch shocked all who watched. They did not expect a royal Shura to commit to such a cheap move, and it was also too late to tell Han Sen to watch out. The demigod was infuriated by this action, and so he leapt into the fray to save Han Sen from the royal Shura. But it was too late to do so. Not a single person expected the royal Shura to behave in such an obscene fashion. Han Sen's back was facing the royal Shura, but it looked as if his back grew a pair of eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed Wuxia, who was as responsive as a child's doll. He swung around the lifeless body and presented Wuxia as a meat shield to block the royal Shura's hit. Squash! The royal Shura almost punched Wuxia, struggling to force the wretched power he was about to deliver back inside him. But when that power was pushed back inside, it caused him to cough up blood. All the humans were shocked. They could not believe Han Sen not only punched Wuxia and put him in such a state, but was smart enough to evade and force a royal Shura to withdraw his attack. It was like a miracle. Shura, huh? Is that it? Han Sen threw Wuxia, who was still in a vegetative state, away like a piece of trash. He let him twitch and convulse on the ground as he spoke to the royal Shura with disdain. I am going to kill you. The royal Shura was embarrassed, and his rage was inflamed. He looked as if he was preparing to attack Han Sen again. Please, try to preserve whatever remains of your dignity. The demigod now stood in front of Han Sen with the presence of a mountain. With a look as cold as ice, he spoke to the royal Shura. How dare you kill our royal representative? We Shura will not allow such a slight to slide. This was the human alliance, a stronghold where countless humans lived. The royal Shura's anger had overwhelmed him, and in a place such as this, where he was unable to let loose his violence, all he could do was shout in spite. Please, do not forget it was you who requested peace with us. We did not present you with the idea for a truce. If you choose not to abide to the terms of the treaty we established in our discussions, it is no skin off our nose. The demigod spoke aloud, his response fierce. All the other Shura looked on, unable to say a word. Han Sen, follow me in our return. Let us continue the feast. The demigod held onto Han Sen's hand and led him towards the lobby, uncaring for how ill the Shura were looking. Yep. Let's celebrate. No one can leave without getting drunk. Tang Jinliu shouted out, as he tugged Lin Feng to follow in the same direction. All the young humans left towards the lobby with great joy, while the Shura grumbled angrily amongst themselves. Not bad. This kid is even more amazing than Luo Haitang. He didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra, and actually used Sonic Thunder Punch to kill Yu Qielon. Haha, this truly is impressive. It is amazing. I would love to see the look on Luo Haitang's face right now. A member of the Luo family has turned away from learning their falsified Sky Sutra. Ha 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 ha. The old man was laughing so hard, tears began to roll. The middle-aged man, by comparison, was frozen. He had followed this man for 40 years and had never once seen him laugh in such a manner. This kid is really good, little Zhong. I would like to meet him. Can you sort that out for me? The old man had managed to stop laughing, but he was still grinning from ear to ear. Yes, of course, teacher. When Zhong was shocked, as the old man had never requested an audience with someone before. Even if a noble from the alliance came to visit him, he didn't spare the time of day to see them. Now, not only did he want to meet Han Sen, he was willing to go out and pay him a visit himself. Luo Haitang wore a complicated grimace as he sat there in silence. He gazed into the paused video with eyes that did not blink. Luo Li stood in the corner of the room, not willing to speak a single word. She even breathed as gently as she could, not wishing to disturb or rouse the ire of Luo Haitang. She had not seen him in such a state for many years. The last time he appeared like this, he went to a spirit shelter and battled for 4 days straight in a bid to conquer it. Why did he not learn the falsified Sky Sutra? After the long silence, Luo Haitang broke it with this simple sentence, in a voice that trembled with depression. Old Han, good job. I have never given you the admiration you deserve before, but this time I do. This time I really, really do. Here I am going to drink in your honor. Cheers. Tang Jinliu, devoid of all manners, picked up 2 cups and filled them both up with wine. He presented 1 cup to Han Sen and lifted 1 cup to his own lips. Quickly, he gulped it down and shouted, "Awesome! Never since leaving the battlegrounds have I felt so awesome. Awesome! Yep, awesome!" If this was an average feast, Tang Jinliu would have been thrown out on his backside by now already. But today, the higher-ups did not care, and allowed him to be as big a clown as he desired. All the young people were tremendously excited, surrounding Han Sen in celebration of his deed. They weren't going to let him leave without getting him drunk. Ji Yanran, seeing him surrounded by people who were praising his actions, felt overjoyed and proud for him. Of course, most of her joy came from seeing him emerge from the scrap with Yu Qielon unscathed. The fact that she had an excellent, truly powerful boyfriend came second to his safety. Still, who didn't want a hero boyfriend? Although such things were not incredibly important to Ji Yanran, she was starting to feel as if her dreams were coming true. Han Sen was not very good at drinking. It wasn't long before he could not consume any more, and the alcohol had made his head heavy and his stomach upset. It wasn't easy to escape the hounding crowd. He attempted to find somewhere to hide, and just as he found a place, Lin Feng appeared before him out of nowhere, presenting him with another full glass. He said, "Cheers, brother." Han Sen stood in front of Lin Feng, frozen for 3 whole seconds. Then he said, "Blarg," and puked all over him. Tang Jinliu, who was catching up from behind, froze as well. All for different reasons, of course. He had never seen Lin Feng in such a mess before, and even across bloody battlefields, he had never appeared so disheveled and dirty. Lin Feng was a tidy person, who desired everything to be perfect. When his girlfriend visited his house, she had to remove her shoes, take off her coat, and not lay a finger on any of his belongings. He once had another girlfriend, but he broke up with her after she sat on his clothes by accident. He could never looked at her straight after that. Now that Lin Feng had puke all over him, fresh from Han Sen's gut, Tang Jinli couldn't fathom how he might react. Will old Lin start a fight with old Han? And if so, who should I support? Bah, who cares? It would only be a fight between 2 elites. I can't care too much about something like that. Tang Jinliu's mind raced over the different scenarios that might soon unfold, and then suddenly started to think, "Fight him! Come on! Fight him. Seeing Lin Feng move, reaching his hand out towards Han Sen, the excitement inside Tang Jinliu reached greater and greater heights each passing second. Now his mind said, "That's it. They're going to fight. A fight is about to start. They're going to fight." But again, Tang Jinliu was delivered a shock that froze him absolutely still. He was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. Lin Feng, after reaching out his hands, did not hit Han's senator. All he did was take off his puke-covered coat and put it aside. Then he hugged Han Sen, who looked ready to pass out, and hit the deck. After that, he dragged him towards a room and shut the door. Holy smokes! Are my eyes screwed in right? That couldn't have been Lin Feng. The last time I got drunk in his house, that asshole threw me out the door and made me sleep out in the rain. Han Sen didn't just get drunk. He threw up all over him. And now he is being hugged and taken to a private room? This cannot be. Tang Jinliu rubbed his eyes repeatedly, but regardless of who else he thought it might be, deep down he knew that it was undoubtedly Lin Feng. There was no public stream, so ordinary folks of the Alliance were unable to watch the fight. But still, news of the fight leaked to the press and caused a grand, delightful shock for the populace. Hearing Han Sen killed the Royal Shura Yuchelan in a single punch and made a Royal Shura elite cough up blood, put Han Sen's name on the tip of everyone's tongue. It was the first time his name had true relevance in the Alliance. Every media outlet reported on the event, how a man in his 20s effortlessly beat a Royal Shura. To humanity, this was a tremendously exciting affair. Han Sen, furthermore, was the future son-in-law of the president. Due to his prestige, all the citizens of the Alliance developed a keen interest in him. They wanted to learn every detail they could about him, large and small. Many people even questioned the manners and etiquette he employed when visiting the bathroom. Han Sen had been born into an ordinary family, but his father died while he was still young. Therefore, he was raised primarily by his mother. He initially went to a public school, but after much struggle, managed to enter a high-class military school. That was where he met the president's daughter, from which they ignited a spark and kindled a romance. From a middling, lowly heritage to one of great renown, his life was the perfect example of a classic success story. Onwards and upwards, his life and prestige did not seem to slow down. Lin Feng went to visit Huang Xiao numerous times, and when he came this time, he brought with him a demigod healer to aid in his restoration. Over a short amount of time, his wounds sealed and the previous damages weren't very visible. The Alliance did everything they could to reduce the damages he suffered, but not all their efforts were successful. His brain had received a cruel amount of damage, and many parts of it had been utterly destroyed, beyond healing or repair. Neither technology nor skills could help. Because of this, Huang Zhao's body suffered a number of problems. However, the efforts of the Alliance that were focused on minimizing his lasting disabilities were mostly a success. The biggest problem that remained was his movement. While most of his body functioned correctly, there were occasional issues with his movement that could not be solved or overcome. For example, when he wanted to reach into his pockets, he had trouble guiding his hands into the entrance of his pockets accurately. To a fighter of such caliber, this was disastrous. Do not worry for my future well-being. While my body may remain permanently damaged, my mind and my consciousness are the same as they always have been. Even if I can't fight anymore, I can put this battered brain to use elsewhere. Huang Xiao was more optimistic than was expected. He hadn't been emotionally crushed by what had transpired, and when he spoke, a fire was still alight in his eyes. They told everyone that what he was saying was most earnest and true. After the fight, Han Sen had indeed become rather famous. His feat made others acknowledge his true fitness level, and people now knew it had to be at least over 200. But people also knew that it was impossible for evolvers to go that high, unless he had somehow managed to absorb life geno essences and had earned himself super geno points. People frequently discussed all sorts of topics relating to Han Senator officers, on the other hand, were only thinking and whispering of a way in which they might get him to reveal his secret to absorbing life geno essences. Han Sen's communicator hadn't stopped ringing since the night of the fight, so he turned it off. But when he refused to allow his communicator to keep ringing, The same could not be said for others of the Ji family. The rest of the family was pestered by people who wanted Han Sen's knowledge. The reason Ji Ruozhen became president was not his own power. He had ties and alliances to many factions, families, and organizations in high places. As a result, he could not deny their requests. Ji Ruozhen went to talk with Han Sen and asked him about it. Regardless of whether or not he had absorbed life geno-essences, he had to appease the alliance with an answer. He couldn't ignore their inquisitiveness forever. Han Sen did not hesitate or lie in his response. Quickly and affirmatively, he said, "I have obtained super geno points, yes." When Han Sen went to fight Yu Qielon, he deliberated the consequences of revealing so much. Ji Ruozhen's question did not come as a surprise, and so Han Sen's response was prepared. Ji Ruozhen fell silent upon hearing Han Sen's confirmation. After a certain amount of time elapsed, he said to Han Sen, "Tell me what you can." Han Sen smiled and said, "There is no secret. It is easy to obtain super geno points. You simply need to find the eggs of a super creature, one that is semi-composed inside its shell. Eat it and you will receive super geno points. That is where I get mine from." "Really?" Ji Ruozhen asked, shocked. He did not expect the answer to be so simple. "On my own life, I pledge to you that this is not incorrect," Han Sen said. "Good. This is an important discovery, and one that means a lot to the future progression of humanity." Ji Ruozhen did not stop there, and he continued by saying, "Do not worry any further. The Ji family will handle all the matters pertaining to this revelation, and the benefits you will receive for this discovery will not disappoint you." Han Sen hadn't planned on receiving any rewards, particularly so since he didn't admit the entire truth. And what's more, obtaining the eggs of a super creature was a good deal harder than killing a super creature outright. Super creatures were not difficult to locate in the Second God Sanctuary, but eggs most certainly were. If people wanted to spend their time searching for them, Han Sen didn't believe their efforts would get in his way too much. The chances were extremely low that someone would be lucky enough to find such an egg, and further yet manage to kill the super creature that was guarding it. And maxing out super geno points by going for eggs alone seemed impossible. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen made plans to leave Moment Shelter. He wanted to look for another human shelter so he could finish his deal with Tang Jinliu by selling him the life geno essence. After leaving the mountain ranges, it wasn't too long before he found a human shelter where he could finish the transaction. The Tang family gifted him ownership of a whole rare metal mine. It was not Z-steel, but the Z-alloy you could get from the mine was quite important to have. It was expensive, and people were still figuring out the qualities and properties of the alloy. As such, the price was still on the rise. Inside the Angel Gene office, Zhao Seventh spoke to someone. In the image on screen stood the royal Shura that had tried to attack Han Sen after the bout. "Mr. Zhao, to complete our contract we had to sacrifice one of our royal members. Shouldn't you do something about this?" the royal Shura said to Zhao Seventh. Zhao Seventh coldly responded, "Preventing the establishment of peace is our ultimate goal, and that is not just because of me. Furthermore, Yu Qielon's death was a result of his own recklessness. That is no responsibility of mine. Mr. Zhao, our friend cannot have been slain in vain. Think on it some more, because if you don't make the right decision, we may have to end our cooperative venture," the royal Shura said firmly. Zhao Seventh frowned, and a look of anger and scorn consumed his face. It was only for a moment, and then it left as quickly as it came. He smiled and said, "General Shaheng, what is it that you want? I don't care how it is achieved, but the person that slew one of ours has to pay. Han Sen must die." Shaheng's face grimaced with the ugly look of murder. "No problem. That can be arranged without difficulty. Give me a month, and by the end of that time frame, Han Sen will be gone from the face of this world. As for the latest package, please have it delivered on time," Zhao Seventh said. "I will await your good news. Until then, consider our deal of cooperation terminated," Shaheng said. "Fine." Zhao Seventh smiled. After their communication, Zhao Seventh smiled. He called up Zhao Lian and coldly told him, "Take our people to planet Donglong, rob their supplies, and kill the Shura there. Zhao Lian was shocked at the sudden order and asked, "Chairman, doesn't that mean we will end up as their enemies? What will happen to our supplies in the future? They are not the only royal Shura there. If our arrangement with them comes to an end, I am sure another family will be eager to take their place." Zhao Seventh coldly smiled. Han Sen ventured back into the mountains in the hopes of tracking more super creatures. Although there were many super creatures, he couldn't just go for any. Furthermore, he had to find second-generation ones, which greatly narrowed those he could deem to be appropriate targets. When will I be able to take down the Devil Blood King's shelter? There must be many second-generation super creatures in a place such as that. Han Sen thought about the prospect with greed. But they were thoughts and nothing more. With his power at its current level, he knew that he would be unable to deal with so many super creatures all at once. Thoughts and fantasies of such a daring venture were all he could conjure about it. Exiting a particular valley, Han Sen noticed he was leaving the mountain ranges behind him. Having searched all that time, he felt disheartened at his inability to locate a second-generation super creature. Just under 40 super geno points to go until I can max it out. Han Sen was hoping to become a surpasser sometime soon, as he was too weak right now and could not compete with the elites of the Alliance. He used all the strength he possessed to take down Yu Qielon, and he had to make use of the power of the Devil Eye Spider. With it, he tricked the Shura's mind for a single moment, enough for Han Sen to deliver the blow that destroyed the royal's brain. If he hadn't done that, then a victory was most certainly not an assured thing. If he became a surpasser, however, such a fight would have been easy. Killing anyone of similar strength would be a trivial accomplishment with the power he'd possess. Leaving the craggy slopes of the mountains behind him, he found himself in the midst of verdant expanses and emerald pastures. The fields were still on a bit of a slant, but they were decorated with an abundance of plants. On the grassy fields, Han Sen saw a single creature chasing away a whole group of lesser creatures. They were like sheep being herded, and there were many of them. The creature that chased them had 6 legs and 2 arms. It was a curious-looking thing, and it was difficult for him to discern what it was or think of another creature that it resembled. Seeing its life force, he realized that it was a sacred blood creature. Han Sen wasn't interested in killing sacred blood creatures, so he planned to fly past the ongoing kerfuffle and save himself the time and energy it would take to dispatch them. But as Han Sen flew over, the silver fox leapt off his shoulder. After it landed, it took off running towards the strange monster. Little Silver hopped onto the monster and quickly electrocuted it, and seeing it do so made Han Sen quite confused. Little Silver never aggressively attacked a creature of its own volition, so he was uncertain why it was doing so now. The sheep-like creatures were weird, too. Their life forces were mostly ordinary, and the strongest amongst them were mutant. Queerly, none of the creatures seemed to flee the silver fox's presence. After the silver fox slew the monster, it did not proceed to slay the sheep. Instead, all it did was gaze at them from afar. Han Sen could only guess why. With a puzzled expression, Han Sen went over to the silver fox and squatted by its side to watch the sheep just as his little pet did. Then Han Sen saw something weird. Ordinary creatures rarely ate plants or food in general. Only the children of creatures traditionally ate plants, and they were usually super creatures. But the herd of sheep that Han Sen watched graze was entirely composed of ordinary and mutant creatures. It was a curious sight, watching them lower their heads to the ground and consume grass. But aside from that one strange aspect, nothing else stood out to Han Senator for all intents and purposes. They appeared to be sheep and nothing else. Little Silver, it is time for us to go. When Han Sen told the silver fox it was time to leave, it didn't budge. All it did was continue to lie on the grass and watch the sheep. There was nothing Han Sen could do about its stubborn refusal to leave. So all he did was return to the silver fox and continue watching the sheep alongside it. Although it appeared to be nothing, he started to suspect the silver fox had made a discovery of some sort, and Han Sen simply hadn't yet seen it. They spent half the day watching the little creatures, and the entire time they watched, the sheep remained in the area, merrily grazing the hours away. When the sun looked about to set, the sheep began to relocate. One sheep took the lead, and it led them directly up the mountains Hansen had just come down from. The silver fox followed them, and Hansen followed the silver fox. Not long after, the sheep entered a valley that was sealed on one end. But this seemed to be where the sheep lived. The silver fox sniffed the ground all around like a little pig, which amused Hansen. But Hansen understood this behavior was abnormal for the silver fox. It only behaved like this if it had found something. Therefore, he gave it the time it needed. Is there treasure to be found here, in the mountains? Hansen bore a look of deep contemplation. But then, he saw the silver fox hasten its pace and proceed further into the valley. Hansen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly ran to catch up. The silver fox sniffed the ground all along the way, as if it were in search of something. The sheep didn't seem aggressive, and when the duo approached them, all the sheep did was run away. They watched the two that had come to their valley. It is fortunate that they live here, and there are no humans around. They'd all have been slain if humans were out and about these regions. Hansen thought to himself. Little Silver continued on its way into the deeper recesses of the valley. It seemed to have been led to the face of a cliff, and it began scraping the stone with its claws. There was a very thin crack where the silver fox was digging. Nothing, save something with the width of paper, would be permitted entry into that crack. What are we doing here? Hansen approached the wall and took a look at what the silver fox was trying to dig through. From the small crevice, a sort of liquid leaked. It looked like it was providing moisture to the plants in the area, allowing them to grow more quickly. The hasty silver fox had managed to dig a 2-meter hole into the ground. At its bottom, it opened up into a cave. It was massive, and the cavern was furnished with a grand number of stalactites. It was rather humid inside, and in there you could also hear the constant sound of water dripping. Hansen saw much water drop from the tips of the stalactites, adding to a pool that had formed below them. The water that babbled out of the mountain must have come from this pool, but it didn't look like anything special. The silver fox approached the pool and circled it numerous times, as if he was looking for something specific. Hansen followed the silver fox, but before he joined it at the side of the pool, the silver fox turned around, showed its teeth to its master, and growled. Don't be so selfish. Even if you have located something decent, I won't steal it from you. Hansen might have said that, but it was just a lie. In his heart, he contemplated the manner in which he might steal whatever goodie the silver fox was searching for. But still, with the silver fox behaving that way, Hansen stayed his approach. He stood a small distance away and observed the silver fox, hoping to catch a glimpse of what it was searching for. Not long after, Hansen noticed the reason the silver fox had shooed him away. It wasn't because of greed. It was because there was something in the pool that was living. Little Silver was warning him. Hansen didn't realize this at first, but when the silver fox stopped to observe the pool, he noticed something was amiss. In the pool, in the direction the silver fox was looking, swam a fish. The fish wasn't very large. In fact, it was only about 10 centimeters long, and it was semi-transparent. The bones were transparent as well, and the only way you could properly catch sight of it was by spotting its blood vessels. If you didn't peer at the water carefully and look for it that way, you wouldn't notice it existed at all. Because of the water, Hansen was unable to sense its life force. Instead, he summoned his devil eye mask and managed to espy the presence of a flame on the fish. It was its life force, and it burned as hot as any other super creatures did. That little thing is a super creature? Hansen felt a mixture of shock and confusion. The energy inside the little fish was blurry, so it was only a first-generation super creature. And since the fish did not appear to possess the elemental properties of thunder, Hansen wondered why the silver fox seemed to show so much interest. The silver fox lay down near the pool and did not move. After a while, it began circling the pool as it had when it first arrived. The little blighter almost seemed to be lost in thought. What does he want? Hansen said to himself, as he observed the silver fox. If the silver fox wanted to kill the fish, then it could have very well done so. The pool wasn't very deep, only about 3 feet deep at the very most. He could even effortlessly electrify the water with lightning, without a single worry about aquatic retaliation. Plus, Hansen was there. If the silver fox wanted to attack and felt that it needed backup, surely it knew its master wouldn't sit idly by watching it tussle with the fishy wretch all by itself. But all the silver fox did was lie down near the pool again. It watched the little transparent fish swimming around and did nothing at all. Hansen was very curious what was going on, but there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. If he got close to the pool, the silver fox would approach Hansen and make a fearsome face. Understanding how powerful his pet had gotten, Hansen wasn't willing to take any chances with somehow invoking the ire of the silver fox. Not long after, a sheep entered the cave the silver fox had dug. It didn't seem to be afraid of people, and it strutted right over beside Hansen. When the sheep saw the pool, it bawed. It walked towards the pool as if it were thirsty and fancied a drink. Hansen thought the silver fox was going to stop it, but it didn't. It continued to lie where it was, watching the sheep quench its thirst at the pool. Hansen thought the fish might have been angry at this intrusion, but it didn't have any negative reaction. In fact, it didn't look as if the fish cared at all. It continued to swim as mellowly as it had the entire time. The sheep drank quite a bit, and once it was done, it turned around and prepared to leave. But what Hansen saw next was a most terrifying scene. The sheep's mouth began to rot, and bits of sizzling flesh fell to the ground below. To make it all the more unnerving, the sheep acted as if it had not noticed a thing. It wasn't in pain or anything, and it merely continued to trot back towards the outside as casually as it had entered. While it walked, more of its flesh fizzled away from its face, coating the cavern floor in blood. It began to happen elsewhere on its body, as goopy chunks of its flesh slid free from the bones of the sheep they once composed. It wasn't long until parts of its skeleton were exposed. The sheep continued walking to the exit, and by the time it left the cave, it was nothing but a skeleton. In a grisly, horrific mess, its organs lay scattered and strewn all about. Seeing the sheep walk outside alive, with only its bones to indicate what it was, Hansen could hardly believe his eyes. Hansen was given a cold sweat, seeing this, and now he quickly understood why the silver fox did not want him to approach. The liquid in that pool was by no means a consumable refreshment. For the fish itself to survive inside there, it had to be a miracle. Then, from outside the cave, a chorus of bawling could be heard. Hansen quickly ran out and saw that all the other sheep were frightened and trying to avoid the sheep that was now just a skeleton. But it really did seem as if the skelly sheep hadn't noticed anything amiss, and it continued to believe it was the same as the rest of its fluffy companions. It tried following the other sheep around, unaware of why it was being avoided. As the skelly sheep followed them around, however, it wasn't long before Hansen heard something snap. Several of its bones broke, and it collapsed on the ground. What the hell is the water in that pool? Hansen thought to himself, in utter disbelief at the ghastly sight he had just witnessed. When he returned to look at the creepy pool, his heart pounded with fear. Hansen sniffed the air and did not notice anything that smelled amiss. So at the very least it wasn't a natural acid. It seemed as if the water came from the stalactites above. A pool had formed from the constant dripping. Hansen looked up and noticed a number of cracks inside the stalactites, indicating the water must have leaked out from inside them. But the amount of water coming from them was very little. There were 10 stalactites and there was only one drop every few minutes. God only knew how many years it would have taken for the pool to be created. Little Silver, if you keep waiting here, it'll all be for nothing. If you want this fish out of the pool, don't expect it to do so by itself. Perhaps we should bang our heads together and think of a way in which we can get it out ourselves. Hansen spoke to Little Silver as he continued to lie prone, watching the fish. The silver fox then turned around and looked at Hansen, as if he was expecting Hansen to suggest a plan. Use your thunder. Electrify the water, spook it out, and then grab it, Hansen suggested after a short period of thought. The silver fox looked at Hansen with disdain. Cast lightning out onto the surface of the water, but it didn't seem to do anything. It appeared as if it dissolved when it came into contact with the curious liquid of the pool. Now Han-sen understood the look he had been given, realizing the lightning could not penetrate the surface of the water. What is this water, then? What makes it behave like that? Han-sen was shocked. Well, that's okay. If the thunder is absorbed by the water, I'd like to see it absorb this. As Han-sen's dialogue came to a close, he quickly summoned his peacock crossbow, loaded it with raw Z-steel bolts, and took aim at the fish in the pool. The silver fox's eyes opened wide and it retreated a few steps, expecting Han-sen to kill the fish. Approaching the pool a little closer, Han-sen corrected his aim to obtain perfect accuracy on the fish. He predicted its movement and then pulled the trigger. But when the bolt pierced the water, he somehow missed. The surface of the pool was mirror-like, giving a reflection far clearer than average water would. Therefore, the fish's position in the water was different than it appeared. The bolt missed and lodged itself inside the rocky bottom of the pool. This made Han-sen feel pretty bad. The water was terrifying, and Han-sen didn't think he could retrieve the Z-steel raw bolt with any modicum of ease. But he didn't dwell on it too much, but instead retrieved another Z-steel bolt and took aim at the fish once more. Han-sen calculated its path and took into account the refraction of the water. Pat! The bolt pierced the water and the fish's body. Its body did not resist the flight of the bolt in the slightest, and all it did was twitch a little before flipping over dead. It died as simple as that. Han-sen froze. He did not expect the creepy fish to die so easily. There was no struggle and it was killed with a single shot. This is not right. Han-sen saw the fish floating belly up, but noticed something amiss. If he had killed the transparent blighter, then he should have received an announcement. But there hadn't been one. Is that transparent fish faking its death? Han-sen watched it intently and saw the Z-steel bolt still resting embedded inside the fish's body. He didn't believe it had survived. If it was indeed faking its death, however, then how powerful or clever must the fish have been? Han-sen inched his way towards the pool, and this time, the silver fox did not stop him. He summoned his flaming Rex spike and set about trying to retrieve the fish from the water. Although the fish had indeed died, the bolt proved to be too heavy, and it made the fish sink. As a result, it was going to be a finicky trial attempting to fish up the fish. Han-sen placed the tip of the flaming Rex spike in the water, which caused it to fizz and produce heavy steam like water upon charcoal. The Rex spike was a powerful thing, but the weapon appeared to corrode and melt at its submerged end. Quickly, Han-sen returned the weapon. Fortunately, he had only put the flaming Rex spike in by about 10 centimeters. If Han-sen had put it any deeper, he was certain the entire weapon would have been destroyed. What is this? The flaming Rex spike surely cannot be any weaker than the Z-steel bolt, so why is the bolt okay and this fire-wreathed hunk of metal isn't? Does the liquid in the pool have an adverse effect when coming into contact with beast souls? Han-sen then summoned a sacred blood weapon to try it out, and upon touching the water, it was immediately destroyed. When he prodded the water with another Z-steel bolt, it was okay. It did corrode ever so slightly but very slowly. The changes were granular in comparison to what happened with Han-sen's throwaway beast soul. Strange water. Han-sen had much surprise in his heart, but he had an idea. Han-sen brought out his Z-steel bolt and tied a rope to it. He was going to fire it at the dead fish and retrieve both the fish and bolt by pulling the rope. He only needed to pull it once. Even if the rope broke, he should be able to nab the fish before it melted. But when Han-sen fired the bolt, the fish seemed to move once more. It twisted its body and evaded the bolt. The Z-steel bolt in the creature's body was starting to look awfully corroded by this point, and when the fish moved, the bolt snapped in two and broke completely. It was shaken from the fish's body and sank to the bottom of the pool to suffer a corrosive demise. The transparent fish swam in a few circles, and the arrow wound immediately healed. Not even a scar remained. It really wasn't dead. This little fish is pretty strong. Although Han-sen had more Z-steel bolts, he didn't want to risk losing them to the troublesome fish. The fish had seen what the bolt could do, and now it swam around frantically. It refused to stay in one spot as it did when it was struck. It swam so fast, Hansen couldn't have hit it even if he wanted to. Hansen guessed that the fish didn't make much fuss last time because it believed that any arrow or bolt that struck the water would be useless. Hence why it did not bother to dodge. Now, it knew it could be hurt, so it wasn't willing to stay still. The silver fox tilted its head and looked at Hans Senator, its eyes squinted, as if it was humorously mocking Hans Sen's failed attempts. This made the flustered master blush. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have used the rope with the very first bolt. Hans Sen circled the pool, unable to come up with a solution for dealing with the fish. Hans Sen acknowledged that the fish was something special. If it wasn't, the silver fox wouldn't have been behaving the way it was. But if there was nothing they could do to deal with the fish, their efforts thus far would be entirely wasted. Hans Sen thought about filling up the pool with rocks and draining it that way, but when he dropped in one rock, the fish swung its tail and batted the rock away like a baseball. There was a big splash, too, which almost soaked Hans Sen. Fortunately, he was quick to react and dodge. God knew what would have happened had he not moved out of the way. Fuck you. I don't believe I cannot kill you. Hans Sen summoned Moment Queen and consulted her, curious to see if she could come up with a solution to his ordeal. After Moment Queen was summoned and given a description of the problem, she looked at the fish and her cold face dropped into shock. What is it? Hans Sen asked, noticing her reaction. Moment Queen did not answer immediately, and she looked as if she was trying to remember something. She looked at the fish in the pool again and said, "When I was in the third god's sanctuary in one of the king's shelters, he had a fish." Hans Sen noticed her immediately drop the tale she had begun, but his curiosity had been piqued. He wasn't too interested in the fish, but more about her herself. Moment Queen once told him she had been to the third god's sanctuary and had killed the son of a king. Now, she was telling him she had seen a fish in one of the king's shelters. If she leveled up ordinarily, how would she have received such an opportunity? And how was she left alive after slaying the son of a king? Merely being sent back to the second god's sanctuary seemed a rather tame punishment. This woman is an enigma. Moment Queen did not know what Hans Sen was thinking, but she decided to continue her dialogue. She said, "The fish was 3 feet long, and it was transparent. It looked like jade. Its back possessed 3 blood vessels, and it had the name Third Life Bonefish. Although it was a fish, it was not a creature. It was in fact a water spirit. It had the ability to turn you into a walking skeleton. However, as long as you weren't dead, eating one of those fish fixes you right up." After a pause, Moment Queen continued by saying, "But Third Life Bonefish only live in their bone pools. The bone pool can melt everything, and a mere drop of the water can turn an entire living creature into walking bones. If a beast's soul touched it, it'd be gone in an instant. Nothing can survive its touch. So, you mean to tell me that this is a bone pool? And this fish is the Third Life Bonefish?" Hans Sen asked, filled with much surprise over her revelations. "It certainly looks like it, but genuine bone pools are much stronger than this. Without fitness, all it would take is the steam from such a pool to turn us into a pair of skeletons." Moment Queen eyed the fish once more and continued to say, "Besides, this fish does not look like the real Third Life Bonefish. The life force is not pure, unlike the one I used to know. Is this the bone pool and Third Life Bonefish?" Hans Sen asked with a frown. "I don't know. If it isn't, it has to be fairly similar. Perhaps it is a subspecies." Moment Queen said. "Then, how am I able to get the fish out of there?" Hans Sen was still extremely fixated on its retrieval. Even if the creature in the pool wasn't the Third Life Bonefish that she had spoken of, it had to be something good. And if he confirmed its identity, then he would have no choice but to get it out of the pool and slay it. It would be an educational venture. "I have not learnt of a way to ensnare a Third Life Bonefish, and similar to your troubles, that all stems from the difficulty posed by the bone pool it inhabits." Moment Queen shook her head. There was a treasure in front of Hans Sen, but it was currently unobtainable. It was like a terrible itch. But just as Hans Sen frowned in contemplation, his pocket vibrated. Then, the scallop shell magically removed itself from the pocket and flew over near the pool. The fairy exited the shell, reached out her delicate hand towards Moment Queen, and wiggled her index finger left and right. It was like she was saying, "You are wrong." She was visibly upset about Moment Queen's assertion of no one being able to enter the water. She flew near the pool and spat frosty air out across the surface of the water. The water in the pool began to freeze over relatively quickly. The fairy kept the icy pressure on and continued to blow frosty air until the entire pool was a block of ice. And as the water froze more and more, the fish went into a state of panic. But being unable to leave the pool, there was nothing it could do. As the water became ice, the fish's movements became slower and slower. When it had all turned to ice, the fish was trapped inside, motionless. With a cocky, boisterous face, the fairy turned to look at Han's senator then. She turned back around and punched the ice with her fist. It shattered. As shards of ice scattered into the air and onto the ground around them, the fish was sent flying. With great speed, the fairy managed to catch the fish in her tiny hands. With the prize Han Sen sought, she flew over and did circles around him. This delighted Han Sen, and as he observed the fish the little fairy had obtained for him, he noticed how clean it looked. There was not a single speck of dirt nor a single minor blemish on it, and like it was a tantalizing ice lolly for a hot summer day, Han Sen grabbed it eagerly. Well, the little fairy finally did something of value. It seems the time and expense I have spent treating you has finally paid off. Han Sen, receiving the fish, made sure to compliment the little fairy in his typical deadpan way. The little fairy was a little full of herself following this, so she went to sit on top of Han Sen's head. And as she settled down, she stuck her tongue out at Moment Queen in mockery of her inability to provide the aid that the fairy just had. "You want this?" Han Sen put the iced fish in front of the silver fox. It nodded, then gobbled the fish up in haste. Upon its consumption, Han Sen immediately noticed the silver fox's fur turning to crystal. It was quite eye-catching. Its crystallized fur fell to the ground as if it were shed, and new fur took its place. That such a small fish could provide such grand changes to the silver fox surprised Han Sen. But then Han Sen suddenly thought of something. Although the silver fox was aligned with the element of thunder, he did possess the ability to heal the wounds of others. With its medical licks, its healing abilities had proven useful for Han Sen on numerous occasions. But he hadn't relied on the silver fox as much, ever since Han Sen himself had learnt how to heal through a simulation of the holy rhino's energy flow. After shooting it with the bolt, Han Sen noticed that the little fish had managed to heal itself rapidly. It most likely possessed healing capabilities, which was what attracted the silver fox to it so much. After the silver fox finished evolving, it leapt up into Han Sen's arms. It rubbed its head against Han Sen's chest and looked ecstatic. Han Sen stroked the silver fox's head, wondering why a creature with the power of thunder could also heal. It was a unique combo for the silver fox to have. I wonder where little silver came from? When I found it, it was merely an egg I discovered in a valley renowned for snakes. There aren't really any leads I can follow up on. Han Sen did not take his thoughts any further than that. Ultimately, he decided it did not matter where it came from. But in recent times, a certain uneasy feeling began to nag at him. He worried that, despite his connection with the silver fox, it really was just a creature. If it wanted to enter the third god's sanctuary alongside Han Sen, it would need a breakthrough of sorts. And even if it could ascend to the third god's sanctuary, there was no guarantee they would end up at the same shelter together. I hope our distance won't be too great. Han Sen could only hope. Luo Yin had spent much time searching for Han Sen, but had not yet been able to discover his whereabouts. He had, however, been informed of his recent appearance at a human shelter. Going there to investigate, he was still unable to locate him. All he could do after that was wait for another trail to pick up. He was very curious about Han Sen, thinking the falsified Sky Sutra was the strongest hyper-geno art in existence. And he did not understand why Han Sen, despite sharing the family's blood, refused to learn it. Sometimes Luo Yin wished himself to be of true lineage to the Luo family, adamant in the belief of his inability of failing Luo Haitang. It was indeed a shame he was not of the Luo bloodline. He was initially a distant relative, but he was adopted by Luo Haitang and later taught the skill. I need to make Han Sen understand what he's missing out on by not learning the falsified Sky Sutra. Luo Yin thought to himself. As Luo Yin thought this, he suddenly saw a man walk by the gate. The figure had a tall and strong body. The person had a young face with skin that was pale and a little pink. It was the sort of face that would make any woman jealous. On the man's shoulder rested a lazy-looking silver fox, and an elephant-like lion trotted behind them. His back was loaded with things. Han Sen. Luo Yin's eyes shone brightly, having never seen Han Sen in person before. All that he had seen were pictures and videotapes of the man. He believed that he knew Han Sen's appearance better than he did his own. Without hesitation, Luo Yin approached him. He came with one purpose, and that was to educate Han Sen in how powerful the falsified Sky Sutra really was as a skill. Han Sen, seeing Luo Yin approach, looked surprised. He recognized him from their prior encounter, when Han Sen had assumed his dollar persona. What is it? Han Sen looked at Luo Yin, who was standing in front of him. You are Han Sen? Luo Yin wasn't very fond of trouble, and neither did he like to beat around the bush. He wasn't going to waste any more time. So all he wanted to do after getting confirmation on his identity was to immediately reveal the power of the falsified Sky Sutra. Without saying another word, Luo Yin threw his hand forward in an attempt to slash Han's senator. An invisible power flew towards him, on track as if it was its fate to damage him. Han Sen immediately activated his Dongxian aura. The invisible powers he had once been unable to track could now be locked onto and followed. Reaching out his hand, he brought with it the power of thunder. He swung his fist forward, but it did not seem to connect with Luo Yin's attack at all. Pang! A bolt of lightning snapped the air as an invisible force shattered like glass, disappearing before Han Sen's eyes. Luo Yin's pupils became smaller, having witnessed his falsified sky power be blocked. He had not imagined such a thing to be possible. No way! Luo Yin could not accept this, unable to believe the powers of the falsified Sky Sutra could be prevented. Without reprieve, he moved to attack Han Sen again. But with a casual throw of his fist, Han Sen broke the next invisible force that lusted for his blood. Luo Yin's eyes were bloodshot as he madly attacked Han Sen with all his might and ferocity. It was all to no avail, however, as Han Sen effortlessly broke every single invisible force that was hurled at him. When all was said and done, he had not suffered a single scratch. He had repeatedly made use of the falsified Sky Sutra's most powerful attack, and it had not once hit Han's senator regardless of how many times he cast it. He could not even ruffle his target's clothes. Luo Yin thought Han Sen must have foresight into the future, being able to predict when, how, and where his attacks were going to come from. He believed every opportunity he could try to take advantage of would be useless due to it being foreseen by Han Sen, who had the power to control all. Impossible! Impossible! Han Sen was only blocking his attacks, not even fighting back. But Luo Yin began staggering backwards, muttering strangely as if he had just seen a ghost. His faith was collapsing, unable to believe someone of the same level could block his falsified sky power. He had never even considered such a thing could be possible. In Luo Yin's heart, the falsified Sky Sutra was the most powerful hyper-geno art in existence, and with it at his side, nothing could stop him. But the way Luo Yin perceived the world was thrown out of whack, following what he had just experienced. The falsified sky power had been blocked, useless against his foe. You are from the Luo family? Han Sen asked, looking at him. Luo Yin wanted to answer, but at that moment, he found himself incapable. He was suddenly overwhelmed by shame, a shame stemming from his association to the Luo family. Well, go back. I am not from the Luo family. After Han Sen said this, he waved to Golden Growler and walked past the man who was now in shambles. Luo Yin's mouth continued to tremble, but it was still with the absence of words. He returned to the teleporter, seemingly in a daze. Luo Yin, back in the alliance, could not wait to see Luo Haitang. He was going to tell him all that had transpired with Han Sen, and he also hoped Luo Haitang could speak a few words to renew his faith in the falsified Sky Sutra. Luo Yin, what have you been up to recently? You have been kept busy, it seems. Luo Li saw Luo Yin meandering around, absent-minded. She had never seen him in such a state, so she couldn't help but engage him in dialogue. I saw Han Sen, Luo Yin said. And? What happened? Luo Li's eyes suddenly burned bright, with an eagerness to hear the result. She had witnessed the fight with Yu Qielon, and understanding his strength, she acknowledged that Luo Yin might not have been able to beat him, but she also knew Luo Yin could attack Han Sen with falsified sky powers. All it would take was one hit from their sutra's power. Luo Yin wore a complicated expression, and when he finally mustered the courage to speak again, he muttered the words, I failed. What do you mean you failed? Luo Li frowned. If Luo Yin lost to Han Sen, then it wouldn't outright surprise her. But she was unsure of what he meant by telling her he failed. I attacked him 123 times with falsified sky powers. He blocked each and every attack, not even allowing me to brush his clothing. Luo Yin's eyes were usually very clear, but now, they were cloudy and muddied with confusion. His world had been rocked by what had transpired between him and Han Sen. What? What do you mean? Luo Li's body trembled with what she heard. Looking at Luo Yin, her eyes sunk. She seemed even less capable of believing and accepting what had just happened. I really didn't land a hit. Luo Yin's lips shook under the realization that the faith he had established for the past 20 years had been wholly crushed. Luo Li merely stood there in silence, looking at Luo Yin. She knew he wasn't the sort to lie or embellish a tale. And acknowledging this, hearing the results of his fight with Han Sen made her stomach churn. Luo Li tried to move her lips, but she could not bring them to produce words. Her mind was in utter disarray, and she stood in silence with bleak eyes fixed on the panicking Luo Yin. He really blocked it? A long time after, Luo Li was finally able to speak. This simple sentence was packed with a variety of different emotions. Luo Yin's face turned bitter as he nodded to confirm what she asked. Come in, and tell me how he managed to block the falsified sky power. Luo Haitong's voice came from across the yard. He had heard their conversation. Luo Haitong's face looked serious. He knew Luo Yin would lose, but he never expected Han Sen would be able to block all of his attacks. Luo Yin accepted and entered the yard, a place he would only visit after receiving formal permission. The same applied to Luo Li, but she was keen to hear what exactly had transpired, so she quickly followed him in. Give me a detailed description of what happened when you fought. Don't skip a single detail, no matter how minor, Luo Haitang told him. Luo Yin did just that, explaining to Luo Haitang everything that happened from the moment he first laid eyes on Han Sen. Luo Haitang furrowed his brows extremely tight, whereas Luo Li's mouth was agape. She looked as if she had just heard a great legend. Han Sen had casually blocked every one of Luo Yin's 123 attacks. To Luo Li, who believed the skill was invisible and impossible to trace, what she was hearing was nothing more than a fanciful yarn that did not have a glimmer of truth or credibility to it. After Luo Yin finished his description, Luo Haitang became silent. Losing with the falsified Sky Sutra was a fine and acceptable possibility, but to have the attacks of the skill blocked was unheard of. Not only did Luo Li and Luo Yin not believe it, but Luo Haitang could not, either. Luo Haitang looked worried, wishing he could have seen how Han Sen had managed to block the falsified sky powers. What did little Lan teach that boy? Luo Haitang thought this was all the work of Luo Lan. He had not and would not entertain the possibility that it had nothing to do with her. Han Sen did not consider the impact his block would have on the family. But after the fight was over, he was more than pleased with his success. It meant his vigorous practice had not been wasted. It was time well spent. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen made plans to go on Skynet and see if anyone had encountered any super creatures that would be viable for him to fight. With this information, he could return to the sanctuary and slay them. If he kept doing this, he believed he'd max out his super geno points in no time. But before he concluded his research, he received a message from Huangfu Pingqing, who he hadn't seen in a long time. She wanted Han Sen's advice picking a beast soul in the virtual community. Han Sen still had time and he would be free that night anyway. So, he told her to wait for him in the virtual community. He then logged into Skynet. Beast souls could not be traded in the Alliance, but they could be used. A seller could take pictures of them and sell them in the virtual community. If the buyer and seller were in the same shelter, or were at least in close proximity, they could take a look at the beast souls in the Alliance before contacting each other to establish the trade. Little Junior, you are a big hero now. It has been difficult getting in touch with you. Huangfu Pingqing joked to Han Sen as she greeted him in the virtual community. Han Sen laughed and replied, "Yeah, if you need to see me again after today, you're going to have to start booking tickets." "What? Are you the latest, greatest exhibit in the zoo?" Huangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes. "Hey, I am a rarer sort than any animal you might find in a zoo." Han Sen laughed, then asked, "So, what beast soul are you looking to buy today?" "I have nothing particular in mind. I am just coming to see if there are any decent sacred blood beast souls worth investing in." Huangfu Pingqing grabbed Han Sen's arm and continued forward to the trading zone. "Sure." Han Sen gave her a thumbs up, appreciating the way Huangfu Pingqing made it sound as if she was going to the supermarket for groceries. Huangfu Pingqing sighed in response, though. She said, "I am not buying it for myself. I am buying it for my team. I am in charge of purchasing the beast souls, not using them. If I can experience what it feels like to spend a whole lot of money, without it actually costing me a penny, that's great. This is the best job ever. You can hire me for this task whenever you fancy," Han Sen joyously told her. "We're not hiring, sorry. I just needed an assistant to accompany me." Huangfu Pingqing smiled and then tugged Han Sen along to the trading shop. There, details of a variety of beast souls were on display. Huangfu Pingqing searched for sacred blood beast souls and clicked for more information. She was given an unfathomably large slew of data and accompanying images. Huangfu Pingqing was in an enormous human shelter, and many people were selling beast souls near her. She clicked on many different beast souls, and each time she did, she asked Han Sen for his opinion. Overall, the information he provided was lacking, and Huangfu Pingqing seemed to be doing well enough not to need him around. After browsing the trading zone, she suddenly asked Han Sen, "Are you interested in a pet fight? Is that why you asked me out?" Han Sen smiled and asked, "Little Junior, men need to feign dumbness to make women happy." Huangfu Pingqing said it in the manner of a jest, but it was a truthful admission for her. "I am way past the age in which I need to please women." Han Sen slumped his shoulders. "In that case, you are terribly incorrect. Men should strive to please women their entire lives," Huangfu Pingqing rebutted. Let's go back to the pet match." Han Sen did actually believe he needed to improve upon his lacking desire to please women. Well, in the past few years, humans have been showing a greater interest in having pet beast souls. This is especially true in the first and second god sanctuaries. When humanity began taking control of these two sanctuaries, the flesh of creatures was abundant. Over time, there were far more free resources available to feed pet beast souls. That's how things have gotten to where they are now. Huangfu Pingqing stopped, smiled, and then continued. "The primary reason they have gotten so popular of late, however, is you. Your angel pet has made many factions turn their focus and attention to the raising of pets. That being said, the strongest type of pets they have been able to achieve are berserk sacred blood types. And even those are very rare even for the big factions." "Then what is up with the pet matches?" Han Sen did not want to discuss his little angel. The Donglin Company focuses on pet beast souls the most, and in the past few years, people have been buying incredible numbers of pet beast souls. With the increase in demand, their worth has tripled. It's showing no sign of slowing down either. The prices are still rising, and it is the Donglin Company that is to blame. She looked at Hen and continued, "Recently, they have been having pets fight in the Alliance. Very good prizes are offered to those who are in first place, and the exclusive Donglin medicine that is not available for sale is a frequent item up for grabs. And, well, I need that medicine. You want me to win that medicine for you?" Han Sen looked at Huangfu Pingqing and asked, "With your angel pet, I don't think anything can rightly stop you from winning. Huang Fu Pingqing smiled at Han Senator. She blinked and fluttered her eyelids to attract him, and then continued by saying, "Of course. I couldn't ask this of you for free. Whatever you desire, I can satisfy you." Han Sun smiled wryly and said, "Senior, I would really like to help, but why would Dong Lin even allow me to join? They would be giving the prize out for free. Surely they are not that dumb." "You are wrong. Dong Lin themselves want you to join, and that is partly why I came looking for you," Huang Fu Pingqing responded with immediacy. Han Sun was shocked, thinking something was amiss. There was most certainly something he had not been told. The people at Dong Lin were not dumb, so why would they allow Han Sen to accept a big prize so easily? They would be handing out free stuff. This must be a conspiracy. Han Sen was firm in the belief this was not normal, and something was going on behind the scenes. This is a match that takes place in the Alliance. No matter how brave the Qi family is, they wouldn't attack you in public. Are you afraid of them? Huang Fu Pingqing pulled out a pamphlet of information and continued by saying, "Take a look at what you can receive by winning." Han Sen took a look at the list, and there were impressive rewards on offer for the top 10 that took part. You'd get even more if you were in the top 5. The person in first place would receive a ridiculous number of goodies. There was plenty of that special medicine that was not available for sale, including a type that had a limited run and was special even to members of Dong Lin. Having prizes as things that could not be bought with money was quite fantastic. If you do win first place, I genuinely hope you can sell me those beast pills. Name your price, Huang Fu Pingqing said. I'll need to sleep on it. I'll give you my answer sometime in the next couple of days." Han Sen saw the first place prizes and was shocked, thinking they were far too good. If that medicine was available for general sale, many would buy it for exorbitant prices. Han Sen had even wanted some of that medicine before as well, but the opportunity to get it had never come around. After all, it could not be bought with money, and you would need the right timing. What is wrong with that guy in Dong Lin? It is so obvious he seeks to offer this stuff to me for free. After Huang Fu Pingqing left, Han Sen started thinking about what was truly going on with this proposed pet fight. When Han Sen returned, he asked around. The general consensus was that no one really knew what Dong Lin was doing by allowing his participation. Is Dong Lin really going to be this nice? Han Sen struggled to believe they would. No matter which way you look at it, and provided it isn't a trap, then they are being nice. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't let you participate in the pet fights, Ji Yanran said. Do you think there is an ulterior motive to this kindness of theirs? Is it a conspiracy? Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran with concern. I don't know, but the match has been arranged to take place in the Central Galaxy. It won't be hosted in Dong Lin itself, so there is nothing the Qi family can do. Ji Yanran wasn't really sure what to make of it, either. If there was a conspiracy, there was no way they would dare do something aggressive towards Han Sen in the Alliance. That was, unless they had lost their minds and gone completely insane. Even if they didn't care about the fact that he was the president's son-in-law, getting the Luo family mad would lead to the Dong Lin company being destroyed in a single day. Are you going to go? Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen and asked. Yes, of course. Why would I turn down some free goodies? If the matches really are taking place in the Central Galaxy instead of Dong Lin, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Han Sen laughed. Well, be careful. That man in Dong Ling is not soft, Ji Yanran reminded him. Okay. Han Sen nodded, but his mind was already adrift. He was pondering how he might split up the prize medicine he'd win. He needed some more geno-creation pills, as the silver fox had eaten them all. Therefore, it was about time he restocked. Han Sen booked a holiday to the Central Galaxy and went to visit his mother and father-in-law. He had dinner with Ji Ruozhen, and after they finished, they had a discussion about the pet matches. Ji Ruozhen guessed Dong Lin meant no harm and were being sincere, hence why they were hosting the event elsewhere. It was a place they did not have exclusive control of. Maybe the Qi family would like a favor off you, Ji Ruozhen said. Then, he continued, but that is only a guess. Regardless of how things may seem, exercise caution and be careful when you go there. Han Sen gestured in agreement, and Ji Ruozhen continued his dialogue. The match starts tomorrow. This will be your first time in the Central Galaxy. Yes? Ji Qing will be there. So allow her to be your tour guide. Wait. The Ji Qing who slew a super creature? Han Sen was surprised. Yes, and she wants to see you. She has wanted to for a while, but she has been unable to see you due to your commitments to the army. Now seems a fitting time. Ji Ruozhen paused for a brief moment, then went on to say, but this girl is really quite arrogant. If she offends you in any way, don't take it to heart. Han Sen confirmed his understanding. Even if she was arrogant and offensive, Han Sen wouldn't bother picking a fight with a little girl. But when Han Sen saw Ji Qing, he was wrong. She was not a young person, as he suspected. She looked more mature than Ji Yanran, and she was beautiful and charming. Little Qing, treat Han Sen well. This is his first time in the Central Galaxy, so make sure to hit the hotspots and show him around. Ji Ruozhen smiled warmly at Ji Qing as he bid the request. Do not worry, uncle. I will treat him well. Ji Qing smiled back. Brother-in-law, let's go. Ji Qing walked in front of Han Sen and smiled. Han Sen followed her out and was led to an aircraft. She hopped into the pilot's seat and asked him to step in. Little Qing, are you driving this? Han Sen thought a renowned member of the family such as her would have bodyguards by her side, or at least a chauffeur for a pilot. Who else? Ji Qing asked Han Sen as she started up the engine. I thought you'd have a bodyguard or something, Han Sen said. This is the Central Galaxy, and there are robotic spies everywhere you look. They have guns that can nail targets a great distance away, with an accuracy metric of millimeters. If anyone posed a threat, they'd hit the ground dead within 10 seconds. Ji Qing smiled and launched the aircraft. Is there anywhere specific you'd like to go? Ji Qing asked Han Sen as she flew the craft. It's my first time here, so I don't know what's on the menu. Why don't you decide on where we should go? And once we're done, take me back, Han Sen said. I can't do that. Uncle told me to treat you well. So how about I take you someplace fun? Ji Qing had an enigmatic smile as she turned the aircraft in another direction and accelerated. When he saw her smile, Han Sen knew it wouldn't be long before he found himself in trouble that night. She was obviously cooking up a devious scheme. But Han Sen did not mind too much, and so he placed his gaze on what he could see out the windows. The starscapes in the Central Galaxy were different and incredibly beautiful. This was his first time seeing such vistas, and so the sights were particularly special to him. Han Sen pointed at things he did not know about and asked about them. Ji Qing answered everything but felt a little uncomfortable. Ji Qing thought herself to be the first person to slay a super creature and obtain a life geno-essence, and she believed Han Sen to be the second. But now, whenever people discussed super creatures and life geno-essences, they thought about Han Senator. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten she was the first, which made her a little upset. Furthermore, she had heard many people in her own family gush praise and compliments towards Han Senator. It made her a little envious. Hence her eagerness to meet the Thunder Thief. She wished to see how smart he was. If Han Sen was as smart as everyone was saying, she would have felt better about things. But right now, Han Sen was behaving like a curious child. He didn't look half as powerful as people were saying. She felt it was unfair to have her reputation and limelight stolen by a guy such as him. Of course, she knew she couldn't judge someone through this alone. Therefore, she had prepared something to gauge Han Sen's true power. She wasn't going to fight Han Sen herself, as she wasn't even an evolver yet. She knew Han Sen had recently beat Wuxia, but she believed she was only a few levels below Han Senator if she became an evolver. She believed she'd be stronger than him. For him to beat Wuxia was nothing. But right now, Ji Qing had prepared something a lot more fun for Han Sen. Thinking of that, she couldn't keep the weird smile from creeping across her face. Her eyes squinted queerly. Soon after, the aircraft landed atop a large skyscraper. Han Sen and Ji Qing sat at a table face to face. Many people bid passing greetings to her, indicating her familiarity and popularity with the people there. When Han Sen looked around, he noticed a battle stage. Two people were currently atop it in a friendly bout of black and white boxing. Ji Qing was very good at black and white boxing. It was something that helped train your psychological fortitude, and it wasn't something won by outright strength alone. For power in that game, your mind had to be strong. If it wasn't, you'd be carrying an unloaded gun. Since Ji Qing was good at this, she brought Han San in the desire of testing his mind. Sister Qing, it has been a while since you last visited, and you brought a man with you. Is he your new boyfriend? My, you go through them quickly. A stylish young man approached and seemed to be quite close with her. He immediately sat down and spoke to her casually. Tu Bin, do not talk such rot. This is my brother-in-law, Han Senator. You must have heard of him. Yes? He is the big hero that defeated the royal Shura Yuchilon. He is not like you. When Ji Qing said that, she conveyed a certain amount of seriousness, but it was betrayed by lively eyes that suggested a smile. Tu Bin was the son of a boss of a financial department someplace. His style exuded the look of a young gangster, but it was far from his true identity. He was rather famous in the realm of black and white boxing, and he was only slightly inferior to Ji Qing. Tu Bin and Ji Qing's relationship was not as close as one might suspect. However, they had no personal conflict with each other, but they frequently came here to spar and battle against each other with a mutual respect. They did not hate each other, but they fought frequently. They never battled elsewhere, just here to help each other become better at this specific sport. Beyond the confines of this area, they did whatever two young friends might get up to. Ah, you are the big hero Han I've heard about? My apologies. It was difficult to discern whether Tu Bin's words were sincere or possessed undertones of sarcasm. Yes, so, presuming you have no other business to take up with me, I suggest you go elsewhere. Do not disturb me right now, Ji Qing plainly told Tu Bin. If you came here alone, I would most certainly remove myself from your presence. But today Hero Han has come. If I did not ask him to practice with me, that would be a shameful missed opportunity. Tu Bin then turned to look at Han San and continued, Hero Han, would you like to provide me some tips? Nah, I haven't played this game in a long time, Han San casually said. Tu Bin looked ready to say something, but he was interrupted by sudden loud noises coming from beyond a doorway. It looked like something was underway. What's that ruckus all about? Tu Bin asked, wanting to keep talking to Han Senator. No one replied. The people who came to this place were typically quite young. Although Tu Bin had quite a background, there were a lot more people with far greater histories behind them. Han San and Ji Qing looked to where the noises came from, and they noticed a lot of people had gathered to chant someone's name. There were so many people, Han San wasn't sure what was going on. He activated his Dongxian aura in a bid to learn more. What he saw surprised him. It was all started by one person, and that person was Yi Dongmu. He had actually come to this place and he looked quite popular too. This is not fair. Why are handsome men so popular everywhere? Han Sen's heart felt betrayed. He was a hero, but no one really seemed to recognize him. Yet Yi Dongmu was receiving all the attention in the world. These thoughts did not immediately leave Han Sen's mind, either. It didn't feel right. So he touched his cheek and thought, it's not right. I am handsome. I must look better than that Yi Dongmu. But why am I not receiving his treatment? Do people just love a miserable emo more than they do a genuinely beautiful man? As Han Sen contemplated all this, Ji Qing and Tu Bin stood up. They too looked excited, seeing Yi Dongmu ascend the battle stage. Little Qing, what are you looking at? Han Sen asked Ji Qing. I am looking at Yi Dongmu. Who else would I be looking at? Ji Qing said, as she started walking forward to take a seat closer to the stage, so she could watch Yi Dongmu perform. Is he that good a person to look at? Han Sen was genuinely confused. Although Han Sen was willing to admit Yi Dongmu was a little handsome, others were keen to suggest Yi Dongmu might be more handsome than he himself. And that was too much for Han. Senator Ji Qing was a renowned lady of the Ji family. 2. There was no way she'd regress into another member of the Yi Dongmu fangirl horde. Was there? Ji Qing opened her mouth but did not say anything. Tu Bin looked annoyed by what Han Sen asked and said, Hero Han? You may have beat the Shura and shown a light on the alliance, but I do not advocate or appreciate what you have just asked. Yi Dongmu is a god to the people of this martial hall. He beats everyone in the central galaxy and never, ever loses. You may be strong, but in black and white boxing, I don't think you stand a chance against Yi Dongmu. Only someone like Dollar could do that. Ji Qing was going to say something, but he covered all the bases for her and she agreed with every last word. If the ordinary elites in the martial hall could not beat Han Sen, there was little to gain. But if Han Sen went up against Yi Dongmu and defeated him, his true strength would most certainly be revealed. That would prove a thing or two to Ji Qing. Naturally, however, Ji Qing did not believe Han Sen could defeat Yi Dongmu. She only wanted to gauge his strength in comparison to the others. But Ji Qing squinted her eyes and smiled. She said, "Tu Bin, I am not fond of what you just said. My brother-in-law can beat a royal shura, so I'm sure he can beat Yi Dongmu." Ji Qing did not say this in earnest. In her heart, she said to herself, "I am sorry, Yi Dongmu. I have no choice. I do support you, but if I am to get Han Sen to reveal his true strength, he must go up against you." When Tu Bin heard this, he became infuriated. Yi Dongmu was not only his friend, but a god to the place. Tu Bin merely stood up, clapped his hands and shouted, "Quiet! Everyone quiet!" Everyone looked in his direction, unsure of what was happening. Someone who was friendly with Tu Bin interrupted the sudden silence and asked, "Tu Bin? Tu Bin, what the hell?" Tu Bin then jumped on top of a chair. He pointed his finger at Ji Qing and said, "Our Ji family lady, Ji Qing, just said her brother-in-law, this Han Sen, the big hero Han who beat the royal shura Yuchelon, could beat our e-god in black and white boxing." Boo! Boo noises erupted all across the room, with not a single speck of support for Han Sen. Han Sen's face remained emotionless, looking at Tu Bin. He thought the young men around him were rather interesting, as they were all considered high-class in the alliance. They might not have all belonged to the same factions, but as was displayed by Yi Dongmu, an individual's power was respected. This principle kept things simple. "Hero Han, do you dare challenge our e-god?" Tu Bin was very confident in Yi Dongmu's abilities, so he established the proposition of a battle against Yi Dongmu on his behalf. Ji Qing was sneakily happy at the reaction her comment incited, as this was what she hoped would happen. Her trick had worked, and now, she could bear witness to Han Sen's true power. Many others were overjoyed at the prospect of what had been proposed, as many people would have liked to see what would occur in a battle between Han Sen and Yi Dongmu. Han Sen had beaten Yuchelon in a fight and had made the alliance look good, which had established Han Sen as something of a hero. If there was one thing that united humanity, it was a common enemy, and at this point in time, that enemy was more often than not the Shura. But with the Shura out of the picture for the time being, although Han Sen was still regarded as a hero, the desire for humans to fight amongst themselves was always prone to crop up. When not united, families resegregated and factions re-established their borders. The people who did not like Han Sen, and those who opposed or did not like the Ji family, cared little for his recently achieved status as hero. Amidst everyone's joy, Yi Dongmu approached. At his movement, all fell silent. Yi Dongmu's personality was rather quiet, and he excelled in the realm of assassination skills. He was generally a cold person, and being close with him was difficult due to his chilly disposition. Everyone who was present knew about him and admired him, but few personally spoke with him. And now, everyone watched Yi Dongmu approach Han Senator. They thought Yi Dongmu was ready to challenge Han Sen, and so their excitement began to simmer. The people there all believed Yi Dongmu was the strongest, but with Han Sen having just beaten a royal shura, they knew he was an opponent who should not be underestimated. Whatever was about to occur, one thing was for certain. It would be a crazy fight. Ji Qing was supremely excited, just as the rest were. The palms of her hands were sweaty with anticipation. Being able to see Yi Dongmu personally challenge another was an extremely rare occurrence, and it had only happened once over the course of the past few years. Only the enigmatic Dollar received his request. Seeing Yi Dongmu approach Han Sen, everyone perked their ears and leaned a little closer to hear what might be spoken. Ji Qing's eyes were open wide, watching Yi Dongmu himself approach her. In her heart, she said to herself, "Come on, Yi God, Beat him. I know you can do it. Beat him badly. She watched as Lee Dongmu and Han Sun locked gazes, anticipating the big fight that was just waiting to be started. But Lee Dongmu only sat down next to Han San, and when he turned to look at him, said, "When did you get here?" "Today," Han San answered. "Do you have time?" Lee Dongmu asked. "Yeah." Han San nodded. "Do you want to come over to my place? I've been practicing something new, and it'd be great if you could come check it out for me." After saying this, Lee Dongmu stood up. "Little Qing, you hang around for a while longer. I have to take off." Han San smiled to Ji Qing and left the place alongside Lee Dongmu. Han San was aware of Ji Qing's game and considered it childish, not wanting to play any part in her schemes. Things were always much quieter with Lee Dongmu, a person whose company he vastly preferred. He didn't enjoy hanging around noisy kids, and someone like Lee Dongmu was mature and not into playing silly games or talking nonsense. Seeing Han San and Lee Dongmu walk out together, Ji Qing froze. And she wasn't the only one either. Many of the other young people who had gathered were all in shock as well. Han San was the first person they had seen Lee Dongmu invite to join him someplace else. And what's more, Lee Dongmu had asked Han San to personally review a new skill he had been practicing. Lee Dongmu was lacking faith in a skill, and he asked Han San for advice. People were quite shocked. Ji Qing was numbed for half the day. She had only wanted Lee Dongmu to gauge Han San's power for her. Her mind was a vortex of confusion, trying to grasp how powerful Han San might have been if he was going to teach Lee Dongmu something. "Wait for me. I'm coming with you," Ji Qing said. When her mind returned, a thought had entered her mind. If she followed Han San, that meant she could visit Lee Dongmu's house. Ji Qing ran really fast to catch up, no longer caring for her previously established look of an elegant lady. Tu Bin, seeing Ji Qing run, went after her too. He knew he had messed up doing what he did. He was Lee Dongmu's friend, but he had not known Han San was his friend. Also, he had tried to put them at odds to go against each other. For this, he was feeling much regret. "Brother Sen, I am sorry. I did not know you were acquainted with Lee Dongmu." Tu Bin pleaded with visible guilt. "That's okay. For old E to have a friend like you is rather fortunate." Han San smiled. The foursome boarded Lee Dongmu's aircraft, and he flew them over to his private training ground. Lee Dongmu was not fond of chatting, so he didn't say much on their travel. When they arrived at his training place, he and Han San did not take their time in starting the practice. They had done this many times before, and so a verbal exchange was hardly necessary. Just like before, when Lee Dongmu attacked, Han San was able to block and explain to him exactly what the problem was. As they went at it, Ji Qing and Tu Bin watched them, frozen, almost unable to believe how much Han San was like a coach. Ji Qing felt so embarrassed over her prior ploy of trying to get Han San and Lee Dongmu to butt heads and fight each other. Of course, others thought much too highly of their relationship. Lee Dongmu believed Han San to be his mirror image. It was easy to spot the flaws of others, but acknowledging and correcting your own was always a trial. Therefore, finding someone you could consider your mirror image was very fortunate. But if you weren't on the same level, you couldn't be a mirror image. This was just like Boya Ziqi. People had to be on the same level as you to acknowledge and understand your flaws. Ji Qing and Tu Bin were not on his level yet, and so they did not understand this concept. They merely believed Han San had a simple power advantage, and that made him a suitable coach to teach and train Lee Dongmu. And that student, the revered Lee Dongmu they cherished, was listening like a little child. They could hardly believe this was the cold and cool Lee Dongmu they had practically worshipped moments before. "Is my brother-in-law that strong?" Ji Qing observed Han San with a complicated expression, not daring to underestimate him as she had earlier. After a while of watching them work, she started to believe Han San really was brilliant. Lee Dongmu's practice of assassination skills put much focus on one's mental fortitude, and for Han San to challenge it without an issue was remarkable. It showed her how frightening a foe he could be. Brother-in-law is so cool, Ji Qing thought. Ji Qing returned from Lee Dongmu's place with an altered perception of Han San. "Brother-in-law, if you ever find the time, please teach me something." Ji Qing believed Han Sen must have been a very powerful person to have Yi Dongmu request his assistance in training, and then to point out every mistake he was able to notice. One could learn many things from practicing with Han Sen. Perhaps in the future. For now, the pet battles will begin soon and I must prepare. Although Ji Qing was a beautiful lady, Han Sen wasn't very fond of her. It was not difficult to find someone who was your mirror image in this world. What was most difficult to find was a firm heart. Few people could listen to others pointing out their flaws. Ji Qing was not Yi Dongmu, and she might not have had the patience and understanding to listen to and follow the guidance he could provide. If she could not accept her flaws and work to eliminate them, she would not improve. There was also the chance she might have ended up doubting herself, something that could lead to an entirely different problem. Han Sen knew much about Yi Dongmu, and their mutual respect went beyond simple friendship. It took something special to accept the constant revealing of flaws, so Han Sen wasn't willing to offer this manner of training to just anyone. If Yi Dongmu was only a good friend and nothing more, he wouldn't do this for him. The concept dates back to the ancient emperor Li Shimin. He said Wei Zhang was a mirror image of himself, and the emperor sought for him to expose all of his flaws. But in the end, he could not accept the admonition. The hate that had swollen up inside Li Shimin grew over time, and when Wei Zhang finally died, Li Shimin dug up and desecrated his body. Not everyone could handle the truth, and this included Han Senator unless it was a very special person. He wouldn't say too many truths. Ji Qing was not fond of what he said, and so she told him, "There is nothing to prepare for. You have a super pet, so you'll definitely win, won't you? I don't think Dong Lin and the Qi family are willing to just hand over such generous rewards. I think something big is set to go down, and so I need to prepare just in case." Quickly, Han Sen said goodbye and returned to his room. He was going to go back to the sanctuary the next day and return when the matches were about to begin. He wasn't keen on having his little auntie hanging around and annoying him much longer. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen continued playing with his gourd. His eyes did not rest still for a moment, as he had received some information indicating the presence of a nearby super creature. He left in search of the creature, interested in taking a look at it before the pet fights began. After walking for a while, he saw a white male deer trotting across a moor. He was overjoyed, for this was the super creature that he had been told about. The white deer approached, and so Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan it. His joy elevated even more upon learning it was a second-generation super creature. "I am far too lucky today. A solo second-generation super creature. Huh? I am going to be rich." Han Sen was delighted, so he summoned the little angel and moment queen. With his flaming Rex spike in hand, he ran quickly towards the deer. The white deer, when it saw Han Sen, began to run. It ran so fast it was like white lightning, and so Han Sen commanded Moment Queen to prevent its hasty departure. She teleported right in front of the white deer and punched it crudely, knocking it down to the ground. The little angel flew in front of the white deer and cleaved it with her great sword, slicing a nasty cleft across its back. With the cascade of blood that flowed out, its previously white fur became red. Han Sen joined them in front of the white deer, planning to slit its throat. But just as he was about to, the white deer appeared to beg Han Sen for its life. It didn't look harmful, and it didn't seem as if it wanted to attack. It looked frightened, and all it did was plead for mercy. Is this really a super creature? Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to take a look and confirmed that it was indeed a second-generation super creature. But why does it not resist me and lash back at its attackers? Han Sen did not yet make a move, and all he did was frown. If it was a murderous monster, he would have slaughtered it already. With the white deer not having fought back, it seemed like a harmless sheep, and he felt bad at the prospect of killing it. Should I kill it? Conflicted, Han Sen turned to Moment Queen. Not wanting to be responsible for its death, he wished for her to kill it on his behalf. To pretend that its death would not be on his hands so he could feel better about it. In simpler words, he would be lying to himself. Han Sen truly did not want to kill such a harmless creature, but he didn't want to let it go and hinder his own personal development. The super genopoints it could provide would further the progression of Hansen's evolution. Moment Queen looked at the white deer and said to Hansen, "Well, if you can spare it, spare it. Return it to Moment Shelter." "Why?" Hansen furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Moment Queen, believing she did not have what it took to slay the helpless creature, either. What use would a creature be in a shelter if it could not fight, but could only run away? It would not be able to guard or even call out for aid. Moment Queen looked at the deer and said, "If I am not mistaken, this deer possesses luck. It may look useless, but it provides good fortune to those in its proximity." "What? Couldn't you have told me that sooner?" Hansen immediately put on a smile and moved in front of the deer. He squatted down beside it and used his holy light to heal its wounds. "It was a misunderstanding, my dear. Do not take it to heart and harbor ill sentiments. I love animals and I am a pacifist, believe it or not. I go on protests and everything. Come with me. I will treat you well." Hansen kept healing the deer, waxing lyrical without a care over whether or not it understood what he was telling it. Hansen was well aware of the benefits luck could provide. With good luck, there was a higher chance of obtaining beast souls. And that was important. People like Wang Yuhang, born into a state of constant misfortune, struggled terribly. Little ever happened to improve their luck. With this deer in his shelter, Hansen's luck was most likely only going to improve. It wasn't easy to track or trace a creature such as this, and even when they found it, pursuing it was difficult. Moment Queen had no choice but to use her teleportation to stop it from getting away. It would have most likely been impossible for any other person or super creature to catch up with it. After Hansen healed the white deer, it appeared very tame. It did not run off again, but merely stood where it was. "All right, let's go to Moment Shelter." Hansen decided to end his hunt for more super creatures and instead returned the deer to Moment Shelter. He thought the deer might run off if they did not return at once. Furthermore, the pet battles were soon to commence, and Hansen could not waste any time or stray too far. Back in Moment Shelter, Hansen was able to put the white deer at ease. It didn't look like it was going to run off, so that took a load off his mind. It was almost time now, and so Hansen quickly packed. He returned to the Alliance and prepared to join the matches. "I want to see what the hell the Chi family is up to." Hansen looked at his beast soul and then smiled. The stadium that hosted the pet matches could seat 500,000 attendees. The turnout was even larger than expected, however, and it wasn't long before all the seats were taken. Fortunately, Hansen had been invited to compete in the matches directly, and did not have to compete in the knockout stages for eligibility in the final competition. Being given a slot in the top 100 saved him much time. Hansen was surprised to see Chishoin as the primary host. He was equally surprised to see that not many of the Chi family were attending, and there were only a few surpassers present. With such a gathering surrounding him, Hansen felt as if he didn't have to fear anything the Chi family might try. "Does the Chi family truly have a favor they wish to ask of me?" Hansen frowned, still feeling uneasy over the entire affair. If there was something the Chi family wanted, they could have sought him out in private. There was no need for them to go to such lengths and make such a big fuss. When Hansen came out, he summoned the little angel and commanded her onto the stage. When the audience saw Hansen arrive with his little angel, there was much screaming. Many people had come solely so they could see the little angel with their own eyes. The ordinary people of the audience did not know about the history of the little angel, so when they laid eyes upon the beautiful humanoid pet for the first time, they were rightfully taken aback. The little angel beat her first opponent with ease. She laid waste to the opposition effortlessly, but under Hansen's command, she didn't destroy their beast souls. This was just a friendly match in a spirited competition, so there was no need to harbor a grudge or take things too far. There was no need to kill the beast souls of others. "Old Han, your pet is awesome." While Hansen rested in between matches, many people came to see them. Many of them wished to get a closer look at the little angel. Something is wrong, Hansen thought. Is the Chi family using my little angel as a way to attract greater numbers of people? So what benefits might they earn? More money from ticket sales? Greater amounts of beast soul sales? Even so, the money they'd get would not cover the cost of the prizes they want to hand out. Hansen mulled. When finished, Hansen got up and left the sitting room. He wanted to observe the other matches that were taking place and see what other pets were being used. Hansen, upon seeing them all, thought one stood out in particular. It was a black, heavily armored pangolin pet. When he saw it, his eyes sparkled with desire and understanding. That's why. The Chi family really did think this through. They have used my super pet as an advertisement. Well played. Hansen coldly laughed in his heart. But at the same time, Hansen was surprised. He had unearthed the true purpose of the Chi family's supposed charity. The pangolin beast soul was very powerful. It didn't show its true strength yet, but it managed to beat a sacred blood creature with ease. Most people believed it to be a berserk sacred blood pet, but it wasn't. Its life force was greater than what a berserk sacred blood pet could achieve. Although it wasn't as strong as a super creature, its power was still quite scary. It was far more powerful than an ordinary berserk sacred blood pet. After this particular beast soul showed up and displayed its prowess, Hansen knew exactly what was going on. Dong Lin became famous through the creation of genomedicine. Their geno-creation pill was something even the silver fox loved. And not only that, it was something that seemed to benefit the silver fox quite a bit. It looked like Dong Lin had created another type of medicine to make pet beast souls even stronger. They definitely wanted to try this amped-up pet of theirs against the little angel. If a sacred blood pet could fight a super pet and not lose too badly due to a new type of medicine, the medicine would be much sought after. Not to mention that the pangolin was already crushing other sacred blood pets along the way. After the competition was over, Dong Lin would most likely announce their new pet medicine. It would be a remarkable advertisement ploy, and the money they'd rake in would be unfathomable. Hansen believed the medicine would take a long time to take effect, though. As a result, such a product needed an effective advert to sell it. Plus, it was highly likely Dong Lin would sell the medicine at a high price. But for something that would allow a person's pet to challenge super creatures, countless people would be willing to cough up the fee. That's smart, Hansen said to himself. Although Dong Lin offered a brilliant prize for those who came first, it was almost as if it served as payment for Hansen being manipulated into advertising for them. And as enticing as the prizes were, he didn't like the fact he had been used. Do they think they can get away with using my little angel by offering me a measly prize? They are too naive. As disgruntled as he now was, Hansen thought he should still give the Chi family a chance to correct their mistake. He looked up Chi Shoen's phone number and gave him a call. When he received the call, Chi Shoen was watching a match. With a frown, he answered it. Leader Han, what can I do you for? Although Chi Shoen was one of Hansen's subordinates, he didn't like him very much. If the Dong Lin company wishes to use my pet as an advertisement, the least they could do is consult me for my asking price. Hansen said, not beating around the bush. How does he know what we have sought to do? His face changed, and so he smiled and said, Leader Han, we are having a pet contest. It is only natural that we advertise and make our company heard. But we offer high prizes, and such is the cost of business. I am giving you one chance right now to pay me a suitable fee. If you don't pay me, don't blame me for any unfortunate accidents that might soon occur, Hansen coldly said. Chi Shoen forced a smile and said, Leader Han, if there is anything you ever need, you know you can tell me, and I will help you achieve your desires to the best of my abilities. Hansen acknowledged Chi Shoen's attempt at shirking. Understanding he wasn't going to be serious with him, Hansen said, I don't need your help. Instead, I am helping you. Think about it, would you? After that, Hansen concluded the call and hung up. Chi Shoen's face drooped with immediate worry, and in a great haste, he contacted his father. Father, Hansen knows what we are up to. What should we do? Should we pay him? Chi Shoen asked. Ignore him. We have already started advertising the pet medicine, so we no longer have need of him. The pangolin only needs to perform well in its fight against the super pet. And once it does, our plans will have fully succeeded. The cold voice came from the other end of the communicator. What if we don't pay him and he quits? Chi Shouwen said. We have already begun advertising. If he quits now, people will believe he feared our sacred blood pet that consumed the pills. If we win first place, it will achieve the same effect. He has already joined the competition, so whatever happens next is up to him, though nothing will change on our end either way. The voice was very confident. It was cold and resolute. Han Sen's communicator did not stop ringing, and the number of calls were overwhelming. They mostly came from good friends. Diligently, Han Sen answered them all, and each caller had contacted Han Sen to tell him about a new pet pill Dong Lin had created. They wanted to warn him. Han Sen appreciated their concerns and told them that he had already uncovered their ploy and that he was going to sort things out his way. Han Sen, if you want to quit, I won't mind. I don't expect you to uphold the deal. The last call he picked up was from Huangfu Pingqing. It's useless. If I back out now, Dong Lin can announce I feared their new creation and the results they achieve will be the same, Han Sen said coldly. Dong Lin was already advertising their creation, so they did not want to make any sort of deal with Han Senator if they were willing to cut a deal. They wouldn't have gone ahead with their promotion. I have an idea, though. There are still a few matches to go before the finale. Before that, you will face a few sacred blood pets. You need to feign weakness against them, and make it appear as if they are doing well in the fight. When you go against Dong Lin's pet and give it your all, and it does last quite a bit, it won't be so obvious or pronounced to spectators, Huangfu Pingqing said. Han Sen shook his head and said, all the bigwigs of the alliance are watching. They will stare at me intently, and that will make the pet pill even more famous. Then what do we do? Huangfu Pingqing had exhausted all her ideas for a solution, and she was feeling guilty. She felt partly responsible for the situation Han Sen had found himself in, as she was the one who invited him to the competition in the first place. Han Sen smiled and said, it's all right. I will go into the match and do what I always do. You will continue the fights? Huangfu Pingqing wasn't sure what he was implying. Han Sen did not thoroughly explain. All he told her next was, yes, I will do as I have always done. There is no need for another solution. I am going to call Yanran and put her at ease too. After he hung up, he called Ji Yanran and spoke with her for a while. The matches were still ongoing, so after the call was done, Han Sen went to watch. The Pangolin's matches were drawing quite a bit of attention, and everyone was keen to learn of how effective the new Dong Lin pet pills were. When the pangolin entered the battlegrounds, everyone looked at it. His opponent this time was a sacred blood bear. The bear could not compete against the pangolin at all, and it wasn't long before its entire body was shredded with countless lacerations and other wounds. The pangolin just kept on attacking without reprieve, not giving the bear a single moment to fight back. In under half an hour, the master of the bear threw in the towel. He did not want his sacred blood pet to be destroyed. After this match, many people had nothing but praiseworthy things to say about the pangolin, and they all looked at it fondly. If it really was the effect of the pet pills, then the product truly did seem worth the cost. Of course, the pets it had challenged so far were not enough to convince the bigwigs. They were still anticipating the fight between the pangolin and the little angel. If it could not beat a super pet, then who would spend a fortune to purchase such medicine? People would spend their money on the pills in order to slay super creatures. If it wasn't effective enough, then it'd be pointless for people to purchase, and they would be better off sticking with a bunch of ordinary sacred blood pets. After Han Sen watched the pangolin's most recent fight, he nodded. The stuff Dong Lin had created really did impress Han Sen. Raising a pangolin was a good choice for their display as well. Pangolins naturally had a high defense, and their shells could certainly block a few early strikes from a super creature. After the enhancements provided by the pet pills, their shells grew even stronger. Even the little angel would be unable to break it open. If it withstood a few of the little angel's attacks, the audience go wild, and the medicine would be perceived much more favorably. Not many humans had the means to block the attack of a super creature. A sacred blood pet like that would be useful in the pursuit of super creatures. Dong Lin must have researched the powers of the little angel to make this decision. They knew Han Sen would end up being backed into the corner he was currently in, but Han San just smiled as if he did not care about their rotten deeds. He already told Dong Lin he was prepared and had contingencies in place. The Qi family did plan their scheme nicely, but if they weren't willing to pay up, then Han San was not going to let them walk away scot-free. He'd rob them of every little benefit they sought to claim. The next time the little angel was brought onto the stage, she was poised to go up against another sacred blood pet. Many people focused all they could on this match, wanting to see how well Han Sen could deal with his new foe. They paid particular attention now that Dong Lin's scheme had been exposed. Everyone knew they had practically used Han Sen's little angel as a testbed to sell the pet pill. People knew Han Sen wasn't willing to back down after this, however. The little angel showed up like usual and crushed the sacred blood enemy. Upon seeing the little angel's performance, Qi Shou sighed. He had been afraid Han San was going to make the little angel behave weakly, and when she went up against the pangolin, he'd obscure any advantage the pangolin had received from the medicine. Qi Shou thought too much, however. Compared to his old man, he was still a noob. If Han San did this, the pet pill would only become more famous. After witnessing the little angel's behavior, everyone looked strange. There were many important figures there, and they knew the Qi family had been unable to make peace with Han San and were not planning to pay him. Everything the Qi family had planned was coming to fruition exactly as they had envisioned. This was the perfect way to exhibit the powers of their new pet pill, and doing it this way was far better than cooperating with Han San. But Han San was still making use of his little angel, and no one was sure what he might have been planning. The pangolin had performed extremely well in the past few matches, and it even managed to beat a berserk sacred blood pet. That shocked a lot of people. Although it did not dominate like the little angel did, it still performed admirably. Having seen how it dealt with such a foe, everyone turned their thoughts to how it might fare against a super pet. The little angel won every match along the way, and it was finally time for the final fight. Everyone was paying attention to this match. If the pangolin's performance was impressive, the medicine would be famous all across the alliance and would sell successfully at a ludicrous price. The time for the match to begin had arrived, and everyone stared at the stage in anticipation of the opponents to be revealed. Eagerly, they awaited the arrival of the little angel and the pangolin.